Welcome, dear friends, to an enchanting evening by the cozy fireplace. As the gentle flicker of flames dances in the background, allow yourself to be transported to magical and peaceful places through our stories. Spring, with its promise of renewal and new beginnings, is the perfect season to unwind and embrace these tranquil tales. Let go of your worries and immerse yourself in the moment. We wish you a wonderfully restful night and a beautiful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls of the quiet room. Its warm, golden light seemed to breathe with a life of its own, a gentle companion in the growing dusk. If you settle in and let your eyes grow heavy, I will tell you a story of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like the very embers of this fire. His name was Leo, and he lived in a small stone house at the edge of a great, whispering forest. Leo was a boy who noticed things. He noticed the way the morning dew clung to a spider's web, turning it into a necklace of diamonds. He noticed the particular scent of the air just before a rain, earthy and promising. But most of all, he noticed the light, the way it slanted through the trees in the late afternoon, or how it pooled in warm patches on the wooden floor of his bedroom. Yet for all his noticing, Leo often felt a quiet loneliness. He was shy, his voice a soft murmur, and while other children played boisterous games in the village square, he was more likely to be found sitting on a mossy log, sketching the intricate patterns of a fern in his tattered notebook. One evening, as autumn began to paint the forest in fiery hues, a peculiar restlessness settled over him. The wind carried a new smell, not just of decaying leaves, but of something else, something like cinnamon and cold starlight. Drawn by this invisible thread, he slipped out of the back gate and followed a path he had never dared to take before, a path that wound away from the village and deep into the heart of the ancient woods. The further he walked, the darker it became. The familiar, friendly rustle of the leaves took on a deeper, more secretive tone. The air grew colder, and Leo pulled his woolen jacket tighter around himself. Just as a prickle of fear began to trace its way up his spine, he saw it. A soft, pulsating glow, the color of warm honey and dying embers, emanated from behind the gnarled roots of an enormous, slumbering oak tree. His heart beat a quiet, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. He crept closer, his footsteps silent on the carpet of pine needles. Nestled in a small hollow, as if the tree itself were cradling it, was a stone. It was no larger than his palm, smooth and obsidian black, but from its very core shone that gentle, throbbing light. It was not a harsh light, but a cozy one, like a miniature fireplace for the forest floor. As he reached out a tentative hand, the light seemed to brighten in welcome. The moment his fingers closed around the stone, a wonderful warmth spread up his arm and throughout his entire body, chasing away the evening's chill. But more than that, a soft, melodious voice, like the ringing of a tiny crystal bell, spoke not to his ears, but directly into his mind. "You have found the hearthstone," the voice chimed. "And you have the eyes to see. Would you like to see more?" Leo, too astonished to speak, could only nod. The world around him began to shimmer, the solid trunks of the trees becoming translucent. The shadows deepened, but they were no longer fearful. They became doorways. The air hummed with a music he had never heard, but somehow always known, the music of roots drinking deep from the earth, of sap rising, of leaves breathing. He was stepping into a world that had been there all along, hidden just behind the one he knew. This was the Glimmerwood. And standing before him, no taller than his knee, was the owner of the voice. She had skin the color of birch bark, hair like strands of silver moss, and eyes that held the deep, quiet green of a forest pool. Her wings, delicate as maple seeds, shimmered with faint traces of the same ember light that came from the stone in his hand. "I am Phelan," she said, her voice now a whisper on the air. "Keeper of the threshold, the hearthstone called to you. It only responds to a gentle heart and a watchful spirit. Leo finally found his voice, though it was little more than a breath. "It's beautiful." Phelan smiled, a small, kind smile that made the freckles on her cheeks glow. "It is home, but Leo, our home is growing cold." She led him deeper into the Glimmerwood. It was a place of impossible wonders. Trees glowed with an internal, silvery bioluminescence. Streams of liquid moonlight trickled over stones that sang softly as the water passed over them. But Phelan was right. A subtle chill hung in the air, a chill that the vibrant life of the Glimmerwood seemed to be struggling against. The lights in the trees were dimmer than they should have been, and the musical streams played their songs in a slower, sadder tempo. "The great hearth," Phelan explained, her wings drooping slightly, "the source of all warmth and light in our world, is fading. Its fire, which has burned since the first dawn, is guttering like a candle in the wind. No one knows why, and as it fades, so does the Glimmerwood." Leo looked down at the hearthstone in his hand. Its light pulsed steadily, a small, brave defiance against the growing gloom. "What can I do?" he asked. I'm just a boy." "You are the one the stone chose," Phelan said, placing a small, cool hand on his. "And you are not just anything. You see the light. That is a rarer gift than you know. We must journey to the heart of the wood, to the great hearth itself, and discover what is wrong." And so their journey began. It was not a journey of fierce battles or roaring monsters, but one of quiet challenges and gentle discoveries. Their path led them across a meadow where the flowers chimed like bells, but the melody was laced with a frosty sorrow. They had to help a family of tiny, mouse-like creatures whose home, a hollowed-out mushroom, was being overshadowed by a creeping, gray vine that seemed to drink the light from the air. Leo, who had always felt clumsy with words, found he didn't need them here. He simply watched. He saw how the vine recoiled from the direct light of the hearthstone. He didn't charge in, he simply knelt and, holding the stone aloft, traced its light along the vine's length. The gray tendrils withered, shrinking back into the soil, and the mushroom house instantly looked brighter, the chiming of the nearby flowers gaining a note of joy. It was a small victory, but it warmed him from the inside. As they walked, a comfortable silence often settled between boy and fairy, filled only by the sounds of the hidden world. It was a silence of growing friendship. Phelan taught him the names of the Glimmerwood plants, the lullaby lichen that hummed you to sleep, the whisper roots that carried messages from tree to tree. In return, Leo shared his observations from his own world, describing the way the snow blanketed the village in winter, or how the fireflies danced on a summer evening. "You have a quiet courage, Leo," Phelan said one time, as they navigated a narrow path alongside a stream of singing water. "It is not the loud, booming kind. It is the kind that burns steady and true, like the heart of a good fire. It does not roar, it glows." Her words settled in him, a new and unfamiliar warmth. No one had ever called him courageous before. Their greatest challenge came when they reached the cavern of echoing memories. It was a vast, dark space where the walls were not rock, but solidified shadows and forgotten sounds. To pass through, they had to face their own fears, which the cavern would make real. For Phelan, it was the fear of her own people fading away, a vision of the Glimmerwood turning to silent, gray stone. She stood, small and trembling, as phantom images of her friends turned to statues around her. Leo didn't know what to do. He couldn't fight a shadow. But then he remembered the warmth of his own home, the crackle of his own fireplace, the feeling of being safe and loved. He focused all of that feeling into the hearthstone. It blazed not with a blinding flash, but with an intense, profound warmth that spread through the cavern like a comforting blanket. The cold, gray visions shimmered and dissolved, unable to exist in the face of such genuine, heartfelt warmth. Phelan let out a soft sigh of relief, her wings regaining their shimmer. "Thank you, my friend," she whispered. Then it was Leo's turn. The cavern conjured his deepest fear, the sound of laughter, not joyful laughter, but the mocking kind he sometimes heard from the village children. It echoed around him, growing louder, and he saw visions of himself, small and alone, his sketches blowing away in the wind, ignored and unseen. He felt the old familiar loneliness clamp around his heart, cold and heavy. But this time it was different. He was not alone. He felt Phelan's small hand slip into his. He looked at the hearthstone, its light a constant, faithful companion. He thought of the mouse creature's grateful chirps, of the way the flowers had chimed more brightly after his small act of help. He was not just a quiet boy on the outside anymore. He had a friend. He had been brave. He had made a difference. He took a deep breath, and instead of shrinking away, he stood a little taller. He looked directly at the mocking phantoms, and in a clear, steady voice he didn't know he possessed, he said, "I see you, but you do not define me." The moment he spoke the words, the laughter ceased. The cold loneliness shattered, and the cavern was just a cave again. He had faced his fear not with a shout, but with a quiet truth. He had transformed it as surely as fire transforms wood, turning fear into a simple, harmless ash. Finally, they arrived at the heart of the wood. It was a vast, circular clearing where the air should have been warm and vibrant. In its center sat the great hearth, a magnificent, natural formation of crystalline rock. But the fire within was pitifully small, its flames pale and listless, giving off more sorrow than heat. All around the clearing, the most ancient and wise creatures of the Glimmerwood had gathered, stags with antlers of woven light, owls with eyes like molten gold, and fairies of all kinds. They were all huddled together, their own inner lights dim, their postures slumped in despair. An elder fairy, his wings like frosted glass, fluttered forward. "The fire dies," he said, his voice raspy with grief. "We have tried everything. We have fed it with songs of joy and memories of summer. Nothing works." Leo, holding the hearthstone, walked slowly toward the dying hearth. The stone in his hand pulsed in time with the weak flicker of the great fire. He didn't know any powerful magic. He didn't have any grand songs. He only had what he had always had, his ability to notice. He knelt before the hearth and looked closely. He saw the beautiful crystals, the intricate carvings of forgotten stories on the stone. And then he saw it. Tucked deep within the mechanism of the hearth, almost invisible, was a single, perfect, geometric piece of ice. It was not a normal ice. It was clear and hard as diamond, and it seemed to be leaching all the warmth, not by being cold, but by being empty. It was the absence of warmth, the absence of feeling. "There," he said softly, pointing. The elder fairy gasped. A shard of apathy, but how? It must have formed from a forgotten sadness, a loneliness that was left to fester. All the creatures looked at the shard, and then they looked at Leo. They had tried adding more light, more sound, more joy. But this shard fed on such things, turning them into nothing. It could not be fought with force. Leo understood. He remembered the cold weight of his own loneliness in the cavern. You could not fight emptiness with noise. You had to fill it with something quiet and true. He didn't try to smash the shard or melt it with the hearthstone's light. Instead, he closed his eyes. He thought of all the small, warm moments of his life. The weight of a purring cat on his lap. The taste of warm bread from the oven. The sound of his mother humming. The feeling of Phelan's hand in his. The joy of helping the mushroom dwellers. The courage he found in his own quiet voice. He poured all of these simple, authentic feelings, not grand passions, but the steady, glowing embers of a contented heart, into the hearthstone. It began to glow, not with brilliant light, but with a deep, resonant warmth. It was the warmth of friendship, of belonging, of small acts of kindness. He reached out, not to strike the shard, but to simply touch the hearthstone against it. There was no explosion. There was only a soft, sighing sound. The shard of apathy, confronted with this gentle, unwavering, and utterly genuine warmth, could not endure. It did not shatter, it simply dissolved like a mist under the morning sun. The moment it vanished, the great hearth gave a great, grateful shudder. A healthy, roaring flame of gold and orange and ruby red erupted from its core, leaping and dancing. A wave of pure, blissful warmth radiated outward, sweeping through the clearing and rushing out into every corner of the Glimmerwood. The trees blazed with renewed silver light. The streams burst into joyous, symphonic song. The creatures of the Glimmerwood straightened up, their own inner lights shining brightly once more, their faces filled with relief and happiness. The hidden world was saved, not by a mighty warrior, but by a quiet boy who knew how to care. The celebration was soft and heartfelt, full of glowing gratitude. But as the Glimmerwood bloomed around him, Leo knew his time here was ending. The path back to his own world was calling. He stood with Phelan at the threshold once more, the familiar oak tree before them. "You will always be a guardian of the Glimmerwood, Leo," Phelan said, her eyes shining. "And you will always have a friend here." "And you will always have a friend in my world," Leo replied, his voice steady and sure. He held out the hearthstone. It had completed its task. But Phelan gently closed his fingers around it. "Keep it," she chimed. "Its great work here is done, but its small work with you is just beginning. Let it remind you of the light you carry inside. You do not need to find your warmth from outside sources anymore. You have learned to kindle it yourself." Leo nodded, understanding. He slipped the stone into his pocket, where it glowed with a soft, comforting pulse against his leg. He stepped back through the threshold, and the Glimmerwood faded, becoming once again the ordinary, though now infinitely more magical, forest behind his home. He walked back to his stone house, the night air no longer feeling cold or lonely. He could hear the faint, friendly chime of the Glimmerwood flowers on the breeze, a secret song just for him. He crept back into his room and sat on his bed, the hearthstone glowing softly on his bedside table. He was the same Leo, and yet he was entirely new. He was still quiet, but his quiet was no longer a shell of loneliness. It was a deep pool of contentment. He had journeyed to a hidden world and discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing stones or fairy wings, but in the steady, gentle courage of a kind heart and the transformative warmth of an unexpected friendship. He lay down, pulling the quilt up to his chin. The fire in the hearth downstairs had burned down to a bed of glowing embers, their light flickering in a peaceful, sleepy rhythm. He closed his eyes, the memory of the great hearth's warmth and Phelan's smile cradling him. He had faced the cold and brought back the light. And as he drifted into a deep and restful sleep, he knew, with absolute certainty, that he would never truly be lonely again. The gentle glow of the hearthstone pulsed once, softly, in the dark, a tiny, faithful star keeping watch over his dreams. Story 2. In the heart of the world, where time moves to the rhythm of roots and starlight, there lay the ancient forest of Elderglow. This was no ordinary woodland, but a place where moonlight wove itself into the very bark of the trees, where streams hummed lullabies in their sleep, and where the stones remembered every footfall that had ever graced their mossy surfaces. As twilight draped its violet cloak across the sky, the forest would awaken not with noise, but with a deep, resonant silence that was itself a kind of music. Through this enchanted realm wandered a young badger named Rowan, whose fur was the color of twilight shadows, and whose eyes held the curiosity of 1,000 unanswered questions. Rowan loved the night, for it was then that the forest revealed its most precious secrets. He would often sit by the whispering stream, listening to the water murmur tales of distant mountains and hidden springs. The stream spoke in a language of ripples and reflections, a tongue that Rowan was only beginning to understand. One evening, as the first stars pricked through the velvet sky, Rowan noticed something unusual. The leaves of the great oak, which normally shimmered with a soft silver light, seemed to be fading. The bioluminescent fungi that dotted the forest floor like scattered emeralds were dimmer than usual. Even the fireflies, those tiny lanterns of the night, moved with a weary slowness. A quiet unease settled over Elderglow, as subtle as the shift from autumn to winter. Determined to understand what was happening, Rowan sought out the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a great horned owl named Solas, who made his home in the hollow of the moonbeam tree. Solas was ancient, his feathers edged with silver like frost on autumn grass, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless cycles. He never lectured, but spoke in riddles that bloomed into understanding hours later. "Grandfather Owl," Rowan began, his voice barely louder than the rustle of a falling leaf, "the forest feels different tonight. The light is fading, and there's a stillness that makes my heart feel heavy." Solas turned his great head slowly, his eyes reflecting the constellations above. "Ah, little one," he said, his voice like the soft hush of wind through pine needles, "you have noticed the turning. The forest is preparing for the great slumber, but there is a disharmony, a note of fear that has crept into the nightly symphony. The trees are holding their breath, the stones have grown cold, and the streams run hesitant." Rowan's ears drooped. What can be done? "The answer lies in understanding the language of the forest," Solas replied. "Every being here speaks if one knows how to listen. Seek the Starlight clearing, where the celestial and earthly meet. There you may find what has been forgotten." And so, with Solas's gentle guidance echoing in his mind, Rowan set off into the deepening night. His path was lit by patches of foxfire moss that glowed with a soft, blue-green light, and by the occasional shimmer of dewdrops catching the moonbeams. The air was filled with the soothing sounds of the forest, the gentle patter of a light rainfall kissing the leaves overhead, the whisper of the wind weaving through the branches, the distant gurgle of the whispering stream as it wound its way through the darkness. As he walked, Rowan practiced listening. He pressed his ear to the trunk of a grandmother birch and heard a slow, rhythmic pulsing, the tree's heartbeat steady and calm. He knelt by a cluster of stones veined with luminous lichen and felt their deep, grounding energy. They spoke of patience, of standing firm through seasons and storms. And when he dipped his paw into the stream, the water curled around his toes and whispered of release, of letting go and flowing onward. After what felt like both moments and eternities, Rowan arrived at the Starlight clearing. It was a circular meadow where the canopy opened to the sky, allowing the moonlight to pour down like liquid silver. In the center stood the oldest tree in Elderglow, the heartwood, a massive oak whose bark was etched with patterns that told the story of the forest. But tonight the heartwood's usual golden radiance was muted, and its leaves rustled with a sound like sorrow. Gathered around the tree were the other nocturnal creatures of the forest, a family of hedgehogs whose quills were tipped with starlight, a fox with fur the color of autumn sunsets, and a circle of rabbits whose ears twitched to the rhythm of the night breeze. They too had felt the change, and their eyes were wide with worry. "The heartwood is afraid," murmured the elder fox, her voice soft as velvet. "It fears that the great slumber will become an endless sleep, that the light will not return." Rowan approached the ancient tree and placed his small paws against its rough bark. He closed his eyes and listened, not with his ears, but with his heart. And then he heard it, a faint, trembling melody, the song of the heartwood. It was a song of memories, of sun-dappled summers and crisp autumns, of winter's silent blanket and spring's tender rebirth. But woven through the melody was a thread of fear, a discordant note that spoke of doubt. "The heartwood has forgotten the promise of the cycle," Rowan said, turning to the gathered animals. "It has carried the weight of so many seasons that it fears to release this one. It thinks that by holding on, it can keep the forest awake forever." The creatures exchanged glances. "But the great slumber is necessary," said one of the hedgehogs. It is when the forest dreams, and in those dreams, new life is woven. Rowan nodded. We must remind the heartwood of this. We must show it that rest is not an ending, but a gentle pause. And so they began. The foxes wove garlands of moonflowers and placed them at the base of the tree, their petals glowing with a soft, reassuring light. The rabbits dug small burrows around the roots, lining them with fallen leaves and feathers, creating a nest of comfort. The hedgehogs rolled in the bioluminescent moss until their quills shimmered, and they formed a circle around the clearing, their light blending with the starlight from above. Rowan returned to the whispering stream and cupped his paws, gathering the water that held the memory of every rainfall, every snowmelt, every tear of joy the forest had ever known. He carried it back to the heartwood and gently poured it over the roots, whispering, "Flow, release, trust." Then, from the edge of the clearing, Solas appeared. He did not speak but began to hum, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through the air and the earth. It was the sound of the wind through the pines, the sound of distant thunder, the sound of silence itself. One by one the other creatures joined in, each adding their own voice to the chorus. The foxes yipped softly, the rabbits thumped their feet in a gentle rhythm, the hedgehogs rustled their quills, and the stream, as if hearing them, bubbled louder in the distance. Rowan added his own sound, a soft, purring hum that came from deep within his chest. He pressed his forehead to the heartwood and poured all his love and trust into that single point of contact. Slowly, ever so slowly, the heartwood began to respond. The faint melody within it grew stronger, the discordant notes softening and then disappearing, replaced by a theme of acceptance and peace. The tree's leaves began to shimmer again, first with a pale silver, then with a warm gold that spread through the clearing. The bioluminescent mosses brightened, the fireflies danced with renewed energy, and the very air seemed to sigh in relief. The fear had been released. The forest could now embrace the great slumber without dread, knowing that after the rest would come renewal. As dawn approached, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the creatures of Elderglow settled down around the heartwood. The rainfall had ceased, leaving the air clean and fresh. The wind now whispered lullabies through the leaves, and the stream murmured promises of spring. Solas flew down to perch beside Rowan. "You have learned the most important language, little one," he said softly. "The language of listening, not just with ears, but with the heart. And you have reminded us all that even the oldest among us sometimes need to be reminded of the truths we carry within." Rowan curled up at the base of the heartwood, feeling the tree's peaceful energy enveloping him like a warm blanket. He watched as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the branches, touching the forest with gold. The great slumber was beginning, but it was no longer something to fear. It was a time of dreams, of quiet magic, of inner growth. And as Rowan drifted into sleep, he knew that when he awoke, the forest would be stirring once more, ready to greet the new cycle with light and life. For in Elderglow, as in all things, every ending was but a gentle beginning in disguise, and every silence held the seed of a new song. Story 3. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the cozy room, painting them in hues of amber and gold. Outside, the wind whispered through the ancient pines, but here, within these walls, all was warmth and safety. So settle in, dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that was found not in the sky, but in the heart. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who lived in a cottage at the very edge of a vast, slumbering wood. Leo was a quiet child, with a stillness about him that often made him seem like a shadow in his own home. He was not shy precisely, but pensive, his mind often wandering far beyond the garden gate. He felt things deeply, the melancholy sigh of autumn, the secret joy of a new bud in spring, but he had not yet found the words or the courage to share these feelings with anyone. He felt in his quiet way as if he were a piece of a puzzle that had been gently misplaced, waiting to find where he truly fit. One evening in the deep velvet blue of a late autumn twilight, Leo was gathering kindling from the woodpile beside the cottage. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves. As he reached for a final piece of birch bark, his fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, nestled deep within the stack. Curious, he carefully pulled it free. It was a stone no larger than his palm, but unlike any he had ever seen. It was a deep, smoky gray, like the last ashes of a fire, but swirling within its heart were veins of a soft, warm orange that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inner light. It felt strangely warm to the touch, not with the heat of the sun, but with a comforting, living warmth, like a sleepy cat curled in a lap. He held it in his hand, and the faint, pulsing glow seemed to beat in time with his own quiet heart. He tucked it into his pocket, a secret warmth against the growing chill, and thought no more of it. That night, however, as Leo lay in his bed, a strange thing happened. A soft orange glow emanated from the pocket of his trousers, which were draped over a chair. It cast shifting, ember-like patterns on the ceiling. And with the light came a sound, a faint melodic hum, like a distant, cheerful tune played on a crystal glass. It was a sound that called to him, not with words, but with a feeling of gentle invitation. Driven by a curiosity that outweighed his weariness, Leo slipped from his bed, retrieved the stone, and padded to his window. The forest lay dark and silent under a blanket of stars. But as he held the stone up, its glow intensified, and a single, narrow path between the great, dark trees seemed to illuminate, as if dusted with 1,000 tiny, glowing fireflies. The path had not been there in the daylight. His heart beat a little faster, a mix of trepidation and a thrilling, undeniable pull. Wrapping a thick woolen scarf around his neck, he quietly slipped out the back door and into the night. The moment his feet touched the glowing path, the world around him shifted. The air grew warmer, losing its bitter edge, and was filled with the rich, sweet scent of loam and night-blooming flowers. The sounds of the ordinary night, the rustle of a fox, the hoot of an owl, faded away, replaced by a new symphony. He could hear the soft, gurgling laughter of a hidden stream, the whisper of leaves sharing secrets in a language only they understood, and that same, gentle hum from the stone, now louder and clearer. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, the stone a steady, warm companion in his hand. The path led him deeper and deeper, until he arrived at a place that took his breath away. It was a clearing, but unlike any clearing he had ever imagined. In its center stood the most magnificent tree he had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark patterned like ancient, weathered leather, and its branches spread out in a great, protective canopy. And this tree was not dark. From its every twig and leaf hung tiny, glowing fruits that shimmered with the same soft, orange light as his stone. They were like living embers, casting a cozy, dappled light over the entire clearing, making the very air seem to glow with warmth. Beneath the tree, on a cushion of thick, velvety moss, sat a creature. She was small, no taller than Leo's knee, with hair the color of silver moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing green of the forest itself. Her dress was woven from spider silk and dried leaves, and she was humming the very tune that his stone had sung. She looked up as he approached, her face breaking into a smile that was as warm as the light from the tree. "You've come," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I am Fia. Welcome to the Heartwood Glade." Leo, who was usually so hesitant with words, found his voice. "I'm Leo," he said, his own voice a whisper. I think this called me." He held out the glowing stone. Fia nodded, her wise eyes crinkling at the corners. "A heartstone, they only find their way to those who need them. They are pieces of the ember tree here." She gestured to the magnificent tree above them. "They glow with the warmth of memory, of friendship, of home. But our tree is growing dim." Leo looked up. Now that she mentioned it, he could see that while the tree was still beautiful, many of its glowing fruits were faint, their light flickering weakly. Whole branches were dark and still. "The light fades when the stories are forgotten," Fia explained, a note of sadness in her musical voice. "The stories of kindness, of small braveries, of connections made and kept. The world outside grows busy and loud, and the quiet stories get lost. Without them, the ember tree cannot shine, and without its light, the heart of this forest grows cold." She looked at Leo, her gaze steady and kind. "The Heartstone led you here because you have a quiet heart, Leo. You listen, you feel. You are the kind of person who notices the stories. I believe you can help us find the lost light." And so began Leo's true journey. It was not a quest of swords and dragons, but one of perception and empathy. Fia became his guide and his first true friend. She showed him how to listen to the forest, to hear the stories whispered on the wind. Their first task was to help a family of field mice who had forgotten the song their great-grandmother used to sing to them, a lullaby that once made their tiny nest feel like the safest place in the world. The memory of the song was a faint, cold ember in their hearts. Leo sat with them, not speaking, just listening to their worried chatter. He noticed how one of the younger mice hummed a disjointed, broken bit of the tune while he arranged a pile of seeds. Leo, whose own quiet nature made him observant of small, repeated patterns, picked up on the rhythm. He began to hum it back slowly, filling in the gaps with his own gentle melody. It wasn't the original song, but it was a new one, born from the old. As the mice joined in, their nest began to glow with a soft, warm light, and a single, new fruit flickered to life on a low-hanging branch of the ember tree. Next they encountered a badger, a large, lonely creature named Tavish, who was usually gruff and solitary. He was trying to build a new set, but his heart wasn't in it. He had lost the memory of why a home was important. He remembered the digging, the lining of the chambers with dry grass, but he had forgotten the feeling of contentment, of belonging. Leo didn't try to give him advice. Instead, he simply sat at the entrance of the half-finished set, watching Tavish work. After a long silence, Leo began to talk, not about the badger, but about his own home. He described the way the morning light fell in stripes on the kitchen floor, the sound of the kettle whistling for tea, the particular worn spot on the rug by the fireplace where he liked to read. He spoke of the small, quiet love that was woven into the very walls. He was sharing a piece of his own story. Tavish stopped his digging. He listened, his dark eyes thoughtful. Then with a grunt he went back to work, but his movements were different now, softer, more deliberate. He was no longer just digging a hole, he was building a home. As he lined the main chamber with especially soft, fragrant moss, a warm, golden light blossomed within the set, and another fruit on the ember tree glowed a little brighter. With each small success, with each story remembered or kindness shared, a little more light returned to the glade. Leo found that his quietness, which he had sometimes seen as a flaw, was his greatest strength. He could sit with the anxious rabbit until it remembered how to be still. He could help the forgetful squirrel find its hidden nuts not by searching, but by helping it recall the joy of the hunt. He was learning to listen to the spaces between words, to hear the stories that were told in silence and in small, meaningful actions. His friendship with Fia deepened with each passing moon. They would sit for hours under the ember tree, sharing stories of their own. He told her of the human world, of school and family, and the strange, complicated feelings that sometimes churned inside him. She in turn told him tales of the forest, of seasons that lasted for centuries, and of stars that were seeds waiting to be planted. She taught him that growth was not always loud and fast. Sometimes the most important growth happened in the quiet, dark soil, unseen until it was ready to bloom. But the greatest challenge was yet to come. High in the mountains that bordered the forest lived a solitary, ancient eagle named Kale. He was the keeper of the highest, oldest stories, the tales of the first winds and the oldest stones. But he had grown proud and isolated, perched in his lonely eyrie. He believed his stories were too grand, too important, to be shared with the lesser creatures of the forest below. His heart had grown as cold as the mountain peaks, and the branch of the ember tree that represented his stories was the darkest and most barren of all. Without Kale's stories, Fia told Leo, her voice heavy, the tree can never be fully whole. His stories are the roots that anchor all the others, but he will not listen to me. He sees my light as small and fleeting. Leo felt a familiar knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. How could he, a quiet boy, convince a majestic, proud eagle to open his heart? He almost refused, the weight of the task feeling too grand. But then he looked at Fia, at the hope in her green eyes, and he felt the warm, steady pulse of the heartstone in his pocket. He thought of the mouse's lullaby and the badger's home. He had helped them not with grand speeches, but with quiet understanding. The journey to the mountain eyrie was long and arduous. The air grew thin and cold, and the friendly, glowing path faded, replaced by sharp, gray rock. When they finally reached the peak, Kale was there, his feathers the color of storm clouds, his eyes like chips of flint. "Why have you come, little ones?" his voice boomed, echoing off the stones. "I have no time for the trivial tales of the forest floor." Fia stepped forward, but Leo gently placed a hand on her arm. This was his task. He didn't speak. He simply walked to the very edge of the eyrie, where the wind whipped and howled, and he sat down. He took the heartstone from his pocket and held it in his open palm. He didn't look at the eagle, he just looked out at the vast, breathtaking view of the world below, the forest like a patchwork quilt, the silver ribbon of a distant river, the clouds drifting like sleepy sheep. He sat in silence for a long, long time. The wind tugged at his hair and scarf. Kale watched him, first with impatience, then with a flicker of curiosity. No one had ever come to his eyrie and been so still. Finally Leo spoke, his voice soft but clear, carried away by the wind. "It's very loud up here," he said. "The wind has so many stories. It must be lonely, holding them all by yourself." It was not an accusation. It was not a plea. It was a simple observation, offered with empathy. The great eagle was silent. The flinty hardness in his eyes seemed to soften just a little. Leo's words had found a crack in his icy pride. "I have a friend," Leo continued, still not looking at Kale, but at the world below. "Her name is Fia. She lives in a glade with a tree that glows with the light of all the forest stories. But the highest branch is dark. It's waiting for your stories, not because they are grand," he added, turning now to meet the eagle's gaze, "but because they are a part of the whole. A song is not a song with only one note." He then did something very small and very brave. He reached into the small pouch he carried and pulled out a perfect white feather he had found on the path up the mountain. He walked over and placed it gently on the stone before Kale. "I thought you might have lost this," he said. It was a gesture of pure, simple kindness. An acknowledgement. Kale looked from the feather to Leo's earnest face, to Fia who stood waiting with a gentle smile. The great eagle let out a long, slow breath, a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. He bowed his head. "The wind," he began, his voice now a low, resonant rumble, no longer a boom. "The wind does not just howl, it also whispers. It carries the scent of rain from distant oceans and the sigh of the pine trees and the laughter of a child from a village far away. I have been listening only to its power and have forgotten its gentleness." And then Kale began to speak. He told them stories not of conquest and dominance, but of watching over a family of mountain goats for generations, of the unique pattern of stars seen only from this peak, of the quiet friendship he once had with a mischievous gust of wind that would play in his feathers. He shared the small, quiet stories he had kept locked away, believing them unworthy of his stature. As he spoke, a wonderful thing happened. A brilliant silver-gold light, bright as a captured star, burst forth from his chest and shot down towards the forest, a falling star of pure story. It landed in the heartwood glade, and the highest, darkest branch of the ember tree erupted in a blaze of glorious, steady light. The entire tree shone brighter than it had in 1,000 years, its light pulsing through the forest, warming the very roots of the trees and bringing a smile to the face of every sleeping creature. Leo's journey was complete. He had been transformed not into a hero of legend, but into a boy who understood his own quiet power. He had learned that the smallest light could illuminate the deepest darkness, and that the truest warmth comes from the connections we make. When it was time for him to return home, Fia walked with him to the edge of the glowing path. The ember tree shone behind them, a beacon of cozy, peaceful light. "You will always be welcome here, Leo," Fia said, her voice thick with emotion. "The glade is a part of you now, as you are a part of it." Leo nodded, his own throat tight. He didn't need to say much. His friendship with Fia was a thing felt more than spoken. He turned to go, but she stopped him. "Your heartstone," she said. "It will remain with you. Its light will never fade, for it is now lit by your own courage and kindness. Whenever you feel lost or alone, just hold it and remember." Leo clutched the stone in his pocket. It was no longer just warm, it felt like a second heartbeat, steady and sure. He walked back along the path, which now seemed to glow with a light that came from within him as much as from the forest. He slipped back into his cottage just as the first hint of dawn painted the sky with pale watercolors. He climbed into his bed, the heartstone tucked safely under his pillow. And as he drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, he knew he was no longer a misplaced puzzle piece. He had found where he belonged, not just in one world, but in the quiet, glowing space where all kind hearts connect. The gentle, ember-like light from the stone pulsed softly in the dark room, a lullaby of friendship, a promise of warmth, a story that would never, ever end. And outside, the wind, no longer a lonely howl but a gentle whisper, carried the tale into the dreams of all who slept, reminding them that even the quietest heart can hold the most brilliant light. So sleep now, dear listener, and may your own dreams be as warm and peaceful as the glow from the heartwood glade. The fire is burning low, the story is told, and all is well. Story 4. Deep in the heart of the world, where the sun's final rays surrendered to the velvet embrace of night, lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the moonlight did not merely fall, it wove itself into the very fabric of existence, stitching silver threads through pine needles and painting the forest floor with pools of liquid mercury. The air itself hummed with a soft, ancient magic, a vibration felt not with ears, but with the soul. It was in this hushed, expectant hour that a young hedgehog named Pip found himself wide awake. A restless feeling like a pebble in his paw had kept him from his burrow. He was a creature of meticulous routine, his days spent in the satisfying work of gathering seeds and tidying his mossy home. But tonight a strange melancholy had settled upon him. The vibrant autumn had given way to the quiet slumber of winter, and Pip felt a corresponding stillness in his own heart. The world was going to sleep, and he felt oddly, painfully alone in his wakefulness. Driven by this unnamed longing, he ventured from his burrow. The forest greeted him not with silence, but with a symphony of subtle sounds. The gentle patter-patter of the last autumn leaves, dry and crisp, letting go of their branches. The soft whisper-rustle of the wind, a patient weaver combing its fingers through the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines. Somewhere nearby, a hidden stream murmured its endless, bubbling story over smooth, water-worn stones. Pip's small, black eyes widened. The forest was not sleeping, it was simply speaking a different language. He trotted along a path dappled with moonbeams, his tiny claws making a faint tick-tick-tick on the gnarled roots that breached the soil like the knuckles of a slumbering giant. He soon came upon a clearing he had never seen before. It was a perfect circle, carpeted in moss so deep and soft it felt like walking on a cloud. At its center stood the most magnificent tree Pip had ever beheld. It was an ancient willow, its long, silvery leaves trailing down to kiss the earth, each one tipped with a tiny, natural luminescence that pulsed with a soft, greenish-gold light. This was the glimmer willow, a living beacon in the nocturnal world. Beneath its weeping boughs, perched on a moss-covered stone that seemed sculpted for the purpose, was an owl. She was not overly large, but her presence filled the clearing. Her feathers were the color of weathered bark and star-dusted shadows, and her eyes were two deep, luminous pools of amber, holding a calm that was as vast as the night sky. This was Naira, the elder of Lumenwood. "Your footsteps speak of a question, little one," Naira said, her voice not a hoot, but a low, melodious rumble, like distant, gentle thunder. "The stones you passed whispered of your restlessness to the roots, and the roots carried the message to me." Pip, startled but not afraid, bowed his head. I don't know my question, Elder Naira. I only feel that everything is ending. The colors have faded, the air has grown cold, and the world is pulling a blanket of silence over itself. It feels like a goodbye." Naira blinked slowly, a gesture of profound understanding. "Come," she said. "Walk with me. The forest has stories to tell you tonight, stories of endings that are not endings at all." As they moved from the clearing, the magic of Lumenwood began to unveil itself to Pip's awakened senses. He saw how the foxfire fungi on fallen logs glowed with a cool, blue light, their gentle luminescence guiding the way for tiny, six-legged travelers. He noticed how the stones, still warm from a sun they could no longer see, released their stored heat in soft, sighing breaths that fogged the chilly air. "Listen to the stream," Naira instructed as they approached the chattering brook. Pip knelt, his ear close to the water. At first, it was just the pleasant, random babble of water over rock. But as he listened, truly listened, the sounds began to form patterns, like words in a liquid language. It spoke of its journey from the high, snowy peaks, of the minerals it carried to nourish the roots, of the secrets the fish had told it. It was not a sad song of departure, but a cheerful, constant ballad of motion and purpose. "It does not stop when it is cold," Naira murmured. "It simply moves slower, singing its song beneath a roof of ice, waiting." They walked on, and Naira guided Pip to place his paw against the rough bark of a slumbering maple. "Feel," she said. Pip closed his eyes. At first, he felt only the hard, cold bark. But then deep within, he felt a slow, steady thump-thump-thump, a heartbeat of immense patience. It was the tree's life pulled deep into its core, conserving its strength, dreaming of spring. It was not dead, it was in a state of profound, intentional rest. "The forest is not saying goodbye, Pip," Naira explained, her voice blending with the soothing sound of the wind through the pine needles, a soft, sibilant shhhhhh that seemed to soothe the very air. "It is whispering, rest now, dream. Gather your strength, the falling leaf is not a failure, it is a gift to the earth, a promise to return. The silence is not emptiness, it is a space for listening to the deeper truths." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a soft, percussive melody. The plink-plink-plink of droplets on broad leaves, the patter-pit-pat on the dry forest floor, the steady drip-drop-drip from the tips of the glimmerwillow's leaves. The rain washed the world clean, and the bioluminescent fungi and flowers seemed to brighten in response, their glows reflecting in the countless tiny puddles, until the whole forest floor looked like a mirror of the starry sky above. Pip watched, mesmerized. The tension in his small body began to melt away, washed clean by the rain and the elder's gentle wisdom. He wasn't witnessing an end, he was witnessing a transformation. The melancholy he felt was simply his own spirit, recognizing the need for this same quiet cycle within himself. Every creature, every plant, every stone has its season of brilliance and its season of quiet, Naira said, settling beside him under the shelter of a large, overhanging rock. The firefly's brilliant flash is glorious, but it must also have times of darkness to recharge its light. The bear's deep slumber is not laziness, it is a necessary part of its strength. Your restlessness, little hedgehog, is the part of you that fears the quiet. But the quiet is where the most important magic happens. It is where roots grow deep and dreams take shape. High above, through a break in the canopy, the moon, round and benevolent, cast its silver light upon them. The rain softened to a mist, and a gentle breeze arose, carrying the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, cold fragrance of night-blooming flowers. Pip thought of his own burrow, of the store of seeds and the soft bed of dried ferns. He thought of the long, quiet nights ahead, and for the first time he did not see them as empty, but as full of potential. They were a canvas for dreams, a time for his own spirit to draw inward and gather its strength for the season of bloom that would inevitably come. "I understand," Pip whispered, his voice full of wonder. "The ending is part of the story, the rest is part of the song." Naira nodded, her amber eyes glowing with approval. "You have listened well, you have heard the language of the stream, felt the heartbeat of the tree, and understood the sermon of the season. This wisdom is now a part of you." The journey back to his burrow felt different. The same forest that had felt lonely and silent now felt companioned and sacred. He heard the friendly scuttle of a badger settling in for the winter, the soft hoot of another owl far in the distance, the comforting creak of the ancient trees as they settled into their long vigil. The world was not empty, it was full of sleeping life, all dreaming together under the same starlit blanket. When he reached his own cozy burrow, the entrance framed by glowing moss, he paused and looked back at the enchanting, moon-drenched woods. He saw Naira, a silent, wise silhouette against the glimmerwillow's gentle radiance, before she took flight, her wings making a soft whoosh-whoosh through the rain-kissed air. Pip curled up in his nest of ferns, the sounds of the forest, the distant stream's lullaby, the wind's gentle sigh, the occasional plink of a final raindrop, weaving a cocoon of peace around him. The restless pebble in his paw was gone, replaced by a warm, smooth stone of contentment. He was not alone. He was part of the great, breathing, dreaming entity that was Lumen Wood. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in many nights he welcomed the deep, nourishing darkness, knowing it was merely the other side of the light, a necessary and gentle magic all its own. And as he drifted into a dream of springtime and starlit clearings, a soft, happy sigh escaped him, the smallest, most contented sound in the vast, sleeping, wonderfully alive forest. Story 6. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a gentle valley where the river Silverthread sang a constant, murmuring song. It was a place where the ordinary and the magical wove together like threads in a tapestry, where flowers sometimes hummed in harmony with the breeze, and the stars seemed to lean a little closer to listen. On this particular evening, a soft, persistent rain had begun to fall, its rhythmic patter against thatched roofs and leafy canopies, blending with the distant, melodic chimes of the clock tower marking the hour. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of drying lavender and old books filled the air, lived a young woman named Anya. She was known for her quiet ways and her habit of noticing things others overlooked, the way a spider's web caught the light just so, or how the old stone bridge seemed to sigh when the moon rose. Tonight, as she stirred a pot of spiced tea over the hearth, her cat, Pippin, twined around her ankles, purring like a little engine. It had been 3 nights since the strange happenings began. First, old Mr. Hemlock, the baker, swore his prized cuckoo clock had chimed backwards. Then the flowers in the village square, usually a cheerful yellow, had bloomed a soft, perplexing gray. But the most troubling mystery was the stars. Each evening another one seemed to vanish from the sky, leaving behind a tiny, star-shaped patch of deeper darkness. Anya wrapped a woolen shawl around her shoulders and stepped onto her porch. The rain had softened to a drizzle, and the air smelled of wet earth and night-blooming jasmine. Across the lane, the lights in the neighbors' windows glowed like fireflies. She gazed up at the sky, and her breath caught. The constellation known as the Weaver's Shuttle, a delicate spray of 7 stars, was missing its brightest point. A hollowness echoed in the familiar pattern. The next morning, the village was abuzz. In the square, under the gentle ringing of the wind chimes hanging from the ancient oak, people gathered and spoke in hushed, curious tones. "It's the work of the glimmer mist, I tell you," said the elderly gardener, polishing his spectacles. "It steals light when the moon is shy." "Nonsense," replied the miller's wife. "It's the fault of those new fireflies. They're far too bright and have confused the stars." Anya listened, sipping her tea from a warm mug. She didn't believe in mischievous mists or boastful fireflies. She believed in cause and effect, in patterns and connections. As the villagers dispersed, she noticed a small, flustered sparrow hopping near the now gray flower bed. It was chirping not in its usual melody, but in a series of distressed, staccato notes. Kneeling, Anya held out a hand. "What's troubled you, little friend?" The sparrow hopped closer, its tiny head cocked. It wasn't afraid of Anya, few creatures were. She spent her days mending broken wings and offering crumbs of kindness. The sparrow chirped again, and this time Anya heard a pattern, a rhythm that was strangely familiar. It was the tune of an old nursery rhyme, one her own grandmother used to sing to her about the stars. When the silver shuttle breaks, and the golden thread unwinds, seek the map the moonlight makes, for the treasure that it finds. Anya's eyes widened. The Weaver's Shuttle constellation was broken. Could the rhyme be a clue? She spent the afternoon in the village library, a cozy room that smelled of beeswax and parchment. She pored over old maps of the valley and charts of the night sky. On a map drawn by the village's founder, she found a curious feature, a small, star-shaped grove deep in the whispering woods, a place marked with the words, "Where the sky touches the earth." It seemed a promising lead, a place to start. But as she was leaving the library, the clock tower chimed 4 o'clock, and for a single, disorienting second, the chimes rang in reverse order, a descending scale instead of an ascending one. The miller's wife, passing by, clutched her chest. "There you see, backwards time, we're all to become babies again." This was a red herring, Anya felt sure of it, but a delightful one. Instead of fearing it, she followed the sound. The reverse chimes led her not to a temporal paradox, but to the workshop of the clockmaker, a kind, forgetful man named Ilara. He was frantically trying to fix the village's master clock, which was connected to all the others. "It's these gears," he lamented, showing Anya a complex mechanism. "They're made of moon silver and they've become tarnished. When they stick, the chimes falter. It's not time flowing backwards, just an old clock needing a polish." Anya helped him clean the gears with a special sand, and as they worked, she felt a sense of accomplishment. One small mystery solved. The community could rest easier about that, at least. But the missing stars still weighed on her heart. That evening, armed with the old map and a lantern, she ventured into the whispering woods. The trees formed a cathedral of shadows around her, and the only sounds were the gentle squelch of her boots on the damp path and the occasional hoot of an owl. Fireflies drifted around her, their lights pulsing like tiny, friendly stars. She remembered the miller's wife's theory and smiled. They weren't the culprits, but silent companions. After a long walk, she found the star-shaped grove. In its center stood an ancient, towering willow tree, its branches sweeping the ground. And there, nestled in the cradle of its roots, was the most beautiful sight Anya had ever seen. A fawn, no more than a few days old, lay curled up. Its coat was the color of a twilight sky, and nestled within its soft fur, glowing with a gentle, captured light, were the missing stars. They weren't stolen, they were being kept safe. The fawn looked up at Anya with large, liquid eyes that held no fear, only a deep, profound sadness. Anya knelt, her empathy reaching out like a gentle hand. She didn't see a thief, she saw a guardian. "You're protecting them, aren't you?" she whispered. As if in answer, the mother doe stepped from the shadows. In a soft, melodic voice that rustled like leaves, she spoke. "The great storm that passed 3 nights ago, it shook the heavens. My little one was born under that tempest, and the stars, fearing they would be blown out, fell into her cradle for safety. She has a gentle heart, and she has been keeping them warm." Anya understood. The backwards clock, the gray flowers, even the sparrow's rhyme, they were all connected not by malice, but by a disruption in the natural order. The clock moon silver gears were sensitive to celestial imbalances. The flowers grayed in sympathy with the dimmed sky. The sparrow, a friend to the deer, was singing the rhyme as a plea for help, a message passed down through generations about where to find lost celestial light. "The village misses its stars," Anya said softly. "And the sky is lonely without them, but we can help. You don't have to carry this alone." She returned to Willowbrook and gathered the villagers, not with alarm, but with a quiet invitation. She told them the story of the frightened stars and the kind-hearted fawn. The next evening, the entire community walked together into the woods, carrying lanterns and singing the old nursery rhyme. They formed a glowing procession, a river of light flowing into the darkness. In the grove, they surrounded the willow tree. The mother doe watched, her head held high. One by one, the villagers held out their lanterns. "We'll light the way for them," said the baker. "We'll sing them home," said the miller's wife. As the community stood together, their combined warmth and light creating a dome of safety, the fawn slowly uncurled. One by one, the stars, now rested and reassured, drifted up from her fur. They rose like luminous dandelion seeds, weaving through the branches of the willow and back into their places in the velvet sky above. The weaver's shuttle was whole again, its light brighter than ever, reflected in the wide, wondering eyes of the villagers below. The fawn nuzzled its mother, its sadness replaced with a quiet joy. The gray flowers in the village square, feeling the restored harmony, bloomed into a brilliant, joyful gold by the next morning. From that night on, the people of Willowbrook took turns, in pairs, walking to the Star Grove at dusk. They would sit with the fawn and tell stories as the stars came out, ensuring they never felt unsafe again. The bond between the village and the woodland deepened, woven together by shared wonder and a resolved mystery. And as you, dear listener, drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of the gentle rain beginning again on the rooftops, the distant, steady chime of the clock tower, and the soft rustle of the willow tree in the starlit grove. All is well in Willowbrook. The world is safe and kind and full of gentle magic. Let the rhythm of that peace lull you into dreams, where you too can solve mysteries with a caring heart. Story 7. In a quiet valley cupped between sloping hills, there lived a young person named Linden. Linden was quiet too, with a heart that felt things deeply, the sigh of the wind through the pines, the melancholy of a fading sunset, the secret language of growing things. But Linden often felt out of place, like a seed that had been planted in the wrong season, waiting for a sun that never quite arrived. Their own nature felt like a mystery, a package wrapped in too many layers, and they weren't sure they wanted to open it. Linden's small cottage stood at the edge of a wild, sleeping garden. It was not a grand or colorful place, but rather a tangle of gray-green shrubs, old twisting vines, and earth that was mostly stone and clay. It was a garden that had forgotten how to bloom. And in a way, Linden felt they were the same. They went through their days tending to the few potted herbs on their windowsill, walking the misty paths at dawn, and feeling a quiet, persistent longing for something they could not name. The first change happened on a day when the rain fell in a soft, silver drizzle. Linden had been feeling particularly adrift, a lonely boat on a calm but endless sea. Sitting by the window, tracing patterns on the foggy glass, they let out a breath they felt they'd been holding for years. As they did, a faint, shimmering dust, like powdered moonlight, drifted from their fingertips and settled on the dry soil of a dormant lavender plant in a clay pot. Linden, thinking it a trick of the light, paid it no mind. But the next morning, a single, perfect spike of lavender had emerged. It sent a soft, purple promise in the room. Linden stared in wonder. They hadn't watered it. The sun hadn't shone. It was as if the plant had responded to a feeling, the simple, weary act of letting go. Not long after, an old woman appeared at Linden's gate. She was not there one moment, and then she was, as if she had grown from the morning mist itself. Her name was Maeve, and her eyes were the color of rich, turned earth, holding centuries of quiet wisdom. She carried a basket woven from willow stems, and from it came the faint, sweet smell of honey and thyme. "You have a tired garden," Maeve said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "And a tired heart to match, I think." Linden, who was not used to visitors, simply nodded, their throat tight. Maeve did not offer easy solutions or quick fixes. Instead, she sat with Linden on a mossy stone bench and spoke of patience. "All great transformations," she said, "begin in the dark. A seed does not know it is to become a flower. It only knows it must push. A caterpillar does not understand the concept of wings. It only knows it must rest. The most beautiful changes are the ones we cannot see coming." She visited often after that, always arriving when Linden's loneliness felt heaviest. She became a gentle mentor, her presence a steady anchor in Linden's uncertain world. She taught Linden to listen, not with their ears, but with their soul. To feel the thirst of the earth, the dreams of the sleeping bulbs beneath the soil, the subtle music of their own heartbeat. Under Maeve's guidance, Linden began to tend the wild garden not as a chore, but as a conversation. And as they did, more changes began to bloom, both in the garden and in themselves. One afternoon, while carefully untangling the thorny canes of a rose bush, Linden felt a surge of frustration. The thorns pricked their fingers, and the task felt impossible. As a sigh of irritation escaped their lips, a soft, green light pulsed from their palms. Where the light touched the rose, the thorns did not vanish, but they softened, curling inward like sleeping ferns, and the stems grew pliant and easy to weave. It was a small victory, a moment of gentle power. Linden had not conquered the difficulty, they had befriended it. This became the pattern of their days. Small victories, one after another, building like the layers of a cocoon. When Linden felt a spark of courage while defending a nest of fledgling birds from a prowling cat, a patch of hardy, bright-eyed forget-me-nots sprang up overnight along the garden path, their blue petals like tiny shields. When they finally spoke their true mind to a traveling merchant who was being unfair, their voice trembling but clear, the gray moss on the north side of the cottage began to glow with a soft internal gold, as if lit by a captured sunset. Their emotions were no longer things to be locked away, they were pigments, watering the world around them. Anxiety might bring a delicate, silver-filigreed moss. A moment of pure joy would set the air humming with the scent of night-blooming jasmine. The garden was becoming a map of Linden's inner self, a beautiful, non-threatening manifestation of their metamorphosis. Maeve watched it all with a quiet smile. "You are learning the language of your own soul," she told Linden one evening, as fireflies began to blink in the twilight. "It is a language of color and scent and light. You were never broken, my dear. You were only a seed waiting for the right conditions to sprout." The greatest change was yet to come. As the autumn equinox approached, a deep, quiet melancholy settled over Linden. It was not a sad feeling, but a heavy one, a sense of completion and inevitable ending. They felt the urge to withdraw, to be still and quiet. They spent less time actively gardening and more time sitting in the heart of the now blooming paradise, watching the bees drone and the leaves begin to turn. They felt as if they were wrapping themselves in layers of silence, building a cocoon of introspection around their heart. Maeve, seeing this, brought them a blanket woven from the warmest, softest wool the color of cream and honey. "It is time to be still," Maeve said, her hand resting on Linden's head. "The greatest work is done in rest." For days, Linden did little but sleep, read, and sit by the window. The garden, now vibrant and alive, seemed to hold its breath with them. Then one crisp morning, Linden woke with a feeling of profound lightness. They walked out into the garden and they saw it. In the very center, where an old, gnarled apple tree stood, something new had appeared. From the strongest, lowest branch hung a silken pouch, shimmering with every color Linden had ever felt. It was a cocoon, but not one made by any ordinary caterpillar. It was woven from moonlight, dewdrops, and the very essence of Linden's journey. It pulsed with a soft, gentle light, breathing in time with Linden's own breaths. They stood before it not with impatience, but with a deep, abiding peace. They knew what was inside was not a thing to be rushed. It was a promise. Days turned into weeks. The first frost dusted the petals of the late-blooming asters. And then on a morning when the sun rose in a sky of clearest, palest blue, the cocoon began to stir. It didn't rip or tear. It simply unfolded layer by silken layer, like a flower opening to the dawn. And from within emerged not a butterfly with frantic, fluttering wings, but something entirely new. It was a creature of light and air, with wings like stained glass that told the story of a seed, a cocoon, and a garden. It had the calm, ancient eyes of Maeve and the gentle, wondering heart of Linden. It did not fly away. Instead, it drifted to Linden's shoulder, its presence a soft, warm weight, humming a melody that sounded like growth itself. Maeve arrived as the creature settled. She looked at Linden, and her earth-dark eyes shone with pride and love. Linden was different. They stood taller, their movements more fluid. Their once hesitant gaze was now steady and clear. The change was complete, yet it felt utterly natural. "The garden is you, and you are the garden," Maeve said softly. "You learn to tend one, and in doing so, you learn to tend the other." Linden looked around at their world. The lavender whispered of acceptance, the roses spoke of softened difficulties, the forget-me-nots sang of courage, and the golden moss glowed with the warmth of a voice finally used. It was a living tapestry of their becoming. Maeve placed a small, worn pouch in Linden's hand. "Seeds," she said. "For the next season, and for the next traveler who feels like a seed in the wrong soil." Linden understood. This was not an ending. It was a beginning. Their own gentle metamorphosis was complete, but it had equipped them for a new purpose, to be a quiet guide, a tender of sleeping gardens in other hearts. The creature of light on their shoulder hummed its agreement. As the sun climbed higher, washing the valley in gold, Linden felt a profound comfort. Change was not something to be feared. It was the quiet, patient, beautiful work of a seed becoming a forest, of a whisper becoming a song, of a lonely heart learning to bloom. And nestled in that certainty, with the humming light on their shoulder and a pouch of future seeds in their pocket, Linden stood in their vibrant, breathing garden, ready for the gentle, endless beginning of everything that was yet to come. Story 8. Deep within the heart of the world lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots were woven into the very dreams of the earth. Here the moonlight did not merely shine, it pooled in silver puddles between the gnarled roots of sleeping trees, and the darkness was not empty, but full of a gentle, breathing magic. The air itself tasted of damp moss, wet stone, and the sweet, sleepy scent of night-blooming flowers. This was the realm of the night folk. Shy, velvet-pawed badgers trundled along hidden paths. Bats traced silent circles in the velvet sky, their chirps a soft, clicking melody. Foxes with coats the color of autumn leaves moved like whispers through the undergrowth. And in the highest branches of the grandfather oak, the oldest living thing in the forest, lived an owl whose feathers were the soft gray of twilight and whose eyes held the calm of countless seasons. His name was not spoken but known in the heart, a silent, resonant understanding of wisdom and watchfulness. On this particular night, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling a deep and unfamiliar restlessness. The cozy burrow he shared with his family, usually a haven of warmth and soft snuffling sounds, felt too small. The gentle, rhythmic patter of a light rain on the earth above, which normally lulled him to sleep, only made him more awake. A question was blooming in his heart, a thorn of worry he could not name. Quietly, so as not to disturb his slumbering family, Pip pushed aside the curtain of woven roots at his burrow's entrance and stepped out into the silver-drenched night. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a world washed clean and sparkling. Each droplet of water on every leaf and blade of grass caught the moonlight, turning the entire forest into a constellation of tiny, earthbound stars. Pip's small paws sank into the cool, soft moss as he began to walk. He did not know where he was going, only that he needed to move. He listened to the secret language of the forest, a language one must feel rather than hear. The trees spoke in the soft rustle of their leaves, a slow, sighing conversation about the day that had passed and the night that had come. A nearby stream, swollen with the recent rain, babbled over smooth, dark stones, telling endless, looping stories of the mountains from whence it came. The stones themselves, moss-covered and ancient, hummed a low, steady note of permanence, a deep vibration of belonging. It was this feeling of belonging that Pip was seeking. He felt small, a tiny quill-covered creature in a vast, slumbering world. What was his purpose in the great cycle of the Elderwood? His wandering led him to a starlit clearing he had never seen before. In its center stood the grandfather oak, so immense that Pip felt he was looking at a wooden mountain. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the lined face of a kind old sage, and its branches reached up as if to comb the stars from the sky. And there on a low, comfortable branch sat the owl. "Your footsteps sound of questions, little one," the owl said, his voice not a hoot, but a soft, resonant rumble, like distant thunder or stones shifting deep underground. It was a sound that asked for listening, not answering. Pip looked up, his tiny nose twitching. "I don't know what my question is," he admitted, his voice small. "I just feel unrooted, like a leaf floating on the stream, not a stone resting in its bed." The owl blinked his great, luminous eyes slowly. "A leaf sees many wonders on its journey. A stone knows the comfort of home. Both are true, both are needed." He shifted slightly on his perch. "Come, the forest has answers if you know how to listen. Walk with me." The great owl glided silently down to the forest floor, and together he and the small hedgehog began to amble along a path of moon-dappled ferns. The owl did not lecture. He simply pointed with a gentle tilt of his head, and Pip would look. They came first to a stand of slender birch trees, their white bark glowing in the darkness. "Listen," the owl murmured. A soft breeze stirred the leaves, creating a sound like a gentle, constant rainfall. As I trade, as I trade. It was the sound of letting go, of release. "This is the wisdom of autumn," the owl said softly. "The trees are not losing their leaves. They are learning the magic of release, making space for the quiet that must follow. Rest is not emptiness, little Pip. It is potential." Pip thought of his warm burrow, which he had left in search of answers. He had mistaken rest for idleness, but now he heard it in the trees, a necessary, sacred pause. They walked on, and the path descended toward the chattering stream. Here the owl paused again. Fireflies, the forest's living stars, drifted above the water, their green-gold lights blinking in a silent, scattered conversation. The water gurgled and splashed, a cheerful, constant sound that masked a deeper music. "Kneel down," the owl suggested. Pip did, leaning his quilled head close to the water. Beneath the babbling, he could hear it, a deep, resonant hum from the stones in the stream bed. It was a song of foundation, of holding fast while the world flowed endlessly by. It was the same hum he had felt from the mossy stones, a vibration of deep, unwavering presence. "The stones teach us of resilience," the owl said. "They are shaped by the water, smoothed by the seasons, but they remain. They remember the touch of every root, the passage of every creature. Their wisdom is in their stillness." Pip felt a little of his restlessness settle. He was not just a floating leaf. He could also learn to be a stone, to hold a quiet strength within himself. Their journey led them deeper, to a part of the forest where the canopy was so thick the moonlight could only pierce it in slender, silver needles. And there, nestled in the hollow of a great fallen log, was a wonder that made Pip catch his breath. A soft, blue-white light pulsed gently. It was a patch of ghost mushrooms and glowing moss, a bioluminescent garden that painted the darkness with its own gentle radiance. "The forest keeps its brightest lights for its darkest corners," the owl observed. "This is the magic that does not need the sun. It is the light that comes from within, born of the rich, dark soil of experience and decay. It is the promise that even in rest, in silence, in what seems like an ending, there is a beautiful, quiet glow." Pip watched the pulsing light, mesmerized. It was not a blazing fire, but a soft, persistent ember. It required no fanfare. It simply was. As they turned back toward the starlit clearing, a gentle rain began to fall again. But it was different now. To Pip, each drop was a tiny drummer on the broad leaves above, a soothing percussion that accompanied the sighing wind and the distant hum of the stones. It was a natural symphony, and he was no longer an outsider listening in, but a part of the music. They arrived back at the grandfather oak as the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky. Pip looked up at the wise old bird, his heart full. "I think I understand," Pip said quietly. "The rustling trees taught me that rest is a kind of wisdom. The humming stones taught me that I have a foundation of strength inside, and the glowing mushrooms showed me that I carry my own light, even when I feel small and in the dark." The owl nodded, a slow, deep gesture of approval. "The seasons turn within us as they do around us, little one. There is a time to be the bustling stream, full of energy and sound, and there is a time to be the deep, still pool, reflecting the stars. One is not greater than the other. The magic is in knowing which season your heart is in and honoring it." Pip thanked the owl not with words, but with a deep, respectful bow of his head. Then he turned and made his way back to his burrow. The forest sounds were the same, the shh of the wind, the gurgle of the stream, the pitter-patter of the rain. But now he heard them not as separate noises, but as a single comforting voice, the voice of the elderwood itself, singing him home. He slipped back into his burrow, the scent of warm earth and family welcoming him. As he curled into a tight, quilled ball between his sleeping mother and siblings, he felt no restlessness, only a profound sense of peace. He was a leaf on the great stream of the forest, yes, but he was also a stone in its foundation. He was a small creature in a vast world, but he carried within him the quiet, glowing light of the ghost mushrooms, a light that would never truly go out. And outside, as the sun began to rise, the owl watched from his branch, his wise old heart content. Another small soul had listened to the ancient, whispering forest, and had found its place in the eternal, gentle cycle of rest and renewal. The magic of the elderwood had woven another thread into its timeless, cozy tapestry, and all was well. Story 9. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves, there lay a small village known as Starlight Hollow. It was a place where the ordinary and the magical wove together like threads in a well-loved quilt. The village was famous for its Starfall Festival, an annual celebration when the constellations seemed to dip low enough to brush the rooftops, sprinkling the air with silvery dust. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. It began with the stars themselves. Not all of them, mind you, just a handful from the constellation called the Silver Lyre, which usually hung directly above the village square. One by one they began to fade, as though a great, gentle thumb were smudging them from the sky. The villagers noticed, of course. How could they not? The night sky was their oldest friend, their compass, their storybook. Our protagonist, a young woman named Anya, was the village stargazer. She spent her evenings perched in the observatory tower, a cozy round room with a domed glass ceiling, surrounded by star charts, telescopes, and well-worn books of astronomy and folklore. Anya had a quiet way about her, a habit of listening not just with her ears, but with her whole heart. She noticed things others missed, the way the dew settled differently on certain petals, the particular rhythm of the grandfather clock in the square before a rainfall, the hidden meanings in the old nursery, rhymes the grandmothers sang to the children. When the first star began to dim, Anya felt a subtle shift in the night, like a single note falling silent in a familiar song. She mentioned it to the village clockmaker, whose great brass timepiece marked the hours with soft, melodic chimes. He adjusted his spectacles and murmured, "Perhaps the stars are simply tired, my dear. Even they must rest sometime." But then another star faded, and another. The night grew darker in patches, and a soft, collective worry settled over Starlight Hollow. The mayor, a practical man with a kind heart, called a meeting in the town hall. The room was filled with the scent of beeswax candles, and the sound of gentle rain beginning to tap against the stained glass windows. "We cannot have a Starfall festival without the stars," the mayor said, his voice tinged with concern. "Does anyone have any notion of what might be happening?" Suggestions floated through the room like dandelion seeds. Old Finn, the gardener, thought perhaps the flowers were stealing the starlight. His midnight blue lupines had begun to shimmer with an unusual silver glow. Madame Rosalie, the baker, wondered if her new cinnamon star cookies, which she'd been baking in greater and greater quantities, were somehow to blame. She'd noticed that if she left them out on the windowsill, they seemed to gleam with a light of their own. Anya listened to each theory with patience, her eyes soft and thoughtful. She didn't believe the flowers or the cookies were at fault, but she tucked each idea away in her mind like a precious stone. That night, as the rain whispered against her observatory dome, she pored over her star charts. One of them was particularly old, drawn on parchment so thin it felt like moth wings. In the margins, someone long ago had scribbled a nursery rhyme in faded ink. "When the lyre strings go slack and dim, seek the key where light grows slim. Follow the path the rainbows omit, where silent chimes in shadow sit. Turn the clock's hands to the moon, and mend the stars' forgotten tune." Anya read the words aloud, her voice barely a whisper. The rhyme felt like a clue, a message from the past, waiting for the right moment to be understood. The next morning, she decided to follow its guidance. Her first step was to seek the key where light grows slim. She thought of the places in Starlight Hollow where light was scarce, the narrow alley between the library and the town hall, the covered bridge over the creek, the old stone cellar beneath the schoolhouse. She visited each one, her footsteps quiet on the cobblestones. In the cellar, she found nothing but preserved jars of peach jam and a family of sleepy hedgehogs. Under the bridge, she discovered a nest of river stones worn smooth as glass, but no key. It was in the alley, where the sun only reached for a brief hour at midday, that she noticed something odd. The rain from the previous night had left puddles along the cobblestones, and in one particular puddle, a tiny, star-shaped reflection shimmered, though the sky above was blank. Anya knelt, her fingers brushing the cold water. There, nestled between two stones, was a small, tarnished silver key. It was no larger than her thumb, but it hummed with a faint, warm energy. Puzzled but hopeful, she moved to the next line of the rhyme. Follow the path the rainbows omit. Rainbows, she knew, were born from sunlight and rain, but they always arched away from shadow. So she looked for a place where a rainbow would never appear, somewhere too sheltered, too shaded. She thought of the sunken garden, a beautiful little park tucked behind a high hedge, where the sunlight fell in dappled patches, but never quite formed a full arc. The garden was old Finn's pride, filled with flowers that changed color with the time of day, pink at dawn, gold at noon, and violet at dusk. As she entered the garden, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. Old Finn was there, trimming a rosebush with hands as gnarled and gentle as tree roots. "Looking for something, Anya?" he asked, his eyes twinkling. "Maybe," she said with a smile. "I'm following a path the rainbows omit." Finn chuckled. "Well, you've come to the right place. Rainbows avoid this spot, too many trees, too much hedge, but we've our own colors here." He gestured to a bed of flowers that were currently shifting from pale blue to a deep, twilight purple. "Strange, though, these ones haven't been changing right lately. They get stuck sometimes, like a clock that needs winding." Anya's ears pricked at the word clock. The rhyme mentioned turning the clock's hands to the moon. She thanked Finn and continued through the garden, her eyes scanning the shadows. Beneath an ancient oak tree, half hidden by ferns, she found a small, moss-covered pedestal. On it sat a circle of silver wind chimes, perfectly still. They were the silent chimes in shadow from the rhyme. And dangling from the center was a tiny keyhole. Her heart beat a little faster as she fit the silver key into the lock. It turned with a soft, satisfying click. The wind chimes trembled, though there was no breeze, and let out a single, clear note that hung in the air like a dewdrop. Then, from the base of the pedestal, a hidden drawer slid open. Inside lay an old, folded map. The map was drawn in delicate ink, showing Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, but with one curious difference. All the streams and rivers flowed backward, from the sea to the mountains. Anya realized this was no ordinary map. It was a guide to a place where time itself might flow differently. One spot was marked with a small, star-shaped symbol, the glimmerwood, a part of the forest where the trees were said to hold starlight in their bark. But just as she was about to set out for the glimmerwood, a red herring appeared, or so it seemed. Madame Rosalie came hurrying into the garden, her apron dusted with flour. "Anya, you must come to the bakery at once. I've just taken a batch of cinnamon star cookies from the oven, and well, you have to see for yourself." Curious, Anya followed her to the little bakery, where the warm, spicy scent of cinnamon filled the air. On the cooling rack, a dozen cookies lay gleaming, not with the dull glow she'd seen before, but with a brilliant, steady light. "They've never shone like this," Madame Rosalie whispered, her eyes wide. "Do you think, could they be stealing the starlight after all?" Anya picked up a cookie. It was warm and fragrant, and it pulsed gently in her hand, like a tiny heartbeat. She felt a sudden, deep certainty that this was not a theft, but a gift. The cookies weren't taking the starlight, they were storing it, holding it safe. But why? And for whom? She decided to take one of the glowing cookies with her as she followed the backward map into the whispering woods. The path was soft with pine needles, and the air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves and distant wind chimes from the village. Deeper she went until she reached the glimmerwood. Here the trees truly did seem to hold light. Their bark was etched with silvery veins that shimmered even in the shade. In the center of the glimmerwood stood a strange and beautiful sight, a stone clock tower, ancient and overgrown with ivy. Its face had no numbers, only phases of the moon, and its hands were frozen. This, she knew, was the clock from the rhyme. According to the map, this was where time flowed backward, and indeed, as she watched, a fallen leaf lifted from the ground and spiraled back to its branch. Remembering the rhyme, turn the clock's hands to the moon, she reached for the giant hands of the clock. They were cold and heavy, but with all her strength, she moved them until both pointed to the symbol of the full moon. A deep, resonant chime echoed through the woods, and for a moment everything seemed to hold its breath. Then, from between the roots of the oldest tree in the Glimmerwood, a small, shy creature emerged. It was a starling, but not like any bird Anya had ever seen. Its feathers were the color of the night sky, dotted with tiny, glowing specks like stars. It looked at her with eyes that held the light of distant galaxies. The starling hopped closer, and Anya understood. This little being was a starlight keeper, a magical guardian who tended the stars in the sky. But it was lonely, the last of its kind. It had been gathering the fading starlight and storing it in places where it would be safe and appreciated, in the glowing flowers, in the shiny cookies, even in the reflections in the alley puddles. It hadn't meant to cause worry, it only wanted to share the beauty of the stars with the world below, to feel a little less alone. Anya knelt, her heart swelling with empathy. She held out the glowing cookie. The starling pecked at it gently, and as it did, the light from the cookie flowed into the bird's feathers, making them shine even brighter. Then, with a soft, melodic chirp, the starling fluttered up to the highest branch of the tree and began to sing. Its song was like nothing Anya had ever heard, a tune made of moonlight and memory. As it sang, the faded stars in the Silver Lyre constellation began to pulse back to life, one by one, until the whole lyre gleamed brighter than ever before. The starlight spilled down over Starlight Hollow, painting the village in shades of silver and blue. Anya returned to the village just as the Starfall Festival was beginning. The square was filled with laughter and music, and the air was sweet with the smell of cinnamon and night-blooming flowers. She gathered everyone together and told them the story of the lonely Starlight Keeper, of the backward map and the silent chimes, of the glowing cookies and the color-changing flowers. The villagers listened, their faces soft in the starlight. Madame Rosalie promised to bake an extra batch of cinnamon star cookies each week, and leave them in the Glimmerwood for the little bird. Old Finn decided to plant a new garden, a starlight garden, filled with flowers that would bloom only at night to keep the starling company. And the mayor declared that from then on, the Starfall Festival would include a new tradition, a quiet hour of stargazing and storytelling, where everyone would remember that even the stars sometimes needed a friend. That night, as Anya sat in her observatory, watching the fully restored Silver Lyre gleam above, she heard a soft tap at the window. There on the ledge sat the starling, its feathers shimmering. It left a single, glowing feather behind before flying off into the night. Anya placed the feather beside her star charts, a reminder that some mysteries are solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, observation, and a kind heart. And as the gentle rain began to fall again, tapping its rhythm on the glass, and the clock tower chimed the hour with its soft, melodic notes, the village of Starlight Hollow slept peacefully, wrapped in the light of the stars they had helped to mend, dreaming of silver keys and silent chimes, and the friendly little bird who kept the night sky bright. Story 10. The old house on Willow Lane had a particular way of settling in the evening, with floorboards sighing like contented sleepers, and the scent of aged wood and dried lavender clinging to the air. It was in this quiet, dust-moted space that a boy named Leo found himself one autumn afternoon, tasked with the simple chore of fetching a spare quilt from the attic. The attic stairs groaned a gentle protest as he climbed, each step a soft creak that seemed to say, "Mind your head, watch your step." The air up here was different, thicker, filled with the whispers of years gone by. A single round window, its glass rippled with age, cast honeyed sunlight across trunks and towers of forgotten things. Dust danced in the beams, tiny galaxies swirling in the quiet. It was beside an old sea chest, its leather straps brittle with age, that Leo noticed something glinting. Not a sharp, attention-seeking glint, but a soft, patient gleam, like a dewdrop on a spider's web. He knelt, brushing away a layer of soft gray dust to reveal a compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its case was made of a warm, dark wood, polished smooth by countless unknowing hands. The brass around its face was intricately carved with tiny, sleeping animals, a fox with its tail over its nose, a dove with its head under its wing, a bear curled in a ball. The needle itself was not red and black, but a shimmering silver, and it did not point north. It quivered, spinning in a slow, lazy circle before coming to a rest, pointing not at the trunk or the window, but directly at Leo's own heart. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. He could feel his own heartbeat in his fingertips as he picked it up. It was warm, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam for 100 years. As he held it, the needle gave a little shiver and swung away, pointing steadfastly toward the attic's darkest corner. A thrill, not of fear, but of profound curiosity, hummed through him. This was the beginning. The journey was not measured in miles, but in the courage to follow. The corner was a tapestry of shadows, home to a tall grandfather clock that had long forgotten how to tell time. Its oak body was scarred and beautiful, and its glass face was cloudy. As Leo approached, the compass needle trembled violently. He reached out, not knowing why, and gently wiped the grime from the clock's face with his sleeve. A deep, resonant click echoed through the attic, a sound like a great lock turning over. The clock's pendulum, which had been still and silent, gave a single, heavy swing. Talk. From within the clock's cabinet came a voice, dry and rustling like autumn leaves being shuffled. Well now, it murmured. It has been a great many quiet years. You have the looker, I see. The clock door swung open, not with a jerk, but with a slow, graceful sweep. Inside, where the weights should have been, was a creature woven from shadows and old clockwork. It had large, luminous eyes that glowed like embers and long, delicate fingers that clicked softly together. This was the guardian of lost time, and its name was Horolog. The looker. Leo asked, his voice a whisper. It does not look for north or south, Horolog explained, its voice a soothing rhythm. It looks for what is missing, it looks for what needs to be found. Right now it is looking for a key. The needle of the compass had shifted again, now pointing down through the floorboards toward the heart of the house. Leo's journey of courage had begun. It was not a journey through dark forests or over high mountains, but a journey into the unknown corners of his own home, and in turn, his own heart. His first steps led him to the library, a room of towering shelves and the rich, comforting smell of old paper. The compass needle swung toward the highest shelf, far beyond Leo's reach. He dragged the rolling ladder over, its wheels rumbling a low brrr bump across the rug. As he climbed, a soft purr vibrated through the ladder. Curled in a nest of atlases on the top shelf was a magnificent ginger cat with fur the color of marmalade and eyes of deep, knowing green. This was Pippin, the keeper of stories. Trouble with heights, little seeker. Pippin's voice was a warm, rumbling purr. Or trouble with not knowing what you seek. The compass led me here, Leo said, holding it up. The needle pointed directly at Pippin. Pippin blinked slowly. It seeks not a thing but a clue. I know all the stories this house holds. The key you seek is small, made of tarnished silver, and it unlocks a memory, not a door. The last time it was seen, it was falling, with a sound like a tiny, sad bell. A tiny, sad bell. Leo remembered the wind chimes on the back porch. He thanked Pippin, who responded with a soft MRO and began meticulously washing a paw, its purr a comforting engine of sound as Leo descended. The back porch was shrouded in the soft gray light of approaching evening. A gentle breeze, scented with damp earth and night-blooming jasmine, made the wind chimes stir. Ting-a-ling-ling. Plink. They didn't sound sad to him. He held up the compass. The needle spun and then pointed firmly downward, toward the floorboards of the porch. Kneeling, he saw a loose board. His heart hammered again, thump, 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 this time with the fear of splinters and dark, cramped spaces. This was the challenge. It was not a dragon to slay, but a small, dark space to face. He took a deep breath, the scent of jasmine filling him with a strange calm. He would not rip the board up. He would be patient. He found a flat stone and gently, carefully, worked it under the edge of the board, levering it up with a soft, groaning creak. Below was not darkness, but a soft, greenish glow. And a voice, thin and reedy as a blade of grass, said, "Mind the moss, if you please." Peering in, Leo saw a tiny, flourishing garden in the space beneath the porch. Luminescent mushrooms provided the light, and sitting on a toadstool, weaving a cloak of spider silk, was a woman no taller than his thumb. Her hair was like milkweed fluff, and her eyes held the deep, quiet blue of a twilight sky. This was Myrtle, the hearth spirit. "You've been following the looker," she stated, her needle flashing as she sewed. "A brave thing to follow your heart into the dark. Most just close the door and turn on a light." "I'm looking for a key," Leo said. "A small, silver one." Myrtle nodded, her tiny face serious. "It fell through the cracks in the floor long ago during a great shout. It landed in my moss bed with a most unhappy ping. I have kept it safe, for it carries a heavy sorrow." She floated up, her wings humming a soft bzzz like a bumblebee's lullaby, and presented him with the key. It was indeed tarnished and felt cold in his hand. "What does it unlock?" Leo asked. "That," said Myrtle gently, "is the final part of your journey. The looker will guide you." Back in the house, the compass needle was steady and sure, leading him not to a hidden room or a secret passage, but to his grandmother's old writing desk in the living room. The fire in the grate had died to glowing embers that crackled softly. The desk had one small, delicate drawer that had always been locked. No one had known where the key was. Until now. With a hand that trembled only slightly, Leo slid the tarnished silver key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, satisfying click. Inside the drawer was no treasure of gold or jewels. There was only a single, faded photograph and a folded letter. The photograph showed his grandmother as a young woman, laughing, her arm linked with a man Leo had never met, his grandfather, who had passed away long before Leo was born. The letter was in his grandmother's flowing script. It read, "Do not be sad in the quiet rooms. I am in the scent of the lavender, in the sigh of the floorboards, in the warmth of the quilt. I left this for the one who is brave enough to look, not for what is lost, but for what has always been here. Love." Leo understood. The compass, the looker, had not been leading him on a wild goose chase. It had been guiding him on a journey of courage, the courage to explore, to ask questions, to face small darknesses, and ultimately to find comfort. The key didn't unlock a drawer, it unlocked a memory, a feeling, a connection that could never truly be lost. He placed the photograph on the mantelpiece, where the firelight could dance over his grandparents' smiling faces. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket, a warm weight against his heart. The compass, now resting on the desk, had gone still, its needle peaceful. The house settled around him, a symphony of cozy sounds, the gentle tick-tock from the attic where Horolog now kept perfect time, the distant purr of Pippin from the library, the faint, sweet ting-a-ling of the wind chimes on the porch. He pulled the spare quilt from the trunk, its fabric soft and familiar, and wrapped it around his shoulders. He had not traveled far, but he had journeyed deep into the heart of his home and found it full of extraordinary, gentle secrets. And as he sat by the warm embers of the fire, he knew the greatest magic of all was not in the compass or the key, but in the quiet, enduring courage to seek and to find the love that is always, always there, waiting to be rediscovered. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight filtered through the ancient canopy like liquid silver, there existed a forest that never truly slept. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a different kind of life stirred, a gentle, nocturnal world where magic hummed in the very air and every leaf held a story. On this particular evening, a young fox named Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing, his russet fur brushed with moonbeams. He'd been restless for days, his thoughts tangled like briars. The other forest creatures had noticed his unease, the way his ears drooped and his steps lacked their usual spring. A soft rustling came from the mossy bank beside him. "The night seems heavy on your shoulders tonight, little one," murmured a voice as smooth as worn stone. It was Alaric, the great horned owl who made his home in the hollow of a 1,000-year-old oak. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "I can't find peace," Rowan confessed, his voice barely louder than the rustle of leaves. "Everything feels out of rhythm." Alaric blinked slowly. "Perhaps you've forgotten how to listen. Come, walk with me." Together they ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees stood so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. As they walked, Alaric taught Rowan the first lesson of the night, how to hear the secret language of the forest. "Lean close to this birch," the owl whispered. Rowan pressed his ear against the cool, papery bark and heard a faint humming, like a distant melody. "She's singing the song of moonrise," Alaric explained. "Each tree has its own voice. The oak tells sturdy tales of endurance, the willow weeps sweet stories of letting go, the pine shares secrets of eternal hope." Further along their path, they came to a stream that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. "Kneel here," Alaric instructed. Rowan dipped his paw into the water and felt the current's gentle pulse. "The stream speaks in ripples and reflections," the owl said. "It carries messages from the mountain tops to the valley below, reminding us that all things flow in their proper time." Then Alaric had Rowan place his palm flat against a large, moss-covered stone near the water's edge. The stone felt surprisingly warm, and a deep vibration traveled up the fox's leg. "The stones remember everything," Alaric said. "They hold the memories of centuries in their silent hearts. They teach us about stillness and strength." As they continued, the forest began to reveal its magical inhabitants. Fireflies blinked in intricate patterns, spelling out ancient greetings in their golden light. Pale mushrooms glowed with soft blue bioluminescence, marking paths only the night creatures could follow. Once a family of hedgehogs crossed their path, their quills dusted with starlight, nodding solemnly as they passed. "Where are we going?" Rowan asked as they climbed a gentle slope carpeted with pine needles. "To the place of moon petals," Alaric replied. "But the journey matters as much as the destination. Notice how the night changes around us." Indeed, Rowan began to perceive the subtle shifts. The wind moved through different trees with distinct voices, a sigh through the pines, a whisper through the aspens, a hush through the firs. Rain began to fall, not a storm but a gentle shower that pattered rhythmically on leaves, each droplet playing its part in nature's symphony. The scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers rose around them, a perfume that smelled of secrets and solace. They reached a grove where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center grew flowers unlike any Rowan had seen. Their petals were the color of moonlight and seemed to drink the silver glow from the air itself. "These are the moon petals," Alaric said. "They bloom only when the forest is in harmony. Lately, their light has been dimming." Rowan looked closely and saw that indeed, the flowers glowed only faintly, like distant stars veiled by clouds. Why? The seasons must turn in their proper rhythm, the owl explained, perching on a low branch. Just as creatures need both waking and sleeping, the forest needs both activity and rest. Lately, the nocturnal folk have been forgetting the importance of quiet contemplation. Even in our nighttime world, we need moments of stillness. As if to demonstrate, Alaric fell silent, and in that pause Rowan heard the true music of the night, the soft hoot of another owl far away, the rustle of mice in the undergrowth, the wind composing poetry as it moved through the trees. I've been so busy chasing through the nights, Rowan realized aloud. I haven't truly rested in moons. Alaric nodded. Rest isn't emptiness, it's the space where wisdom grows. Watch. The owl focused his gaze on the moon petals, and as he did, Rowan noticed other creatures emerging from the shadows. A badger with silver stripes on her back, a family of raccoons whose eyes shone like polished stones, even a sleek pine marten who moved with liquid grace, all gathered around the flowers, sitting in quiet reverence. Then something remarkable began to happen. Each creature in the circle closed their eyes and breathed in unison, a soft, sighing breath that seemed to harmonize with the forest itself. As they sat in collective meditation, the moon petals began to brighten, their glow intensifying until the entire clearing was bathed in soft, silvery light. They're sharing their stillness, Rowan whispered in awe. Just so, Alaric said. The magic of seasons isn't about controlling nature, but flowing with it. Winter's rest makes spring's bloom possible. Night's quiet makes day's activity meaningful. Rowan joined the circle, finding a place between the badger and the pine marten. He closed his eyes and let the sounds of the forest wash over him, the gentle rainfall, the babbling of the nearby stream, the wind moving through leaves with a sound like distant ocean waves. For the first time in weeks, his mind grew quiet, his restless thoughts settling like leaves floating to a forest floor. When he opened his eyes, the moon petals shone with such brilliance that their light reached the highest branches of the surrounding trees. The bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed in response, and the fireflies danced in joyful patterns overhead. You see, Alaric said softly, the forest was never out of rhythm. You had simply forgotten how to dance to its music. The tension you felt was your own resistance to the natural cycles of rest and renewal. The creatures began to disperse, moving silently back into the woods, each carrying a piece of the moon petals' glow in their hearts. Rowan noticed that his own fur seemed touched by the silvery light, and he felt a profound peace that settled deep in his bones. As they made their way back through the woods, everything seemed different to Rowan. The trees' whispers now sounded like gentle guidance, rather than mysterious secrets. The stream's babbling spoke of perseverance and patience. Even the stones seemed to radiate comfort and stability. When they reached the familiar clearing where they'd begun their journey, dawn was tinting the eastern sky with shades of lavender and rose. Remember this night, Alaric said, his feathers catching the first hints of morning light. The forest will always share its wisdom if you approach with an open heart. The magic was never hidden. It was waiting for you to become still enough to notice it. Rowan watched the owl glide silently back to his oak tree, then turned to see the sun cresting the distant hills. He found a soft patch of moss beneath a sheltering cedar and curled into a ball, the lingering silver glow of the moon petals still warming his fur. As he drifted into daytime dreams, the young fox understood that he carried within him now the forest's greatest secret. That true magic blooms in the quiet spaces between activities, that wisdom speaks in whispers rather than shouts, and that every ending contains the seed of a new beginning, just as night always gives way to morning, and rest always prepares us for renewal. And high in his oak tree, Alaric watched over the sleeping fox, his wise old heart swelling with the simple joy of having shared the night's gentle mysteries with one who was finally ready to listen. Story 12. In the velvet expanse where starlight weaves tapestries across the cosmos, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of quiet wonder, a delicate structure of spun crystal and whispered alloys that orbited a gentle, rose-colored nebula. Its gardens bloomed with flora that hummed soft lullabies, and its viewports opened to the endless ballet of celestial bodies. It was here that two souls, as different as fire and water, found one another. Kalen was from the world of Luminara, a being whose form was like that of woven moonlight. His skin shifted in soft, pearlescent patterns, and when he spoke, it was not with words but with a cascade of colors that bloomed in the air around him. Azure for curiosity, gold for joy, silver for contemplation. He had come to the Starlight Haven to study the gentle rhythms of the nebula, to listen to the stories the stars told in their slow, graceful dances. Then there was Rin, a traveler from the planet Veridia, a world of deep forests and resonant harmonies. Rin's body was sturdy and covered in bark-like skin, with clusters of crystalline leaves that chimed softly with every movement. His voice was a melody, a series of harmonic tones that conveyed meaning through pitch and resonance. He had arrived at the haven seeking refuge after his ship was damaged by a passing comet shower, his heart heavy with loneliness. Their first meeting was one of startled confusion. Kalen, upon seeing the unfamiliar being, flushed a nervous lavender, his colors swirling in protective patterns. Rin, in turn, rang out a series of sharp, discordant notes. They retreated to opposite ends of the observatory, each uncertain of the other. But the Starlight Haven was a place that encouraged curiosity. In its central garden, where glowing moss carpeted the ground and floating orbs of light drifted like sleepy fireflies, they found themselves drawn to the same quiet bench overlooking a viewport. For a long while they simply sat in silence, Kalen's colors shifting slowly, Rin's leaves emitting a soft, uncertain hum. It was Kalen who made the first attempt at connection. He noticed that Rin's harmonic tones softened whenever he looked at the nebula outside, and so Kalen let his own colors melt into a warm, rosy hue, the shade of Luminara's twin suns at dusk, a color that meant peace in his people's visual language. Rin, sensing the shift, responded with a low, resonant chord, the Veridian equivalent of a tentative smile. Slowly, carefully, they began to build a bridge between their worlds. They discovered that by combining their unique forms of expression, they could create something beautiful. Kalen would paint the air with shimmering colors, and Rin would weave harmonies through them, creating brief, dazzling symphonies of light and sound that danced in the garden. They learned to understand each other's emotions, Kalen's deep indigo for sadness, Rin's minor key for worry, and in doing so they began to care for one another. Together they decided to create a shared sanctuary within the haven, a place that was truly theirs. They chose a secluded chamber with a domed crystal ceiling that offered a panoramic view of the nebula. Kalen brought cuttings from the luminous plants in the garden, while Rin used his knowledge of resonance to tune the crystals in the walls so that they amplified the gentle hum of the flora. They called it the Empathy Glade, a place where their two forms of communication could merge into one serene experience. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of gentle laughter. One afternoon, Kalen noticed that Rin's leaves had begun to droop, their chimes growing faint. Concerned, he flooded the glade with a bright, sunny yellow, the Luminaran color for Are You Well? To Rin, however, that particular shade was uncomfortably bright, reminiscent of Veridia's harsh, dry season. He recoiled, his leaves clattering in alarm. Kalen, confused, intensified the color, thinking Rin hadn't understood. It was only when Rin managed to chime out a shaky but clear melody, a Veridian folk tune about the relief of shade after a long drought, that Kalen understood. He softened his glow into a cool, soothing blue, and Rin's leaves stilled, their chimes returning to a contented hum. They spent the rest of that day developing a shared palette, colors and chords that meant the same thing to both of them. Another time, Rin tried to share his gratitude by offering Kalen a nutrient-rich paste that Veridians considered a great delicacy. To Kalen, who absorbed sustenance from light, the substance was utterly foreign. He took a polite small touch, but his colors flickered in a nauseated green. Rin's laughter was a series of bell-like chimes. He then showed Kalen how to suspend the paste in a beam of light, where it glittered like crushed gems, becoming a beautiful decoration rather than a failed meal. These moments of cultural collision never drove them apart. Instead, they wove their differences into the fabric of their friendship, each misunderstanding a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. Their favorite ritual was to sit together in the empathy glade during the observatory's night cycle, when the nebula outside bloomed with especially vibrant colors. They would watch distant stars being born in swirls of cosmic dust, and in the quiet, they didn't need colors or chords. They simply sat side by side, Rin leaves occasionally brushing against Kalen's shimmering form, a silent acknowledgement of their bond. One evening, as they watched a particularly brilliant star pulse with light, Kalen felt a deep, resonant hum from Rin, a frequency he had come to recognize as the Viridian expression of awe. In response, Kalen let his own light glow in a soft, pulsing rhythm that matched the star's heartbeat. In that moment, they weren't a Luminaran and a Viridian. They were simply two friends, sharing a moment of beauty in the vast, quiet universe. The time came when Rin's ship was repaired, and he knew he would soon have to return to Viridia. A somber mood settled over the empathy glade. Kalen's light dimmed to a soft gray, and Rin's melodies turned slow and mournful. On Rin's last night they sat together in their glade, the nebula outside blazing with a farewell display of violet and gold. Neither used their colors or chords. They simply sat, hands clasped, Rin's sturdy, leaf-adorned fingers wrapped gently around Kalen's luminous ones. Then Rin began a new melody, one Kalen had never heard before. It was a song of promise, a harmonic pattern that repeated and evolved, speaking of return and enduring friendship. As he played, Kalen felt the meaning not in his mind, but in his heart, a warm, steady certainty that this was not an end. In reply, Kalen focused all his light into a single, steady beam of brilliant gold, projecting it toward the stars. It was a Luminaran beacon, a vow that his light would always guide his friend home. Rin left at dawn, his ship disappearing into the starlight. But the empathy glade remained, more beautiful than ever. Kalen tended to it daily, and sometimes when the conditions were just right, the tuned crystals in the walls would resonate with a faint, familiar harmony, a distant echo of Rin's song carried across the light years. And on the clearest nights when the nebula shone especially bright, Kalen would sit in their glade, his light glowing in soft, contented patterns, watching the stars and knowing that somewhere among them, his friend was watching too, their friendship a quiet, constant light in the dark, a testament that kindness needs no translation, and that the universe, in all its infinite wonder, is smaller and warmer when you have a friend to share it with. Story 13. The attic had always been a place of whispers and shadows, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light and forgotten treasures slept beneath linen sheets. It was there, on a day when rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the roof, that a young girl named Clara found herself drawn to a small, forgotten trunk tucked beneath the eaves. Creak went the trunk's lid as she lifted it, the sound like an old friend stirring from a long nap. Inside, nestled between a moth-eaten blanket and a bundle of yellowed letters tied with faded ribbon, lay a small wooden music box. It was no larger than her hand, carved with intricate patterns of ivy and stars, and it smelled faintly of cedar and memories. Clara lifted it carefully, her fingers tracing the patterns. There was no key to wind it, no visible mechanism, just a smooth, polished surface that felt warm, as if it had been waiting for her. She carried it down to her room, where her ginger cat, Marmalade, was purring like a tiny engine on the window seat, and placed it on her bedside table. That evening, as firelight flickered across her walls and the rain softened to a distant pitter-patter, Clara noticed something peculiar. The music box began to glow with a soft, golden light, and from within came a sound like tiny silver bells. Ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling. Then a voice, small and slightly squeaky, as if it hadn't been used in a very long time, spoke. "Well now," it said, "it's about time." Clara leaned closer. "Who's there?" A tiny door on the side of the music box swung open, and out stepped a creature no taller than her thumb. He had a long, kind face, spectacles perched on his nose, and was dressed in a waistcoat made of what appeared to be dried leaves. He bowed deeply. "Alistair," he announced, "keeper of melodies and guardian of lost tunes, at your service." He adjusted his spectacles. "And you must be the one who hears the music." "I don't hear any music," Clara said softly, not wanting to startle him. "Ah, but you will," Alistair replied, his eyes twinkling. "The music is trapped, you see, scattered. It needs to be remembered before the box can sing again. It is a journey, but not one measured in miles. It is a journey of the heart." Just then Marmalade padded over, his purr rumbling like a little thunderstorm. He sniffed the music box, his whiskers twitching. "A fine beast," Alistair said, nodding approvingly. "Cats are excellent listeners. He may be of help." And so began Clara's gentle adventure. Alistair explained that the music box contained a lullaby meant to soothe restless dreams, but its melody had been lost to neglect. To restore it, Clara would need to find 3 missing notes, each hidden in a memory of kindness. "The first note," Alistair said, his voice a soft whisper, "is hidden in a moment of patience." Clara closed her eyes, thinking. She remembered a time, just the week before, when her little brother had been struggling to tie his shoelaces. He'd been on the verge of tears, his small fingers fumbling with the loops. Instead of doing it for him, Clara had sat with him on the bottom step of the stairs, the old wood warm beneath them, and shown him slowly, again and again, her voice calm and encouraging. When he'd finally managed a wobbly bow, his smile had been brighter than the sun. As she remembered this, a soft, clear note, like a single drop of water falling into a still pond, plinked from the music box. A tiny, shimmering light, blue as a forget-me-not, floated into the air and settled inside the box. "Well done," Alistair said, beaming. "One note remembered." The second note, he told her, was hidden in a moment of cleverness. Clara thought harder. She recalled a rainy afternoon much like this one, when she'd found a baby bird that had fallen from its nest. The mother bird was chirping frantically from a high branch, and the little one was too young to fly. Clara hadn't known what to do. But then she'd had an idea. She found an old wicker basket in the garden shed, lined it with soft moss and dried grass, and with the help of her father, secured it safely in the tree, close to the original nest. The mother bird had immediately flown to it, her chirps now sounding like songs of thanks. As this memory filled her mind, a second note, warm and golden like honey, hummed from the music box. A golden light joined the blue one inside, swirling gently. "2 notes found," Alistair said, his voice filled with pride. "The music is beginning to remember itself." But the third note proved more difficult. It was hidden, Alistair explained, in a moment of kindness given without any thought of reward. Clara thought of all the times she had shared her toys, or helped set the table, or given a hug. But each time a tiny, hopeful part of her had expected a thank you, or a smile in return. The memory had to be pure, a kindness so quiet and selfless that it had been almost forgotten. She sat on her rug, the fire crackling softly, Marmalade purring in her lap. She thought and thought, but the memory wouldn't come. A feeling of uncertainty began to creep in. What if she couldn't find it? What if the music remained unfinished forever? Alistair, sensing her distress, sat on the edge of the music box, his little legs dangling. "Do not fret," he said gently. "The hardest notes to find are often the most beautiful. Sometimes you must stop looking with your eyes and start listening with your heart. Just then, a faint skitter-scratch sound came from the corner of the room. A small, timid field mouse with bright, nervous eyes peeked out from behind a bookshelf. Marmalade's ears pricked up, but Clara gently stroked his head, and he settled back into his purring. The mouse, seeing it was safe, ventured a little closer. It was shivering. "He's cold," Clara whispered. Without a second thought, she carefully broke off a small corner of the ginger cookie from her bedside plate and placed it on the floor. Then she took a scrap of soft yarn from her knitting basket and pushed it gently toward the mouse with her foot. The mouse looked at her, its nose twitching. It took the yarn in its teeth, dragged it back to its hiding spot, and then returned for the cookie, nibbling it gratefully before disappearing. Clara had done it without thinking, without expecting anything. She had simply seen a creature in need and responded with a quiet, instinctive kindness. And then it happened. A third note, deep and resonant and green as a forest in spring, sang from the music box. It was the most beautiful sound Clara had ever heard. The green light joined the blue and the gold, and the three notes began to weave together, swirling and dancing inside the carved wooden box. Ting-ailing, hum, plink, sing. The notes found their order, their rhythm, their harmony. They spun a melody so soft and soothing that it seemed to wrap the entire room in a cozy blanket of sound. It was the lullaby, the lost tune of the music box, now remembered and whole. The golden glow from the box brightened, filling the room with a peaceful, warm light. Alistair stood and bowed once more, his smile wide and joyful. "The music is restored," he said. "And so is its purpose. It will now play for any who need a gentle dream, a quiet moment, or a reminder that the greatest adventures are the ones we take inside ourselves." He tipped his leaf-made hat, stepped back into the music box, and the little door clicked shut. The melody continued to play, a soft, endless stream of comfort that blended with the purring of the cat and the gentle hiss and pop of the dying fire. Clara climbed into bed, the lullaby washing over her. She felt a profound sense of peace. She had journeyed not through forests or over mountains, but through the landscape of her own heart, and she had discovered that the most powerful magic was not in grand spells or epic quests, but in the small, everyday acts of patience, cleverness, and selfless kindness. The music box played on, its song a promise that even in the quietest moments, in the most ordinary of places, extraordinary secrets await those who are willing to listen. And as Clara drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, the last thing she heard was the soft, silver bell of the melody, singing her a promise of comfort that would last long after the fire had turned to embers and the moon had climbed high into the star-dusted sky. Story 14. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like a host of friendly spirits. Shadows flickered and swayed upon the walls, and in their gentle motion there lived a story of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and the light we all carry within. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and an ancient forest, there lived a boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight and hair the shade of oak bark. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Kalen preferred the company of the forest's edge, where he would sit for hours, listening to the wind whisper through the pines and watching the squirrels dart between branches. Kalen felt a certain loneliness, a hollow space inside his chest that the village laughter could not quite fill. He felt different, as if he were waiting for something, though he did not know what. His grandmother, a woman with silver hair and hands gnarled like tree roots, would often find him there at the forest's edge. "You listen to a different song, my dear," she would say, her voice a soft rustle of dry leaves. "One that others have forgotten how to hear." One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun bled gold and orange across the sky, something peculiar happened. Kalen was tracing the veins of a fallen maple leaf when a sharp, sudden sadness gripped him. A tear escaped his eye and traced a cool path down his cheek. As it landed upon his open palm, a most wondrous thing occurred. The tear did not soak into his skin. Instead, it shimmered, gathering the fading sunlight, and began to glow with a soft, warm amber light, like a tiny ember plucked from the heart of a fire. He stared, his breath catching in his throat. He closed his fingers around it, and the light pulsed gently, radiating a comforting warmth that seeped into his bones and soothed the lonely ache in his chest. He opened his hand, and the ember tear still glowed, a tiny, steady beacon in his palm. He ran home, his heart thrumming like a hummingbird's wings, and showed his grandmother. She did not gasp or scold. She simply smiled, her old eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ah," she said, her voice full of a deep, knowing warmth. "It has awakened, the ember heart. It runs in our bloodline, though it sleeps in most. It is the ability to turn deep feeling into gentle light." "What do I do with it?" Kalen whispered, mesmerized by the pulsing glow. "You follow where it leads," she said, pointing a crooked finger towards the darkening line of the ancient forest. "When the heart's light awakens, the world that needs it most will call. Listen, you will know." That night, Kalen could not sleep. The ember in his palm, which had faded with his calm, now rested as a faint, warm tattoo on his skin. He lay in his bed, listening to the house settle and the wind sing its lonely song outside. And then he heard it. A sound so faint it was more a feeling than a noise, a gentle, melodic humming that seemed to vibrate from the very forest itself. It was a call, a thread of sound pulling at the warm spot on his palm. Quietly he slipped from his bed, pulled on his warmest tunic, and crept out into the cold night. The moon was a sliver of silver, and the world was painted in shades of blue and black. But from his palm, a soft amber light began to emanate once more, pushing back the darkness just enough to see the path ahead. It was as if the light itself was a compass, glowing brighter when he faced the forest, dimming when he looked back towards the village. Taking a deep breath of the pine-scented air, Kalen stepped into the embrace of the trees. The journey through the forest in the dead of night was a tapestry of sounds and sensations. His emberlight cast long, dancing shadows that made the familiar trees seem like ancient, watchful giants. Twigs snapped under his boots, a sound like tiny bones breaking. An owl hooted somewhere high above, its call a question in the dark. The wind, which had been a whisper from his window, was now a chorus, rustling millions of leaves into a sound like the sea. He felt small, but the warm, steady pulse in his hand was a constant companion, a piece of home he carried with him. He walked for what felt like hours, the path becoming fainter, the undergrowth thicker. Doubt began to creep in, cold and sharp. What was he doing? Was this just a foolish dream? As fear tightened its grip, the light in his palm flickered, dimming to a faint glow. Just as he was about to turn back, a movement caught his eye. A pair of luminous, silver orbs blinked at him from behind a thick holly bush. He froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. The creature stepped into the circle of his fading light. It was a fox, but unlike any fox he had ever seen. Its fur was the color of freshly fallen snow, and its eyes held the sharp, intelligent gleam of polished moonlight. Around its neck was a delicate collar of woven vines, and what looked like dewdrops that glittered with their own inner light. The fox did not run. It tilted its head, studying Kalen with an unnerving intensity. Then it took a step closer, and a low, soft whine escaped its throat. It was a sound of profound sorrow. Kalen's fear melted away, replaced by a surge of compassion. He slowly knelt, holding out his open palm. The fox flinched back for a moment, then crept forward, its nose twitching. It sniffed at the warm light, and as it did, Kalen felt a wave of the creature's loneliness and fear, a mirror of his own. A single tear born of this shared understanding welled in his eye and fell. It hit the mossy ground between them and burst into a small, bright ember that glowed with a comforting intensity. The white fox looked from the new ember to Kalen's face, and its entire demeanor changed. The sorrow in its eyes softened into curiosity, and then into a tentative trust. It let out a soft, chuffing sound and nudged Kalen's hand with its cold, wet nose. "Are you lost too?" Kalen whispered. The fox turned and took a few steps, then looked back over its shoulder, its silver eyes beckoning. It seemed to understand. This was not just Kalen's journey anymore. An unexpected friendship had been kindled in the dark of the forest, warmer and brighter than any solitary light. With the white fox trotting silently at his side, Kalen felt his courage return. The ember in his palm glowed steadily once more, its light now reflecting in the fox's wise eyes. They traveled deeper, the forest growing stranger and more beautiful. Trees with bark that shimmered like mother-of-pearl appeared, and flowers that were closed by day now bloomed, their petals glowing with soft bioluminescence in blues and greens. The very air felt different, thicker, sweeter, humming with a magic that was old and deep. Finally, they arrived at a place where the trees formed a perfect, natural archway, woven together with glowing ivy. Through the arch, Kalen could see a sight that stole his breath away. It was a hidden glade, bathed in the soft, ethereal light of countless floating orbs that drifted like sleepy fireflies. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wider than a cottage, and its branches so high they seemed to scrape the stars. But the tree was sickly. Its leaves, which should have been a vibrant silver, were dull and drooping, and many of its branches were bare and brittle. A deep, resonant sadness seemed to emanate from it, a vibration that made the air tremble. This was the source of the call. This was the world that needed his light. As he and the fox stepped into the glade, other creatures emerged from the shadows. There were rabbits with fur like moss, owls with feathers like polished stone, and small, shy sprites that hovered on dragonfly wings. They all looked towards the great tree with expressions of deep concern, and then they looked at Kalen, their eyes filled with a desperate hope. An old badger, his stripes faded with age, waddled forward. His voice was a low, gravelly rumble. "The heartwood tree is fading," he said, his gaze fixed on Kalen's glowing palm. "Its light, which nourishes our hidden world, is dying. We have felt the stirring of a new ember heart, a human heart. We hoped, we prayed you would come." "What can I do?" Kalen asked, his voice small in the vast, sad glade. "The tree feeds on warmth, on true and selfless emotion," the badger explained. "Over the long years it has grown cold, its heart choked by forgotten joys and neglected sorrows. It cannot feel any more. You must rekindle its heart." Kalen looked from the ancient badger to the sorrowful faces of the creatures, and finally to the white fox, who sat loyally by his side, offering its silent support. The task felt immense, impossible for a quiet, lonely boy. How could his small feelings heal something so vast and ancient? He walked slowly towards the great heartwood tree, placing his hand upon its rough, cold bark. He closed his eyes and concentrated, thinking of the happiest moment he could recall, a summer day spent with his grandmother, baking honey cakes, the kitchen filled with warmth and sweetness. A tear of joyful memory formed and fell onto the tree's root. It sizzled for a moment, glowing, and a tiny patch of bark near the root warmed slightly. It was something, but it was like trying to warm a frozen lake with a single match. He tried again, thinking of his loneliness, his feeling of being an outsider. A tear of sadness fell, and another small patch of bark warmed. But their effect was local, fleeting. The tree's immense sorrow was a deep, frozen well, and he was only tossing in pebbles. Discouragement washed over him. The light in his palm flickered uncertainly. He was not enough. He sat down at the base of the tree, leaning against its cold trunk, and the white fox came and laid its head in his lap, offering its quiet comfort. As he sat there, petting the fox's soft fur, he wasn't trying to produce a feeling. He was simply being. He felt a genuine gratitude for this strange, loyal companion who had found him in the dark. He felt a sense of awe for this beautiful, hidden world. He felt a deep, resonant compassion for this ancient tree and all the creatures who depended on it. These were not emotions he summoned. They simply were, rising from his heart like clear water from a spring. And as these authentic, unforced feelings flowed through him, his ember heart responded. It wasn't a single tear that fell, but a soft, steady glow that enveloped him and the fox in a warm amber halo. The light spread from them, flowing up his back where he touched the tree and seeping into the bark. This was different. This was not a forced offering, but a shared state of being. The tree shuddered. A deep groaning sound echoed from its core, like ice cracking on a pond in early spring. A pulse of light, faint at first, like a distant star, flickered deep within the trunk. Then another, and another. Kalen understood now. It wasn't about giving the tree big, dramatic emotions. It was about connection. It was about sharing his true, quiet heart. He began to speak, his voice barely a whisper, telling the tree his story. He spoke of his loneliness, his walks in the forest, his grandmother's stories. He spoke of his fear when he first saw his light, and his wonder when he met the fox. He did not try to cry, he simply shared his authentic self, his small human journey. With every word, with every genuine feeling that passed from him into the tree, the light within the trunk grew stronger. The patches of warmth on the bark spread, connecting, flowing up the trunk and out along the branches. The dull, drooping leaves began to shimmer, regaining their silver brilliance. One by one, the bare branches swelled with new buds, which unfurled into leaves that chimed softly like tiny silver bells in the magic-laden air. The entire glade was transforming. The floating orbs brightened, casting a gentle, golden radiance. The flowers glowed more vibrantly, and a wave of palpable relief and joy swept through the gathered creatures. The deep, resonant sadness was replaced by a profound, thrumming peace. The heartwood tree was healed. Kalen stood, his body humming with a tired exhilaration. The white fox brushed against his legs, its tail held high. The old badger approached and bowed his head deeply. "You have not just given it light ember heart," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You have given it a friend, you have reminded it what it feels like to be known." Kalen looked at his palm. The ember light was no longer a separate thing, a tool he used. It was simply a part of him, glowing with a calm, steady warmth that mirrored the now gentle light pulsing within the heartwood tree. The hollow loneliness in his chest was gone, filled to overflowing with the love of his new friend, the gratitude of the glade, and the quiet confidence of having faced his fears and found his strength. The journey back, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky with watercolor hues of pink and lavender, was a different experience. The forest was no longer a place of dark mystery, but a welcoming home. The white fox walked with him all the way to the village edge. There it stopped, looking at him with its luminous silver eyes. It gave one last soft chuff, then turned and melted back into the trees, a flash of white in the growing light. Kalen knew he would see his friend again. The hidden world was now a part of him, and he was a part of it. He slipped back into his quiet house as the village began to stir. His grandmother was sitting by the cold hearth, a knowing smile on her face. She didn't ask where he had been. She simply opened her arms and he went to her, resting his head on her shoulder. "The hollow space is gone," he murmured. "Of course it is, my dear," she said, stroking his hair. "You filled it with your own light." That day and all the days that followed, Kalen was changed. He was still quiet, still thoughtful, but the loneliness had been transformed. He now carried within him the warmth of the heartwood tree, the loyalty of a white fox, and the memory of a world that thrived on kindness and connection. He found he could smile more easily, could join the other children's games without feeling apart from them. He had learned that the greatest journeys are not those that take us over mountains and through dark forests, but those that lead us inward, to the steady, ember-bright core of our own hearts. And sometimes, on clear, quiet nights, he would walk to the edge of the forest. He would hold out his palm, and it would glow with its gentle, amber light. From the deep shadows, a pair of silver eyes would gleam back, and a flash of white fur would appear just for a moment, a silent reminder of a friendship that warmed the heart, and a light that would never, ever go out. So, as the fire in the hearth now dwindles to a bed of glowing coals, and the room is filled with a soft, peaceful darkness, remember Kalen's story. Remember that within you, too, there is a light. It may not glow like an ember in your hand, but it burns just as steady and true in the kindness you show, the love you share, and the quiet courage you find when you listen to the song of your own heart. Carry that warmth with you into your dreams and sleep, dear listener, sleep deeply and peacefully, wrapped in the gentle certainty that you are never truly alone. The story is told, the fire whispers its last, and the night holds you safe. Story 15. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the room in patterns of gold and shadow. The warmth seeped into the very air, wrapping around you like a soft, familiar blanket. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle counterpoint to the fire's soft hiss and pop. It is on a night like this, when the world feels hushed and full of secrets, that the best stories are born. So lean back, close your eyes, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a friendship that glowed with the gentle light of embers in the dark. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a great, ancient forest. Leo was a quiet child with a heart that noticed things others often missed, the way the morning dew clung to a spider's web like a string of pearls, the particular scent of the air just before a snowfall, the hidden language of the birds. But for all his noticing, Leo often felt a little lonely. His thoughts were like a room full of treasures that he had no one to show. His grandfather, a kind man with hands weathered from a life of woodworking and gardening, understood this about him. One evening, as the autumn sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and burnt orange, his grandfather called him to the fireplace. "Leo," he said, his voice a low, warm rumble, "I have something for you." From the pocket of his worn waistcoat, he drew a small, smooth stone. It was unremarkable at first glance, a river stone of deep gray. But as Leo took it in his palm, he felt a surprising warmth radiating from its center. "This is a glimmerstone," his grandfather explained. "It's been in our family a long time. It doesn't do much most days. But when you truly need to see, when your heart is quiet and your mind is still, it will glow for you. It shows you what is already there, but hidden in the shadows." Leo thanked his grandfather and spent the rest of the evening holding the stone, feeling its gentle warmth. He tried to make it glow, squinting at it in the lamplight, holding his breath and wishing with all his might. But the stone remained a dull, dark gray. A little disappointed, he placed it on his windowsill before he went to sleep, where it sat beneath the silver light of the rising moon. Days turned into weeks, and the world outside grew colder. The vibrant leaves of autumn fell, leaving the forest a skeleton of stark, beautiful branches against the gray sky. Leo's loneliness seemed to grow with the chill. He tried to join the other children in their games, but their loud, fast world felt jarring to his quiet spirit. He often found himself wandering at the forest's edge, the glimmerstone a comforting weight in his pocket, though it never shone. One afternoon, a particularly bleak and windy day, Leo was walking a little deeper into the woods than usual. He was following the tracks of a fox, his mind occupied with the story they told, a pause here, a quick dash there. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice the sky darkening prematurely, nor the first few flakes of snow that began to drift down. By the time he looked up, the world had turned white and swirling, and the path home was completely obscured. A prickle of fear ran down his spine. The wind howled, and the cold began to bite through his coat. He turned in circles, but every direction looked the same, a dizzying curtain of white between the dark trees. He was well and truly lost. His fingers, numb with cold, fumbled in his pocket and closed around the glimmerstone. It was still warm. He cupped it in his hands, trying to shield it from the snow, and without thinking, he whispered into the storm, "I need to see. Please, I need to see the way." He wasn't trying to command it. He was simply speaking the truth of his frightened heart. And as he did, a soft, amber light began to pulse from the center of the stone. It was the color of hearth fire, of honey, of a candle flame seen through a glass. It wasn't a bright, blinding light, but a gentle, unwavering glow that pushed back the oppressive gray of the storm. He held the stone out before him, and in its warm light he saw something miraculous. Where before there had been only a solid wall of brambles, now he saw a narrow, almost invisible path, its entrance arched by the bare branches of a willow tree. The path seemed to beckon, and the light from the stone seemed to flow down it, illuminating his way. With a heart full of wonder and trepidation, Leo stepped onto the path. The snow still fell, but here, beneath the dense canopy of ancient trees, it was quieter. The howl of the wind became a distant sigh. The glimmerstone's light lit the way, revealing roots that looked like sleeping serpents and ferns dressed in delicate lace of frost. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, the stone his only companion in the silent, white world. After a time, the path began to slope downwards, leading him into a small, sheltered valley he had never known existed. And here, the storm had no power. The air was still and surprisingly warm, carrying the rich, earthy scent of damp moss and pine. Giant, ancient trees formed a protective dome overhead, their interlocked branches keeping the valley floor clear of snow. Soft, phosphorescent mosses clung to the rocks and tree trunks, casting a pale, blue-green light that mingled with the warm amber of Leo's stone. It was a hidden world, a secret pocket of warmth and life, nestled within the heart of the frozen forest. In the center of the valley was a small, perfectly circular pond, its surface so still it looked like a slab of dark glass reflecting the glowing canopy above. And sitting at the edge of the pond, staring into its depths, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a winter sky at twilight, a deep, silvery gray, and the very tips of its ears and tail were dusted with what looked like tiny, shimmering stars. It turned its head as Leo approached, and its eyes were not the eyes of a wild animal. They were old and deep and intelligent, the color of melted gold. Leo froze, expecting the fox to dart away. But it simply regarded him, its head tilted in curiosity. "Hello," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper in the profound quiet. To his astonishment, the fox replied. Its voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, soft and layered. "You carry a piece of the sun with you, little traveler." Leo looked down at the glimmerstone, still glowing warmly in his hand. It showed me the way here." "The glimmerstone shows the way to those who are ready to see it," the fox said. "My name is Ember. You have found the Heartwood Vale. Few humans ever do." Ember explained that the Vale was a place of balance, where the deep, slow magic of the earth pooled close to the surface. The glowing moss, the warm air, the perpetual twilight, it was all part of the valley's ancient nature. Ember was its guardian, a creature born of that same magic, attuned to its quiet rhythms. "Why did it bring me here?" Leo asked, sitting on a soft, moss-covered log near the pond. Ember settled beside him, its star-dusted tail curling around its paws. "The stone responds to a need in the heart. You were lost in the cold. The veil offers warmth, but I suspect there is more. The stone's light is strong in you. It senses another kind of loneliness. Leo was silent for a long moment, listening to the gentle drip of water from somewhere in the rocks. He told Ember about his life, about the quiet thoughts that had no one to listen to them, about feeling like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit the picture. I understand, Ember said. I too am the only one of my kind here. The trees are my friends and the stream sings to me, but it is not the same as sharing a thought with another who can think it back to you. And so an unexpected friendship was kindled there in the hidden valley. Leo visited every day. He would finish his chores, and as the afternoon light began to fade, he would take his glimmerstone and find the hidden path, which now seemed to appear for him as soon as he held the stone with a welcoming thought in his heart. Their days in the vale were filled with small, profound adventures. Ember showed Leo how to listen to the stories the old trees told in their creaking branches. They discovered that the still pond, which Ember called the mirror well, didn't just reflect the world above, but sometimes showed glimpses of other places and times. A soaring eagle's view of the mountains, the silent fall of snow on a faraway field, the dance of the northern lights. They weren't grand visions, just quiet, fleeting moments, like pages turning in a book, only they could read. Leo, in turn, told Ember about the human world. He described the taste of his grandfather's freshly baked bread, the sound of rain on the cottage roof, the complex rules of the games the other children played. He found that putting his experiences into words for his friend made them feel more real, more valuable. One day, as they were watching the play of light on the mirrorwell's surface, a change came over the image. The usual peaceful scenes shifted, showing the forest outside the vale. But the forest was in distress. The image showed a great, ancient oak tree, one that Leo recognized as a landmark near his home. It was scarred and blackened along one side, a victim of a recent lightning strike. Its leaves were wilting, and its great branches seemed to sag with a deep sorrow. The image in the water was tinged with a sickly, grayish light. Ember let out a soft, distressed sound. The elder tree, it whispered, "It is one of the anchors of the vale's magic. If it falls, the balance here will be upset. The warmth will fade, the light will go out. Can we help it?" Leo asked, his heart clenching at the thought of this beautiful, secret place growing cold and dark. Ember's golden eyes were solemn. "There is a legend, a story the oldest mosses whisper. They say that a pure heart, holding a vessel of captured sunlight, can share its warmth with a wounded heart of wood, but it is a dangerous thing. The giver must offer their warmth freely, with no thought of it returning, and the cold of the tree's sorrow is deep. It could extinguish the light forever." Leo didn't hesitate. He looked at the glimmerstone in his hand, then at his friend. "We have to try." The journey out of the vale felt different this time. The air at its edges was already growing cooler. The glowing mosses seemed dimmer. They followed the glimmerstone's light, which now pulsed with a sense of urgency, back through the secret path and into the main forest. The snow had stopped, but a brittle cold had settled in its place. They found the great oak standing in a clearing, a majestic, tragic figure. The lightning scar was a vicious wound down its trunk, and a palpable aura of cold despair emanated from it. The very ground around its roots was frozen hard. Leo approached the tree, the glimmerstone held out before him. He placed his free hand on the rough, scorched bark. It was icy to the touch. He closed his eyes and tried to pour all his feelings into the stone, his love for the hidden vale, his gratitude for Ember's friendship, his hope for this grand old tree. He thought of the warmth of his grandfather's fireplace, the cozy safety of his bed, the joy of shared silence with a friend. "Please," he whispered to the tree, "take some of my warmth. You don't have to be cold anymore." As he focused, he felt a strange sensation. It was as if the warmth was being drawn from his very core, flowing down his arm, through his hand, and into the stone. The glimmerstone blazed with a brilliant, golden light, so bright it hurt to look at. But as the light poured into the tree, Leo felt a profound, bone-deep cold seeping into him in return. It was the cold of loneliness, of abandonment, of ancient sorrow. It was a heavy, numb feeling that threatened to swallow him whole. He saw the blackened scar on the tree begin to steam, the ice around its roots beginning to melt, but his own limbs began to feel like lead. The brilliant light of the glimmerstone began to flicker, dimming to a faint, orange ember. He felt a soft pressure against his side. Ember had pressed close to him, its starry fur radiating a gentle, steady warmth of its own. "You are not alone, Leo," the fox whispered, its voice firm. "Share the burden, a friendship's warmth is a fire that cannot be extinguished." Drawing strength from his friend's presence, Leo took a deep, shuddering breath and pushed once more. He didn't push his own warmth out now, but rather made a space for it, a welcoming hearth for the tree's cold sorrow to come and be warmed. He stopped fighting the cold and instead embraced it, understanding it. And in that moment of complete selfless offering, something shifted. The last flicker of light in the glimmerstone did not go out. Instead, it steadied. And then it began to grow. It was no longer just the light from the stone. A soft green glow kindled deep within the lightning scar of the oak tree. The glow spread, tracing the tree's veins of sap and spirit, until the entire great tree was illuminated from within by a gentle, pulsing, verdant light. The last of the ice melted, and new, tender buds began to push forth from the branches, defying the deep winter. The cold fled from Leo's body, replaced by a deep, fulfilling warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the joy of a task completed, a friend helped, a balance restored. He looked at the glimmerstone in his hand. It was no longer a simple gray river stone. It had transformed. It was now translucent, like a piece of amber, and deep within its center, a tiny, steady flame seemed to burn, eternal and unwavering. When they returned to the Heartwood Vale, it was more vibrant than ever. The mosses glowed with a richer light, the air was sweeter, and the Mirrorwell's surface was calm and clear, reflecting only the peaceful, starlit canopy above. The gentle mystery of the vale was safe. As the weeks passed and winter slowly began to loosen its grip, Leo found that the change was not just in the stone or the forest, but in himself. He still loved his quiet observations, but the lonely ache was gone. He had carried the cold of the great oak and had not been broken by it. He had warmed it with the help of a friend. He found he could now approach the other children with a new confidence. He didn't try to be loud or boisterous. Instead, he showed them how to find the tracks of the forest animals or how to listen for the different bird songs. He shared his quiet world, and to his surprise, they were interested. He had discovered that his quiet nature wasn't a flaw, but a different kind of fire. A steady, glowing ember rather than a roaring blaze, and it had its own unique warmth that could attract others. One evening in early spring, Leo sat with his grandfather by the fire. The windows were open, letting in the scent of wet earth and new growth. "The stone has changed," his grandfather remarked gently, noticing the warm, golden light it now cast on Leo's palm. Leo nodded. "It showed me a hidden path and a friend, and it helped me learn that the warmth you give away is the warmth that truly lasts." His grandfather smiled, a slow, deep smile that reached his eyes. "Then it has served its purpose well." That night, as Leo lay in bed, the transformed Glimmerstone sat on his windowsill, its inner flame casting a soft, reassuring glow onto the floorboards. He thought of Ember, guarding the peaceful Heartwood Vale. He thought of the great elder tree, now standing strong and full of new life. He felt a profound sense of peace, a quiet happiness that was as steady and true as the light from his stone. His journey had transformed him, as surely as fire transforms wood. He had been a lonely boy on the outside of things, and now he had found his place, both in the hidden magic of the forest and in the simple, human world of his village. He had learned that the greatest mysteries are often solved not by grand quests, but by kindness, patience, and the quiet offering of a warm heart. And so, as the fire in the hearth here beside you dwindles to a bed of glowing coals, and the night deepens outside your window, remember Leo's story. Remember that even on the coldest, darkest nights, there are always hidden paths waiting to be found by those with a quiet heart. There are friendships that glow with an inner light, and there is a warmth inside you that, when shared, can work small miracles. Let the memory of the Heartwood Vale, with its soft moss light and peaceful pond, lull you towards sleep. Let the steady, gentle glow of the Glimmerstone be the last thing you see behind your closed eyelids, a promise that you are never truly alone, and that your own unique light is a gift to the world. Now rest your head, breathe deeply, and let your dreams be as warm and peaceful as a hidden valley on a winter's night. The story is over, the fire is low, and the night is full of soft, silent blessings. Sleep well. Story 16. Story 16. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the room like gentle, amber spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, but here, within these walls, all was warmth and safety. So settle in, dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring bonfires, but of a quiet, steady glow, the kind that lives in the heart of things, waiting to be discovered. Our story begins with a young man named Kalen, who lived all alone in a lighthouse on a cliff called the Whispering Cape. It was not a lighthouse that guided ships with a brilliant, sweeping beam, for the great light had gone dark many years before Kalen was born. No, this lighthouse was his home, a solitary stone tower where he mended nets, tended a small garden, and listened to the endless conversation of the sea below. Kalen was a quiet soul, comfortable in his solitude, yet he carried a quiet ache inside him, a feeling of incompleteness, as if he were a puzzle with a single piece forever missing. His world was painted in shades of gray and blue, the gray of the stone, the gray of the sea mist, the blue of the deep water, and the blue of the twilight sky. He was content, but he was not yet whole. One evening, as autumn began to crisp the edges of the leaves, a peculiar storm gathered over the sea. It was not a storm of thunder and lightning, but of a deep, silent fog that rolled in from the horizon, thick and velvety as smoke. It swallowed the stars and silenced the waves, until the world was reduced to the small circle of light from Kalen's fireplace. As he sat, carving a piece of driftwood into the shape of a bird, he heard a sound that was not the wind or the water. It was a soft, distressed chirping. Setting his carving aside, Kalen pulled on his heavy wool coat and stepped out into the muffled world. The fog was so dense he could scarcely see his own boots. He followed the sound, a tiny thread of life in the immense quiet, until he nearly tripped over a small, trembling form. It was a young otter, its fur matted with sea spray, one of its back paws caught fast in a tangle of old, discarded fishing line. The otter's eyes were wide with fear, but when it looked at Kalen, it did not struggle. It simply chirped again, a small, trusting sound. "There now," Kalen murmured, his voice a soft rumble in the silence. "Let's have a look at you." He worked with gentle, patient fingers, carefully untwisting the sharp, nylon threads. The otter watched him, its breath coming in little puffs of steam. When the last strand was loose, Kalen expected the creature to scramble away into the fog. But it did not. It nudged its head against his hand, then limped a few paces before turning back to look at him, chirping insistently. "You want me to follow you?" Kalen asked, feeling a little foolish for talking to an otter. The otter chirped again and began to move, with a limping, determined gait, not toward the sea, but along a narrow, overgrown path that led away from the cliff's edge, a path Kalen had never noticed before. Curiosity, that quiet little flame, flickered to life within him. He pulled his coat tighter and followed. The path descended steeply, winding between ancient gnarled trees whose branches were like arthritic fingers clutching at the fog. The air grew still and strangely warm. The chirping otter led him on, a small, shadowy guide in the gloom. Just as Kalen began to wonder if he had lost his senses, the fog ahead began to thin, to glow with a soft, pulsing amber light. He stepped through a curtain of weeping willow branches and caught his breath. He stood at the edge of a hidden cove, perfectly sheltered by the curving arms of the cliff. But it was not sand that lined this cove. It was a beach of smooth, dark stones, and each one, from the pebble to the boulder, glowed from within with a gentle, warm light, like embers in a dying fire. The light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, as if the very beach were breathing. The fog could not penetrate this place. The air was clear and smelled of warm stone and salt and something else, something ancient and sweet, like petrichor and honey. In the center of the cove, nestled amongst the glowing stones, was a small, still pool. And sitting at the edge of the pool, its fur now dry and fluffy, was the otter. Beside it was the most extraordinary person Kalen had ever seen. She was an old woman, her skin the texture of weathered driftwood, and her long hair was the color of seafoam and moonlight. She was humming a low, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate in Kalen's bones. In her hands she held one of the glowing stones, and as she hummed, the stone's light brightened and dimmed in time with her song. She looked up as Kalen approached, and her eyes were the color of the deep ocean, holding a wisdom as vast and calm as the sea itself. "You brought a guest, little one," she said to the otter, her voice like the gentle shifting of pebbles in the tide. The otter chirped happily and slipped into the pool. The woman turned her gaze to Kalen. "Thank you for helping, my friend. The world beyond this cove grows more tangled with each passing season." I only did what anyone would do," Kalen stammered, his eyes darting around the impossible beach. The woman smiled, a network of kind wrinkles forming around her eyes. "That is where you are wrong, Kalen of the lighthouse. Many would have passed by, many have, but you stopped, you listened. That is the first spark." She gestured for him to sit on a smooth, comfortably warm rock beside her. "I am called Alara. This place is the Ember Cove." "It's beautiful," Kalen whispered, the word feeling entirely inadequate. "It is a place of memory," Alara said, stroking the glowing stone in her hand. "These stones, we call them heartstones. They hold the light of moments, of kindness given, of courage found, of friendships forged. They are the embers that never go out." Kalen reached out and tentatively touched a nearby stone. It was warm, not hot, and a profound sense of peace flowed up his arm and settled in his chest. He felt lighter. "The great light in your tower," Alara continued, "it did not fail because its mechanism broke. It failed because the heart of the keeper grew cold with loneliness. A lighthouse cannot shine if the one who tends it has let his own inner light grow dim." Kalen looked down at his hands. He knew that coldness. He felt it every night when the sun went down. "The world needs that light, Kalen," Alara said softly. "Not just for ships, but for souls. The fog that rolls in it is more than water vapor. It is a fog of forgetting, of isolation. It makes people forget the warmth of connection, the glow of hope. Your lighthouse was built to keep that fog at bay." "But how?" Kalen asked, his voice thick with a longing he hadn't dared to name. "The mechanism is rusted shut. It's been dark for decades." Alara held out the heartstone in her hand. Its light was a deep, steady gold. "You do not need gears and glass. You need this. You need to learn to kindle your own light, and in doing so, you will rekindle the lighthouse's true beacon." And so began Kalen's true journey, a journey that transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood. Each day as the sun began to set, he would follow the now familiar path to the Ember Cove. Alara became his guide, not through grand lectures, but through small, gentle lessons. She taught him to listen, not just with his ears, but with his whole being. He learned to hear the stories the sea wind told as it sighed through the grasses, stories of far-off lands and storms weathered. He learned to listen to the silent language of the creatures around him, the respectful distance of the falcon, the playful curiosity of the otters, the deep, slow patience of the ancient trees. One afternoon, Alara gave him a simple, dull, gray stone. "This is an unkindled stone," she said. "It holds no light because it has not yet been touched by a true, selfless moment. Hold it. Warm it with your hands. But do not try to force a light. Just be present." Kalen sat for hours by the still pool, the otter, whose name he learned was Pip, curled up asleep in his lap. He held the stone and simply watched the world. He watched a spider weave an intricate web, a masterpiece of patience and purpose. He felt the sun on his face and the solid, reassuring weight of Pip. He wasn't doing anything grand. He was just being. And as the twilight deepened, he felt a warmth blossom in his palm. He looked down. The stone was glowing with a soft, silver light, the color of a friendly smile in the dark. It was a small thing, but to Kalen it felt like a miracle. He learned that the light came in different colors, each born from a different quality of the heart. The silver light came from simple, mindful peace. A warm, buttery yellow glow sparked to life when he spent a morning patiently untangling a flock of sheep whose wool had become caught in a thicket. A deep, rosy pink emerged when he shared his lunch with a hungry fox kit that had strayed from its den. His collection of kindled heartstones grew, each one a testament to a small, authentic moment. He kept them in a leather pouch, and their combined warmth was a comforting presence against his side. He was changing. The gray and blue world of the lighthouse began to seem less lonely, more full of subtle life and color. He found himself smiling more, humming Alara's resonant tune as he went about his chores. But the greatest challenge was yet to come. The autumn gales began in earnest, and with them the thick, silencing fog returned, heavier and colder than before. It clung to the cliffs like a shroud, and a deep, pervasive chill settled over the cape. People in the distant village, their lights just pinpricks in the gloom, grew quiet and withdrawn. "The fog is testing you, Kalen," Alara said one evening in the cove. The heartstones around them seemed to be pulsing a little slower, their light struggling against the oppressive gloom. "It knows a light is being kindled here, and it seeks to smother it. To light the beacon, you must go to the very top of your tower, to the dark, cold lantern room, and face the heart of the fog. You must offer your light, not because you are told to, but because you truly wish to warm the world." That night, Kalen stood at the base of the winding lighthouse stairs, his pouch of heartstones heavy in his hand. The climb ahead felt immense. The old lighthouse was dark and drafty, and the lantern room at the top was a place of shadows and cobwebs, a monument to a light that had failed. The ache of loneliness, which had lessened in the Ember Cove, returned with a vengeance. He took a deep breath, thinking of Pip's trusting eyes, of Alara's calm wisdom, of the silver glow of peace, the yellow of kindness, the pink of compassion. He thought of the distant village, of the people huddled in their homes, feeling just as isolated as he once had. He began to climb. The stairs creaked under his feet. The wind howled outside, a lonely sound that echoed through the stone cylinder. With each step, the cold seemed to deepen. By the time he reached the heavy iron door of the lantern room, his teeth were chattering. He pushed the door open. The room was exactly as he remembered, a circular space of cold glass and colder iron. The great, complex lens in the center was covered in a thick layer of dust and grime, a dead, glass eye staring out into the nothingness. The fog pressed against the windows, a solid wall of gray. For a moment, despair threatened to overwhelm him. What was his pouch of little glowing stones against this immense, ancient darkness? But then he remembered Alara's words. You must offer your light. He wasn't here to conquer the fog. he was here to offer warmth. He walked to the center of the room and sat on the dusty floor, cross-legged, right in front of the dead lens. He opened his leather pouch and carefully, reverently, began to place his heartstones in a circle around him. The silver one, the yellow one, the pink one, and all the others, a dozen little embers in the immense dark. Their light was feeble at first, barely illuminating his own knees. The fog seemed to press closer, mocking his efforts. So Kalen began to hum. It was the tune Alara always hummed in the cove. His voice was shaky at first, but as he hummed, he poured his heart into the sound. He thought of the feeling of freeing Pip from the fishing line. He thought of the warmth of the sun in the cove. He thought of the spider's web, the sheep, the fox kit. He thought of the quiet friendship he had found with an old woman and a little otter. He wasn't just humming a tune. He was humming his story. He was humming all the small, kind moments that had filled him up. And as he hummed, the heartstones began to respond. Their individual pulses quickened, then synchronized, beating in time with his heart and his song. The silver light grew, merging with the yellow, which swirled with the pink, creating a single, brilliant, warm, golden-white glow. The light grew from the circle of stones, flowing up and out, not in a frantic beam, but in a gentle, expanding sphere of pure warmth. It touched the dusty lens. Where the light touched, the grime and dust did not blow away. They simply dissolved, as if they were shadows that could not exist in such presence. The great glass prisms began to clean themselves, until they sparkled like 1,000 captured stars. The light filled the lens, gathered its power, and then, for the first time in over 50 years, a beacon shone from the Whispering Cape. It was not a harsh, piercing blade of light. It was a soft, warm, golden radiance that pushed back the fog not by force, but by gentle, unwavering persistence. Where the light touched, the fog thinned, turning from a solid wall to a soft mist, and then to nothing at all. The light spread out over the sea and the land, a blanket of comfort and safety. Down in the village, shutters were opened. People stepped out into their yards, looking up at the lighthouse, their faces bathed in the gentle gold. They didn't cheer, they simply stood, feeling a forgotten warmth seep back into their bones, a sense of connection rekindle in their hearts. In the lantern room, Kalen sat, still humming, bathed in the light he had created. He was not tired. He was filled with a profound and steady joy. The ache of loneliness was gone, replaced by a deep, resonant connection to everything the light touched. He had not found a missing piece outside of himself. He had learned how to build it from the embers of his own experiences. When the first rays of the dawn sun touched the horizon, Kalen saw that the circle of heartstones around him had changed. They were no longer separate stones. They had fused together into a single, beautiful, gently pulsing crystal that glowed with the same warm, golden light as the beacon. His journey had transformed the many into one. He descended the stairs as the new day began. He did not return to the Ember Cove that day or the next. He knew he did not need to. The cove was a part of him now. He would visit, of course, to sit with Alara and play with Pip, but the source of the light was no longer in a hidden beach. It was in the lighthouse, and it was in him. From that day on, the lighthouse on the Whispering Cape never went dark. Its beacon burned steady and true, a constant, warm presence in the night. Kalen was no longer just the keeper of a tower. He was a keeper of a light born from friendship, nurtured by wisdom, and sustained by a heart that had learned to glow. And if you were to sail past that cape on a quiet evening, you would see its golden beam, a steadfast friend in the darkness. And you would know in that quiet part of your heart where truths settle, that all it takes to push back the coldest, thickest fog is a single kindled spark, held with courage and offered with love. So let that thought warm you now, as the fire settles into embers and the night deepens outside your window. The world is full of such lights, and you carry your own within you. Let it glow softly, steadily, and guide you now into gentle, peaceful dreams. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Deep within the ancient forest of Eldermere, where the moon poured its silver light like liquid through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true nature when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic as old as the stars themselves. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox named Kalen ventured further than he ever had before. His russet fur was brushed with silver moonbeams, and his paws made no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. He was following a trail of softly glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle blue light, their bioluminescence creating a pathway through the deepening shadows. Kalen had heard the elders speak of the Heartwood Glade, a place where the magic of the forest gathered most strongly, where the trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Though his heart beat with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, he felt drawn forward by an invisible thread of curiosity. As he walked, the forest came alive around him. Fireflies wove patterns of gold in the air, their light mingling with the silver moonbeams filtering through the leaves. The stream that meandered through the woods babbled a soothing melody, each ripple and eddy forming words in the ancient language of water, a language that spoke of journeys to distant lands and the comfort of returning home. Kalen paused by the stream, dipping his nose to the cool, clear water. As he drank, he heard the stones beneath the surface humming a low, resonant tune. They told of patience, of being worn smooth by time and water, of holding fast through seasons of flood and drought. The young fox felt a sense of peace wash over him, as refreshing as the water itself. But soon the path grew darker, the trees closer together. Kalen realized he had wandered into a part of the forest where the moonlight struggled to penetrate. The glowing mushrooms had faded, and an unease settled in his chest. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like whispers of warning, and the familiar creak of branches seemed like sighs of concern. It was then that a soft voice spoke from above, gentle as the rustle of silk. "You have journeyed far from your den, little one." Kalen looked up to see a great horned owl perched on a moss-covered branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of the night sky, sprinkled with flecks of gold that seemed to capture the starlight. This was Lyra, the eldest of the Nocturnal guardians, whose wisdom was as vast as the forest itself. "I was following the light," Kalen explained, his voice barely a whisper. "I wanted to see the Heartwood Glade." Lyra blinked slowly, her gaze kind. "The path to wisdom is not always illuminated, young seeker. Sometimes we must walk through shadows to appreciate the light." She extended one wing, gesturing for him to continue alongside her. Come, the forest has lessons for those willing to listen with more than just their ears. Together they moved deeper into the woods. Lyra flew silently from tree to tree, while Kalen followed below. As they traveled, the owl taught him how to listen to the language of the forest, how the different rustles of leaves conveyed messages, how the pitch of the wind through pine needles differed from its song through oak leaves, how the pattern of rainfall on various surfaces created a symphony of soft percussion. Every element has its voice, Lyra explained as they paused by a particularly ancient oak. Place your paw here against the bark. Kalen did as instructed, and to his amazement, he felt a gentle vibration through his pads, a slow, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest itself. The tree's whispers filled his mind, not with words but with feelings. The joy of spring buds unfurling, the contentment of summer shade, the release of autumn leaves, the deep rest of winter dormancy. All things move in cycles, Lyra said softly. To everything there is a season of growth and a season of rest. Neither is more important than the other. As they continued, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller and broader, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral overhead. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated their path. Then, through a natural archway of weeping willow branches, they stepped into the heartwood glade. Kalen caught his breath. The clearing was circular, surrounded by ancient trees whose bark shimmered with what appeared to be embedded starlight. At the center stood a magnificent silver birch that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The air hummed with magic, and the very ground beneath his paws felt alive with energy. But as Kalen stepped forward to approach the birch, he noticed something concerning. One side of the glorious tree appeared slightly faded, its leaves lacking the vibrant silver sheen of the others. A cluster of the glowing mushrooms at its base had dimmed to a faint pulse rather than their steady glow. The tree is unwell, Kalen observed, his heart sinking. Lyra alighted on a low branch nearby. The seasons have been unkind this year. The rains came too fiercely in spring, washing away much of the nutrient-rich soil from its roots. Then the summer sun burned too hot for too long. The tree has given its energy to protect the younger saplings around it, and now it struggles to replenish itself. Kalen looked at the weary tree, then at the vibrant forest around them. What can be done? The forest knows how to heal itself, Lyra said, but sometimes it needs assistance from those who walk its paths. Listen, what do you hear? Kalen closed his eyes, focusing all his attention. Beyond the obvious sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl calls, he began to discern subtler notes, the soft patter of beginning rainfall on leaves, the gurgle of a nearby spring, the faint crackle of energy from the bioluminescent plants. Then he heard it, a whisper from the stream that bordered the glade. It spoke of minerals and nourishment that flowed from the mountain peaks, of how the water could carry healing properties to where they were most needed if only something would guide it. The stream, Kalen said, opening his eyes. It can help, but it needs to be directed to the tree's roots. Lyra's golden eyes gleamed with approval. Wisdom often comes when we listen to the world around us rather than only to our own thoughts. With newfound purpose, Kalen set to work. Using his paws, he began to dig a small channel from the stream toward the silver birch. The earth was soft and fragrant, rich with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. As he worked, other nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows, drawn by the energy of the glade. A badger with stripes that shimmered like moonlight came to help move larger stones. Moths with wings like stained glass fluttered overhead, their gentle wing beats stirring the air. Even the fireflies gathered, forming a living chandelier that provided light for the work. As the gentle rain continued to fall, its patter on leaves creating a soothing rhythm, the stream began to flow along the new channel Kalen had created. The water swirled around the base of the silver birch, carrying with it the minerals and nourishment from distant mountains. Almost immediately, a change began to occur. The tree's faint glow intensified, pulsing in time with the forest's heartbeat. The faded leaves regained their silver sheen, catching the moonlight like countless tiny mirrors. The mushrooms at its base brightened, their blue light becoming steady and strong. But the most miraculous transformation happened next. As the tree drew nourishment from the water, it began to release tiny, glowing seeds that floated upward like reverse snowfall. Each seed pulsed with soft light as it rose, joining the fireflies and moths in a dazzling aerial dance. When they reached the height of the canopy, the seeds burst into delicate silver sparks that drifted slowly downward, settling on every plant and creature in the glade. Where the sparks landed, new bioluminescent flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with soft hues of blue, violet, and silver. The moss covering the stones brightened to an emerald green that seemed to radiate its own light. Even the animals found their fur or feathers dusted with temporary starlight that slowly faded to a soft glow. Kalen watched in awe as the entire glade transformed into a living tapestry of light and magic. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the previously faint magical hum grew into a harmonious chord that resonated in his very bones. Lyra flew down to perch beside him. "You see, young one, the forest gives freely to those who understand its language. By helping one tree, you have strengthened the entire glade." Kalen looked around at the revitalized clearing, then up at the wise owl. "But I only dug a small channel, the stream did the healing." Lyra's beak seemed to curve in what might have been a smile. "The stream contains the medicine, but direction was needed, just as the forest provides wisdom, but we must choose to listen, just as the seasons bring change, but we must learn to adapt." They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching as the nocturnal creatures celebrated the renewal of the glade. The silver birch now stood radiant and strong, its branches swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of rain-washed forest and blooming night flowers. "Remember this night," Lyra said softly. "Remember that even in darkness there is light to be found, that rest is not idleness but preparation, that helping one part of the whole strengthens everything, and that the greatest magic often comes not from grand gestures, but from listening to the quiet voices around us." Kalen nodded, storing each word in his heart. He realized that his journey had not really been about reaching the Heartwood Glade, but about learning to hear the forest's song and understanding his place within its eternal cycles. As the night deepened toward dawn, the creatures began to return to their homes, their temporary starlight glow fading gently. The bioluminescent plants maintained their soft radiance, ensuring the glade would never again be without light, even on the darkest nights. Lyra offered to guide Kalen back to the familiar territory near his den. As they traveled, the young fox noticed that his understanding of the forest had changed. He could now distinguish the different whispers of trees, comprehend the babbling messages of streams, and feel the ancient patience in stones. The forest was no longer just a place he lived in. It was a living, breathing companion. When they reached the edge of his home territory, Lyra alighted on a low branch. "The night wanes and dawn approaches. Time for rest, little sage." Kalen looked up at the wise owl. "Thank you for guiding me." Lyra blinked slowly. "The guidance was always there in the forest itself. I merely helped you learn to listen. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with starlight and whispered wisdom." With that, the great owl took flight, disappearing silently into the pre-dawn shadows. Kalen returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a grandfather oak. As he curled up on his bed of soft leaves and moss, he could still hear the gentle sounds of the waking forest, the softening rainfall, the distant stream's song, the sigh of wind through leaves. Each sound wove together into a lullaby of natural ASMR that eased him into peaceful slumber. Outside, the first hints of dawn tinted the eastern sky with shades of rose and gold. The nocturnal creatures settled into their daytime rest, while the diurnal animals began to stir. The forest prepared for its daily transformation, just as it had for countless seasons before and would for countless seasons to come. And deep in his dreams, Kalen wandered through starlit clearings where trees shared ancient stories, streams offered refreshing wisdom, and stones hummed melodies of patience and persistence. He understood now that magic wasn't something rare or distant. It was present in every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. It was the interconnectedness of all things, the cyclical dance of rest and renewal, the quiet language of nature that awaited only listening ears and willing hearts. The ancient forest of Eldermere continued its eternal rhythms, now with one more creature who understood its secret language, one more guardian who would listen to its whispers and help when needed. And in the heart of the woods, the heartwood glade pulsed with renewed energy, its silver birch standing tall and radiant, a testament to the power of listening, helping, and the magic that blossoms when creatures great and small work in harmony with the natural world. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely travelers found themselves stranded, far from the familiar skies of their homeworlds. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, where communication happened not through words, but through shifting hues that danced across their gelatinous forms. His name was Azul, and when he was anxious, as he very much was now, he turned the pale blue of a twilight sky. He had been collecting samples of iridescent moss from asteroid fields when his ship's crystal drive fractured, sending him spiraling down to Lumen's surface. The second was a creature from the world of Symphonia, where thoughts were expressed through delicate, bell-like harmonies that chimed from the delicate filaments growing along her arms. Her name was Lyra, and her current song was a worried, minor-key melody that fluttered like a trapped moth. She had been charting sonic patterns in nebulae when an unexpected solar flare scrambled her navigation crystals, leaving her vessel nestled between Lumen's silvery dunes. They discovered one another at the edge of a vast, crystalline forest, where trees of amethyst and quartz caught the light of three small suns and fractured it into rainbows that danced across the ground. Azul, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a startled shade of violet. Lyra, in turn, chimed a high, surprised note that echoed through the crystals. At first, their differences seemed impossible to bridge. When Azul tried to express his peaceful intentions by glowing a soft sunrise orange, Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning and responded with a defensive, sharp C-sharp that made the nearby crystals vibrate. When Lyra attempted to share her loneliness through a gentle, descending melody, Azul read it as sadness and turned a melancholy indigo, which Lyra then mistook for disapproval. But necessity is the mother of connection, and as Lumen's nights grew cold, with temperatures that turned the very air to shimmering frost, they realized they would need to work together to survive. They found shelter in a great geode cave, its walls lined with glowing cyan crystals that pulsed with a gentle, innate warmth. Here, they began to build their safe space. Azul, with his malleable form, could squeeze into narrow crevices to gather clusters of warm light crystals, while Lyra, with her precise harmonic abilities, could test the structural integrity of the cavern by singing certain frequencies that made the walls hum in response. Slowly, a friendship began to blossom in that crystalline haven. They developed their own way of communicating, a beautiful fusion of color and sound. Azul would glow in patterns that Lyra learned to interpret like musical notes, while Lyra's harmonies took on hues that Azul could understand as emotions. A soft green glow accompanied by a lilting melody meant, "I found fresh water." A pulsing gold light paired with a warm major chord meant, "You are safe with me." One afternoon, as they worked together lining the floor with soft moss Azul had collected, a misunderstanding arose that would become one of their fondest memories. Lyra noticed that Azul had arranged the moss in careful, concentric circles. To her, circles were a symbol of containment on Symphonia, used only for things that were dangerous or needed to be restricted. She chimed a concerned sequence of notes, her filaments trembling. Azul, sensing her distress, flushed a confused lavender. He had arranged the circles because on Chroma, circles represented unity and protection, the shape of their communal nests. He glowed a bright, questioning yellow. For a moment they simply looked at one another, unable to comprehend the other's concern. Then Lyra hesitantly sang a questioning phrase that meant, "Why confine?" while gesturing to the circles. Azul's form shifted to a realization of soft pink, and he pulsed a pattern that meant, "Not confine, embrace." Understanding dawned in Lyra's large, luminous eyes. She responded with a chuckle that came out as a series of bubbling, joyful notes, while Azul shimmered with laughter in ripples of gold and silver. They spent the rest of that day teaching each other about their cultural symbols, Lyra singing stories of symphonian traditions, while Azul illustrated them in bursts of color across his form. As days turned into weeks, their crystalline cave became more than just shelter, it became a home. They cultivated a garden of bioluminescent fungi that cast a soft blue glow in the evenings. They discovered that by combining their abilities, they could create beautiful displays of light and sound that danced across the geode walls. Lyra would sing a melody, and Azul would interpret it in swirling colors that pulsed in time with her music. But their favorite ritual came each evening, when Lumen's three suns would set and the stars emerged in breathtaking multitudes. They would settle near the cave entrance, where the crystal ceiling opened to the sky, and watch the cosmos together. During these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Lyra would hum a soft, wandering tune that spoke of longing and wonder, while Azul would glow in deep blues and purples that mirrored the nebulas swirling above. They found comfort in the shared silence between notes, in the gentle fade of one color into another. They learned that friendship needed no translation when it was felt in the soul. One evening, as a shower of shooting stars streaked across the velvet darkness, Lyra noticed a familiar constellation, the Northern Lyre, which guided travelers home in her culture. She sang a hopeful, rising melody and pointed upward. Azul followed her gaze and recognized the pattern too. On Chroma they called it the Cascade of Tears, but it signaled the same thing, a path to the wormhole that connected this sector to their inhabited galaxies. They looked at each other, and without any need for light or sound, they understood the mixture of emotions between them, the joy of possible rescue, the sorrow of impending separation. Azul glowed a bittersweet blend of sunset orange and twilight blue. Lyra answered with a chord that was both happy and sad, like sunlight through rain. Together, they devised a plan. Using the natural amplifier qualities of the geode cave, Lyra sang a powerful, sustained note tuned to the emergency frequency of interstellar vessels, while Azul focused his entire being into a brilliant beacon of light that pulsed in a distress pattern known across the star systems. For 3 days they continued their signal, taking turns to rest and sustain their efforts. On the 4th evening, as they sat watching the stars as usual, a new light appeared among them, a soft, pearlescent ship that descended gracefully toward Lumen. The rescue vessel was from a neutral exploration guild, its crew familiar with many species. The captain, a gentle being with kind eyes and translating crystals embedded in her antennae, explained that they had detected both a sonic and visual distress call of remarkable harmony and intensity. As preparations were made for departure, Azul and Lyra lingered in their crystalline home one last time. They knew their paths would now diverge, Azul returning to Chroma's color-drenched oceans, Lyra to Symphonia's singing forests. But instead of sadness, they felt gratitude. Azul glowed in a pattern he had created just for Lyra, a swirling dance of colors that meant, "You are my star-made friend." Lyra responded with a melody she had composed for Azul, a song that translated to "Your light will always guide me." The captain, watching them, offered a solution. The Exploration Guild maintained a neutral space station called the Harmony Nexus, where beings from different worlds could meet to share knowledge and friendship. She extended them both an open invitation. As they boarded the rescue ship, Azul and Lyra shared one last look at their crystalline cave, now glowing softly in Lumen's twilight. They knew it would remain there, a testament to friendship forged across worlds, waiting for any other travelers who might need shelter. Years later, on the Harmony Nexus, there is a particular observatory dome that is always filled with color and music. Here, a being of shifting hues and a creature of gentle harmonies often meet to watch the stars together. They have taught many others how to communicate beyond words, how to build bridges instead of barriers, and how the universal language of kindness needs no translation. And sometimes, when the station orbits through a particularly beautiful nebula, they can still be found side by side, one glowing in soft patterns, the other humming a quiet tune, remembering their time in a crystalline cave on a forgotten moon, where two strangers learned that friendship is the truest shelter in any universe. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kalen was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kalen himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kalen extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kalen used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kalen noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kalen's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kalen, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kalen, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kalen using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment, they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kalen's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed, and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kalen's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streak past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kalen let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kaelin's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kaelin and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kaelin's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. The village of Wicker Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones held the warmth of the afternoon sun long into the evening, and the scent of baking bread and wood smoke wove through the air like invisible ribbons. In a small cottage tucked beneath a willow tree's sighing branches lived a quiet boy named Silas. Silas noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs of the wind through the oak versus the pine, and the way Mrs. Thimble's cat, Marmalade, always blinked twice before pouncing. But mostly, Silas noticed the forgotten things: the chipped teacup at the back of the cupboard, the single button gleaming in the dust beneath the dresser, the worn-out boot left by the garden gate. One misty Tuesday, while searching for a lost marble near the old stone bridge, Silas noticed something truly forgotten. Half buried in the mossy bank, nestled amongst smooth river stones, lay a book. It wasn't grand or leather-bound. It was small, its cover faded to a soft, indeterminate gray, the edges worn smooth as sea glass. There was no title, no author. When Silas picked it up, it felt unexpectedly warm, like a stone left in the sun, and it hummed faintly against his palms, a vibration more felt than heard. Intrigued, Silas brushed off the damp moss and carried it home. That evening, curled in his favorite armchair beside the crackling hearth, the orange firelight dancing on the worn pages, he opened it. The first page was blank. So was the second. Disappointment prickled, but then, as he turned the third page, something shimmered. Not ink, but light. Delicate, silvery lines began to weave across the paper, forming not words, but pictures. They were fleeting, like reflections on water, a glimpse of a soaring bird, the curve of a winding path through tall grass, the wink of a distant star. As Silas watched, mesmerized, the images shifted, responding to his quiet thoughts. When he thought of the river, the page showed minnows darting over pebbles. When he thought of the willow tree, its long leaves swayed in an unfelt breeze across the paper. The book, he realized with a gasp, didn't contain stories, it showed them. It reflected the world, but only the parts unseen, the hidden wonders, the secret heart of things. This discovery sparked a quiet yearning in Silas. The book showed him glimpses of places beyond Wicker Hollow, a forest glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, mountains capped with clouds that looked like spun sugar, a meadow where flowers chimed like tiny bells. He longed to see these wonders himself, to understand the book's silent language. So one crisp morning, with the book tucked safely in his worn satchel, Silas set off, following the faint, shimmering path the book had shown him winding eastward from the village. His journey began gently, through sun-dappled woods. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A large, rather drowsy badger named Barnaby was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle near the path. Barnaby had spectacles perched precariously on his snout and spoke in a slow, rumbling voice. Trouble with the subterranean aromatics, he grumbled, blinking at Silas. The scent is strong, but the earth, she clings. Can't quite triangulate the epicenter, you see. Silas, remembering the book, gently opened it. The page shimmered, showing not the truffle, but the intricate network of roots around it, and a single, bright earthworm wriggling near its location. Silas pointed. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, squinted, then dug with renewed vigor. Ah, foundational disturbance, excellent cartography, young fellow. Barnaby, grateful for the help and intrigued by the shimmering book, decided Silas's quest sounded far more interesting than truffles. He became Silas's guide through the deeper woods, his knowledge of hidden trails and edible roots invaluable. Deeper into the ancient forest where the trees grew tall and silent, they met Thistle. Thistle was a hedgehog, but unlike any Silas had seen. Her spines weren't just brown, they shimmered with tiny flecks of iridescent green and gold, like moss catching the light. She moved with surprising swiftness, darting between ferns. Thistle was incredibly observant but terribly forgetful. "Oh, hello, lovely morning for the thing with the leaves," she'd chirp, then zoom off, only to circle back moments later. "Barnaby, Silas, have you seen the shiny pebble? No, oh well." She remembered every hidden spring, every patch of rare moon mint, and the exact location of the singing stones, which hummed when the wind blew just right, but couldn't recall what she'd had for breakfast. The book helped Silas understand her fragmented thoughts. It would show fleeting images of the things she'd forgotten: a blue pebble near the oak stump, a patch of clover she'd admired. Silas, with gentle patience, would help her find them, and Thistle, delighted, shared her knowledge of the forest's secret paths and moods in return. The trio traveled for days. The book showed them wonders: a waterfall where the water fell upwards into a cloud, a grove where trees whispered ancient secrets in rustling tongues only the book seemed to translate into shimmering images of long-gone travelers, and a lake so still it reflected not the sky, but a sky from another time, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Silas felt himself changing. He grew braver navigating unknown paths, quieter in his observations, and kinder in understanding his companions' quirks. The world felt larger, yet more intimately connected, every rustle and scent holding potential magic revealed by his humble book. Their journey led them to the Whispering Peaks, jagged mountains veiled in perpetual mist. The book showed a path winding steeply upwards, towards a hidden valley where the most wondrous sight shimmered faintly. A tree made entirely of light, its branches holding tiny, pulsing stars. But the mist wasn't just mist. It was thick, swirling, and alive with confusion. It was the gray murk. As they entered its embrace, disorientation struck like a physical blow. Paths seemed to shift underfoot. Sounds became distorted echoes. Barnaby's usually precise directions faltered. East, or was it southwest, the olfactory markers are scrambled. Thistle darted in frantic circles. "My pebble, I mean the path, it was here, or was it there?" Even the book flickered uncertainly, its images blurring and fading, reflecting only the swirling gray confusion surrounding them. Panic threatened to rise in Silas's chest. Force was useless against the formless murk. Shouting only made the echoes louder and more confusing. Pushing forward blindly led them in exhausting circles. Silas sat down on a cold rock, pulling the book close. He closed his eyes, ignoring the disorienting swirl. He thought not of the destination, but of his journey. He remembered the warm hum of the book in his hands that first day. He pictured Barnaby's earnest face as he studied his truffle maps, Thistle's spines shimmering like captured sunlight. He thought of the willow tree sighing outside his window, the scent of misses, thimbles baking, the comforting crackle of his hearth. He focused on the feelings: warmth, kindness, quiet wonder, friendship. He poured these feelings into his thoughts, holding them steady like a candle flame in the disorienting gray. He opened the book. Instead of showing the confusing mist or the distant light tree, the pages began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It wasn't a bright beam, but a gentle, unwavering radiance that emanated warmth and calm. The light didn't push the mist away, it simply held its space. Barnaby stopped his frantic sniffing. Thistle stopped her dizzy circling. They both looked at the book, then at Sela's, whose face was calm, reflecting the golden glow. The disorienting whispers of the mist seemed to soften, the swirling slowed. The golden light from the book acted like a beacon of clarity, not by fighting the confusion, but by offering a calm center. "Follow the warmth," Sela said softly, his voice steady amidst the muffled echoes. He didn't shout directions, he simply held the book aloft, its gentle light a focal point. Barnaby, taking a deep, calming breath, focused on the light. Thistle, her forgetfulness momentarily stilled by the calm, darted not randomly, but towards the warmest patches of light reflecting on the damp rocks. Step by deliberate step, focusing only on the calm, golden light and the feeling of quiet connection it represented, they moved through the murk. The path didn't magically appear. They found it by ignoring the confusion and moving towards the warmth and steadiness Sela's held within him and projected through the book. The swirling gray thinned, the disorientation faded, and finally they stepped out of the murk onto a sunlit ledge. Below them lay the hidden veil. It was bathed in soft, pearlescent light. Flowers like spun glass chimed softly in the breeze. And in the center, its roots deep in starlight, stood the tree of Lumina. It wasn't merely bright, it pulsed with a gentle, living light, each branch a constellation, each leaf a tiny captured sunbeam. The air hummed with pure, peaceful energy. The book in Sela's hands blazed with a matching light, no longer showing images, but resonating with the tree's serene song. They spent hours in the vale, resting in the peaceful glow. The tree didn't speak, but Sela's understood. It wasn't just a wonder to be seen, it was a reminder. A reminder that the greatest light comes from within, from kindness, from calm, from friendship, and from truly seeing the quiet magic woven into the ordinary world. The book hadn't just shown him hidden wonders, it had helped him see with his heart. The journey back to Wicker Hollow was easier. The book still shimmered, showing hidden wonders, a family of foxes playing in moonlit ferns, an owl with feathers like polished moonstone, but Sela's saw them differently. He saw the connection, the quiet beauty inherent in everything. Barnaby returned to his truffles with a new appreciation for the subterranean cartography. Thistle still forgot her pebbles, but now she'd forget them with a happy chirp, remembering instead the feeling of the Lumina tree's light. Sela's returned to his cottage beneath the willow. The worn gray book sat on his windowsill now, catching the morning sun. It still shimmered sometimes, showing the dew on a spiderweb like diamonds, or the secret path a ladybug took across a leaf. But Sela's didn't need it to see the magic anymore. He saw it in the steam rising from Mrs. Thimble's teacup, in the way marmalade blinked twice before purring, in the familiar creak of the floorboards. The world hadn't changed, he had. He'd learned that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant, hidden valleys, but in the quiet noticing, in the warmth of friendship, and in the gentle light of kindness that can guide you through any fog. And sometimes he'd open the book for a child visiting Mrs. Thimble, and together they'd watch the shimmering story of a dandelion seed sailing on the breeze, or the secret dance of fireflies in the twilight, a reminder that wonder is always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be seen with a quiet and kind heart. The gentle hum of the book blended with the crackle of the hearth, a soft lullaby of hidden wonders and peaceful hearts, perfect for drifting into dreams. In the quiet hours of a twilight evening, when the sun had dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in shades of violet and gold, there was a small house nestled at the edge of a sleeping village. Inside, a young boy named Leo was helping his grandmother sort through old belongings in the attic. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and memories, and the only light came from a single lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. Creak went the floorboards underfoot, a familiar sound that seemed to whisper stories of years gone by. Leo's grandmother had always said the attic was a treasure chest of forgotten tales, and today they were uncovering a particularly dusty corner where an ancient trunk sat draped in a faded quilt. As Leo brushed away the cobwebs, his fingers traced the carved patterns on the trunk's lid, swirls that looked like wind and waves, worn smooth by time. With a gentle push, the lid lifted with a soft thump, releasing a puff of dust that sparkled in the lantern light. Inside, nestled among yellowed letters and moth-eaten blankets, lay a small, brass compass. It was no larger than Leo's palm, with a face clouded by age, but as he picked it up, the needle began to quiver. Instead of pointing north, it spun slowly and settled in the direction of the attic's dusty window, glowing with a faint, golden light. Leo's grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Some treasures," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "are not found in maps, but in the heart. That compass, my dear, is said to guide those who need it most toward the courage they already possess." That night, as Leo lay in bed, the compass rested on his nightstand, its glow pulsing softly like a heartbeat. He had always been a quiet child, hesitant to speak up in class or venture beyond the garden gate, and the compass seemed to hum with understanding. As sleep began to claim him, the needle twitched again, pointing insistently toward the window. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the distant sound of bells chiming from the village clock tower, and Leo knew deep down that a journey was beginning, not one of miles, but of the spirit. The next morning, Leo tucked the compass into his pocket, its warmth a comforting weight against his side. He decided to follow where it led, stepping out into the garden where dew-kissed spiderwebs glittered like diamonds. The compass needle now pointed toward the old oak tree at the edge of the property, and as Leo approached, he heard a soft purring from the branches above. A sleek black cat with eyes like emeralds peered down at him. "Lost your way, little one?" the cat asked, her voice a melodic rumble. "Or perhaps you've just found it." This was Seraphina, the garden cat, known for her wisdom and her love of napping in sunbeams. She leaped down gracefully, landing without a sound, and began to weave around Leo's legs. "That compass," she said, nodding toward his pocket, "guides not to places, but to moments where courage is needed. I've seen it before in my 9 lives. Tell me, what fear holds you back?" Leo confessed his shyness, how words often stuck in his throat like burrs, and Seraphina listened, her purring a steady, calming rhythm. "Courage isn't about being loud," she advised, "but about listening first. Follow the compass, I'll join you." And so, with Seraphina padding silently beside him, Leo ventured beyond the garden gate, into the meadow where wildflowers nodded in the breeze. The compass needle shifted, pointing now toward the whispering woods, a forest Leo had always avoided for its shadows and secrets. As they entered the woods, the air grew cool and fragrant with pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the rustle of leaves underfoot was accompanied by the chirping of hidden crickets. Suddenly the compass needle spun wildly, and from a thicket emerged a small, flustered squirrel with a tail that twitched with nervous energy. "Oh dear," he chattered, wringing his paws. "I've misplaced my acorns again, the shiny one's eye saved for the winter feast." This was Barnaby, a squirrel whose heart was as big as his forgetfulness. Seraphina introduced him, and Barnaby's eyes widened at the sight of the compass. "A guiding light," he exclaimed. "I could use one myself, but first can you help me? Kindness shared is courage multiplied, my mother always said." Leo nodded, and together they searched the forest floor, following the trail of scattered acorns Barnaby had dropped. As they worked, Leo found that focusing on helping others eased the tightness in his own chest. With patience they gathered the acorns, and Barnaby rewarded them with a handful of sweet berries from his stash. The compass glowed brighter, its needle steadying toward a clearing deep in the woods where an ancient stone well stood, covered in moss. But the path was blocked by a thicket of thorny vines that seemed to writhe like sleeping serpents. Leo hesitated, his old fears rising like a tide. "I don't think I can get through," he whispered, his voice small. Just then a gentle wind stirred, carrying the faint ding-dong of bells from the village, and the vines parted slightly, revealing a narrow passage. A voice, soft as the wind itself, spoke. "Thorns guard only what is feared, not what is real. Step lightly, and they will yield." It was the spirit of the breeze, a helper unseen but deeply felt. Serafina nudged Leo forward. "Patience," she murmured. "Watch and listen." Leo took a deep breath, recalling his grandmother's words about kindness. Instead of pushing through, he approached the thorns slowly, speaking to them in a gentle tone. "We mean no harm, we only seek to pass." To his amazement, the thorns loosened their grip, curling back like unfurling ferns. It was not force but respect that cleared the way. In the clearing the well was dry, but at its bottom lay a single luminous pearl that pulsed with the same golden light as the compass. Barnaby chattered excitedly. "The Heartstone," it said, to reflect the courage of those who look into it. Leo leaned over the edge, his reflection shimmering on the pearl's surface. Instead of seeing a shy boy, he saw someone brave and steady, and in that moment he understood that courage had been within him all along, waiting to be acknowledged. As he reached for the pearl, a shadow fell over the clearing, a large, gloomy cloud that muffled the forest sounds. Leo felt a chill, but Serafina purred louder, a sound like a tiny hearth fire, and Barnaby began to tell a silly joke about a rabbit in a hat, making Leo laugh. The cloud dissipated, and the pearl lifted into Leo's hand, warm and light. The compass needle settled, pointing back the way they came, its work done. Returning through the woods, Leo felt different. The shadows seemed less frightening, and when they reached the meadow, he spotted a younger child crying by a fallen nest of robin's eggs. Without thinking, Leo knelt down, using his gentle words to comfort the child and help rebuild the nest. Serafina watched, her green eyes soft with pride, and Barnaby cheered, "Bravo, you found your voice." Back at home, as evening fell, Leo placed the compass and the pearl on the attic trunk, their light fading into a soft glow. His grandmother welcomed him with a cup of warm milk and a knowing smile. "You traveled far today," she said, stroking his hair. "But the greatest journeys are the ones we take inside ourselves." That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the sounds of the house wrapped around him. The crackle of the fireplace downstairs, the distant bells tolling the hour, and Serafina's purring from the foot of his bed. He knew that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be kind, to listen, and to take one small step at a time. And in the gentle rhythm of his breathing, the story settled like a cozy blanket, reminding all who heard it that the most magical discoveries often lie waiting in the most ordinary of places, ready to light the way home. In a quiet corner of a little house nestled between whispering pines, there lived a boy named Leo. His home was a place of soft edges and gentle sounds, where the floorboards creaked like sleepy crickets, and the curtains sighed with every breath of wind. On evenings when the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Leo would often find himself drawn to the attic, a realm of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight and secrets waiting to be found. One such evening, as rain tapped a lullaby on the roof, Leo climbed the narrow stairs to the attic. The air smelled of cedar and forgotten stories. In the far corner, behind a trunk draped with a quilt stitched by his great-grandmother, he discovered a small wooden box. It was no larger than his hand, carved with patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. When he lifted the lid, a soft melody began to play, tinkling like ice crystals in a winter sun. This was no ordinary music box. As the notes spilled into the air, they seemed to weave shapes, faint, shimmering images of a path through a forest Leo had never seen. Hesitant but curious, Leo reached out a finger to trace the glowing notes. At his touch, the attic seemed to melt away, and he found himself standing at the edge of a twilight wood. The music box rested in his palm, still playing its gentle tune. This was not a journey of miles, but one of heartbeats and bravery, a quest to unlock the box's final secret, which could only be revealed by facing his own fear of the unknown. The path before him was carpeted with moss that muffled his steps, and the trees arched overhead like protective arms. Fireflies blinked in the deepening blue, and somewhere in the distance, a bell chimed softly, as if calling him forward. Leo's courage felt as fragile as a cobweb, but he took a step, then another, guided by the music. Before long, he encountered his first helper, a badger named Barnaby, who was busily organizing a collection of acorns by size and shine. Barnaby had a voice like gravel being gently shifted, and he spoke in precise, measured sentences. "Ah," he said without looking up. "You've come for the Whispering Key, I presume. It's been misplaced for an age. Terribly inconvenient." Barnaby explained that the music box held a song of healing, but it could not be completed without the key, which had been lost to fear. Leo's challenge was not to find the key in some far-off land, but to learn the patience to listen for its whisper. As they walked, Barnaby pointed out clues, a leaf that trembled in a particular way, a stone that hummed when the music box played a certain note. But Leo, eager to finish, rushed ahead, missing the subtle signs. It was then they met Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of autumn oak leaves. Pip's voice was a cheerful twitter, and she had a habit of finishing others' sentences. "Oh, you're going too fast," she chirped. "The key isn't in a hurry, no siree. It's in the quiet moments, like when you watch a spider spin her web, patiently, patiently." With Pip flitting beside him, Leo tried to slow down. He noticed how the air tasted of damp earth, and how the distant bell grew clearer when he breathed deeply. Yet, frustration nibbled at him. The path seemed to loop back on itself, and the shadows lengthened. Just as doubt began to cloud his heart, a soft purr rumbled from a hollow log. Out stepped a cat with fur as silver as moonlight. Her name was Seraphina, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless starry nights. Her voice was a low, soothing hum. "Courage, little one," she said, "is not the absence of fear, but the kindness we show ourselves when we are afraid. Sit with me a while." Seraphina led Leo to a cozy clearing where mushrooms glowed with a soft light, and the ground was cushioned with pine needles. Here the sound of the forest wrapped around them like a warm blanket, the rustle of leaves, the purr of the cat, the steady rhythm of Leo's own breathing. Seraphina taught him that the Whispering Key responded to gentleness, not force. "When you are still," she murmured, "you will hear what the world is trying to tell you." Leo closed his eyes, letting the music box's melody blend with the forest's whispers. He thought of the attic, of rainy evenings, and the love stitched into that old quilt. He remembered times he had been patient, waiting for a seedling to sprout or for his grandmother's stories to unfold. In that moment of quiet kindness to himself, a faint tinkling sound emerged from under a nearby fern, not from the box, but from the air itself. It was the Whispering Key, shimmering into being, a tiny, crystalline thing that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. With the key in hand, Leo returned to the music box. As he turned it, the melody swelled into a complete song, and the shimmering path solidified into a bridge of light leading back to the attic. The forest faded, but its peace remained. Leo found himself once more surrounded by trunks and treasures, the music box now silent but warm in his grasp. He realized the journey had been within him all along, a map of his own courage, drawn with patience and kindness. That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the attic felt more like a sanctuary than ever. The rain had softened to a drizzle, and the fireflies outside his window seemed to wink in approval. He knew that ordinary places held extraordinary magic for those brave enough to listen, and that the gentlest adventures often leave the deepest marks. And in the quiet of the night, the distant bell chimed once more, a sweet promise that courage, like a cozy room, is always there to welcome you home. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kalen. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kalen often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kalen sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kalen noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kalen felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kalen sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kalen welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Alara's gaze fell upon Kalen's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kalen looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Alara's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kalen nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Alara smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Alara led Kalen through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kalen had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Alara, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Alara plucked one and placed it in Kalen's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kalen returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kalen continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kalen continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kalen began to spend more time in the garden with Alara, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelin confessed to Alara a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Alara took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night, Kaelin dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream, they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelin's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stems sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelin stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelin reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Alara, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelin sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Alara's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Alara approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelin, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Alara turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelin stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelin began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelin welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelin's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelin would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The Florinite body built for Florin's warmth struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. In the quiet corner of the Whirlpool Galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kalen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kalen was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a three-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kalen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kalen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kalen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kalen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moonvines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They WTO'd their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kalen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kalen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kalen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station, around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer, flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kalen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kalen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kalen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kalen's hand and led him to the Nebula Nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kalen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors, golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kalen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kalen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kalen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblik's would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kalen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblik's produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kalen's color patterns flowed up Zorblik's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblik's music seemed to vibrate through Kalen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true self when the sun had long since retired. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic so gentle it felt like a whispered secret. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Thistle was feeling unusually restless. The crisp autumn air carried a new chill, one that spoke of coming changes, and the familiar rustle of leaves seemed to hold a different melody, one of farewell rather than lullaby. Thistle's cozy burrow, usually a haven of contentment, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A longing stirred within her, a desire to understand the shift she felt in the world around her. Venturing out into the moon-dappled clearing near her home, Thistle paused to watch the dance of fireflies, their bioluminescent bodies painting golden trails against the indigo night. It was then that she noticed the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a great horned owl named Alistair, perched on a low-hanging branch of the grandfather oak, his feathers silvered by the moon, his eyes holding the depth of 1,000 starry nights. "You feel it too, little one," Alistair said, his voice not a sound so much as a vibration that seemed to resonate through the very moss beneath Thistle's paws. It was a voice like velvet, like the distant rumble of a gentle thunder, and it held no judgment, only understanding. Thistle nodded, her small nose twitching. "The forest feels different tonight. The streams babble a sadder song, and the stones seem to be holding their breath." Alistair's great eyes softened. "The seasons are turning. Autumn is preparing to surrender to winter. It is a time of releasing, of quieting, but it is not an ending, merely a different kind of beginning." He inclined his head toward a path Thistle had never noticed before, one lined with luminous mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue light. "Would you like to understand the language of the forest, to hear what the trees, the streams, and the stones have to say about this change?" With a heart full of curiosity and a whisper of trepidation, Thistle followed Alistair as he glided silently ahead, his wings making no more sound than a shadow shifting. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing secrets. As they walked, Alistair taught Thistle how to listen, not with her ears alone, but with her entire being. He showed her how to place her paw upon the trunk of a willow and feel the slow, deep thrum of its lifeblood, a vibration that spoke of resilience and patience. "Trees speak in the language of growth and stillness," Alistair murmured. "They teach us that there is strength in both reaching for the light and in resting in the dark." Soon they came to a small, clear stream that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. Alistair gestured for Thistle to sit beside it. "Listen to the water," he instructed. "It never clutches to what it has passed. It simply moves, adapts, and continues its journey. The stream sings of letting go." Thistle closed her eyes and did as she was told. At first she heard only the pleasant babble of water over rock, but as she focused, the sounds began to form patterns like a melody. She heard the joy of the stream as it danced around a large stone, the gentle sigh as it pooled in a quiet eddy, the excited rush as it tumbled down a small cascade. It was a song of constant motion, of acceptance. Next, Alistair led her to a circle of ancient moss-covered stones that stood in a starlit clearing. The air here was still and carried the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. "Place your forehead against the stone," the owl said softly. "The stones remember. They hold the memories of the forest." Thistle pressed her small head to the cool, rough surface of the largest stone. For a moment there was only silence. Then a warmth spread through her and images flickered in her mind. Summers of abundant sunshine, winters of deep, protective snow, the endless cycle of life unfolding in quiet majesty. The stones spoke not in words but in feelings, of permanence, of patience, of being deeply rooted while the world changed around them. As they continued their journey, the forest revealed its nocturnal wonders. Glowing lichen clung to the north sides of trees like nature's own constellations. A family of foxes paused to regard them with intelligent, kind eyes before melting back into the shadows. Overhead, the leaves of the aspen trees trembled in a soft breeze, creating a sound like gentle rainfall, a natural ASMR that soothed Thistle's restless spirit. But as they reached the heart of the forest, a vast clearing where the moonlight pooled so brightly it seemed almost daylight, Thistle felt a pang of sadness. The magnificent bioluminescent fungi that usually carpeted the clearing were beginning to dim, their light fading like dying embers. The air, once warm and buzzing with life, now held a sharper edge. "It is happening," she whispered, her voice small. "The magic is fading." Alistair settled beside her on a fallen log covered in velvet moss. "Look closer, little one." As Thistle watched, she noticed that as one light faded, another took its place. Tiny, ice-like crystals were beginning to form on the branches of the surrounding fir trees, catching the moonlight and scattering it into 1,000 prismatic sparks. The stream at the edge of the clearing, which had been laughing freely, now moved with a slower, more deliberate grace, its surface beginning to crust with the first delicate lace of ice. "The forest does not die," Alistair said, his voice a gentle rumble. "It rests, it dreams, and in its dreams it gathers strength for the renewal to come. The magic is not fading, it is changing its form." He explained how the winter would blanket the forest in silence and snow, a time for roots to deepen, for seeds to sleep and gather potential, for the earth to breathe out and then in again. Just as you retreat to your burrow for long sleeps, the entire forest enters a period of quiet contemplation. It is necessary, it is wise. As if to emphasize his words, a soft snow began to fall, large, lazy flakes that drifted down like feathers, muffling the world in a peaceful hush. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as the snow settled on her spines, on Alistair's feathers, on the glowing mushrooms and the crystal-laden trees. The forest was being tucked in, and the feeling was not one of loss, but of profound comfort. She understood now. The sadness she had felt was not an end, but a part of the cycle. a gentle release like the trees letting go of their leaves. It made the return of spring all the sweeter, the rebirth all the more magical. With a heart full of newfound peace, Thistle thanked Alastair, whose eyes twinkled with approval. "Remember this night, little one. Whenever change unsettles you, listen for the language of the forest. It will always guide you back to peace." The journey back to her burrow was transformed. Thistle heard the soft crunch of snow underfoot as a winter lullaby. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a whispered promise of comfort. Even the distant hoot of Alastair, bidding her good night, felt like a blanket of reassurance. She reached her burrow just as the snow began to fall in earnest, draping the world in a pristine white quilt. Curling into her nest of dry leaves and soft moss, Thistle felt no more restlessness, only a deep and abiding contentment. The crackle of the frost outside was not a threat, but a natural rhythm. The silence was not empty, but full of potential. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that the ancient forest was not slumbering helplessly, but dreaming powerfully, gathering its magic for the day the sun would return and the cycle would begin anew. And in her own dreams, she spoke the language of the trees, the streams, and the stones, forever part of the gentle, eternal dance of rest and renewal. The world above the clouds was a tapestry of whispered secrets and floating lanterns, where the air smelled of rain-kissed lilacs and freshly spun sugar. Here in the Etherium, the libraries did not stand on solid ground but drifted between dimensions, their shelves lined with books that hummed melodies only the heart could decipher. It was to one such place that a young dreamer named Kalen journeyed, carrying with him a small woolen blanket his grandmother had woven, a soft, cinnamon-dusted thing that always smelled of home. Kalen had not come for himself, but for his village below the mist. Lately the springs that fed their gardens had grown quiet, and the flowers had begun to wilt. The elders spoke of a forgotten song, one that could wake the waters, but the memory of it had faded like ink in the sun. It was said that the Grand Athenaeum, the library that drifted where dreams and reality brushed against one another, held every story ever lived and every song ever sung. If the song of the springs was anywhere, it would be there. His guide was a creature of light and air, a lumina, a being that looked like a swirl of liquid starlight, shaped vaguely like an otter with wings of gossamer. It did not speak in words, but in ripples of color and gentle touches that conveyed meaning as clear as any language. When Kalen felt doubt, it would brush against his hand, leaving a trail of warmth that smelled like morning dew and reassurance. They passed through the whispering archways, great stone frames hung with curtains of ivy that chimed softly in the wind. Each archway led to a different wing of the library, and each was guarded by gentle sentinels, stone giants who moved with the grace of clouds and whose eyes glowed with the soft light of forgotten constellations. They did not bar entry, but offered riddles woven from starlight and memory. Kalen answered with stories from his own life, tales of kindness, of shared bread, of laughter around evening fires. And the giants would step aside, their stone faces curling into something like a smile. Deep within the Athenaeum, they found the Starlight atrium. Here, books did not rest on shelves, but floated in the air like lazy fireflies, their pages turning to a music only they could hear. The air was thick with the scent of old paper, vanilla, and something else, something like the electric tang of a coming storm. And there, nestled between a volume on ocean tides and one on mountain echoes, was the book Kalen sought, bound in silver-blue leather that felt like cool water to the touch. But as he reached for it, the lumina trilled a warning, a cascade of amber light. From the shadows emerged a creature of melancholy, a shade weaver. It was not evil but lonely, a being made from forgotten memories and lost sighs. It communicated not in light or sound, but in temperature, a cold touch that spoke of isolation. It guarded the book not out of malice, but because it contained the very song of connection, something it had never known. Kalen felt a chill wrap around his heart. He could have turned away, could have searched for another path. But he remembered his grandmother's words. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is understand what frightens you. So he sat. He did not reach for the book. Instead, he unfolded his blanket, the one that smelled of cinnamon and home, and wrapped it around his shoulders. Then, softly, he began to hum. It was no magical tune, just a lullaby his grandmother sang, one that spoke of steady hands and kind eyes. The shade weaver stilled, its form flickering like a dying ember. Kalen reached out, not for the book, but for the creature. His fingers brushed against its cool, mist-like form. And in that touch, he shared warmth. He shared memory, the feel of sun on skin, the sound of shared laughter, the taste of fresh-baked bread. He shared home. The shade weaver did not pull away. Instead, it leaned into the touch, and its coldness softened into something like gratitude. It moved aside, and the book drifted gently into Kalen's waiting hands. He did not need to read it. As his fingers traced the water-like text, the song unfolded in his mind, a melody of underground streams and patient roots, of rain that nourishes and rivers that remember. It was a song of return. The lumina glowed with approval, a soft, gold-green light that filled the atrium with the scent of blooming jasmine. Together they retraced their steps, past the stone giants who nodded in silent respect, through the archways that chimed a little sweeter now, and back to the edge of the Ethereum. Kalen returned to his village as the first stars pricked the evening sky. He stood by the silent spring, closed his eyes, and let the song flow from him, not in a loud voice, but in a whisper, as though sharing a secret with the earth. And the spring remembered. It began to murmur, then to chuckle, then to sing. Water, clear and cool, bubbled up from below, carrying with it the scent of wet stone and renewal. The villagers gathered, their faces lit by lanterns and wonder. Flowers lifted their heads, and the world felt whole again. That night, as Kalen wrapped himself in his grandmother's blanket, he looked up at the sky. Somewhere between the dimensions of dreams and waking, a library drifted, and a creature of light and a being of mist kept watch over stories yet to be discovered. And he knew, as sure as he knew the scent of cinnamon and the feel of wool, that every act of kindness, every shared understanding, became part of that great and humming library, a song that would never truly be forgotten. And in the gentle silence that followed, sleep came like a soft tide, carrying him into dreams of floating lanterns and whispered harmonies, where every heart found its melody, and no one was ever truly alone. On the far edge of the silken nebula, where starlight wove itself into shimmering tapestries of violet and gold, there drifted a small, forgotten observation outpost. It had been built by starfarers long gone, a glass-domed sanctuary orbiting a quiet, blue-tinted star. Within its curved walls, a most unusual friendship was taking root. Kalen had arrived first. He was from the planet Verdant, a world of whispering forests and soft, mossy ground. His people communicated not with words, but with gentle shifts in the color of the delicate, leaf-like filaments that grew along their arms and across their cheeks. A soft, luminescent blue meant curiosity. A warm, rosy pink signaled happiness. A shimmering silver was laughter. Kalen's own colors often swirled in lonely shades of gray and deep indigo, for he was a botanist, sent on a solitary mission to study the unique flora that could grow in the outpost's zero-gravity gardens. He missed the rustle of the great verdant trees and the chorus of colors from his family. The outpost was his sanctuary, a place of quiet industry. He spent his days tending to floating orbs of bioluminescent moss and vines that curled around pillars of softly glowing crystal, their light pulsing in time with his own emotional hues. One day a small, distressed vessel, like a seed pod spun from mother-of-pearl, bumped gently against the outpost's airlock. From it emerged Piper. Piper was from the chime world of Lyra, a place of singing crystals and winds that played melodies through ancient stone arches. Piper's species had no visible mouths or noses. Their smooth, opalescent skin covered a complex internal structure that allowed them to create music. Their language was a symphony of hums, whistles, and resonant chimes. Piper's own song upon arrival was a frantic, discordant jangle of fear and exhaustion. Their ship's heart crystal had fractured, and they had been drifting, their song fading. Kalen, seeing the shimmering bipedal form and hearing its distressed melody, felt his filaments flush with a compassionate, welcoming gold. He didn't understand the sounds, but he understood the feeling. He guided Piper inside, his movements slow and deliberate, his colors projecting calm, steady green. Their first days were a ballet of beautiful confusion. Kalen would offer a floating berry from his garden, his filaments glowing a friendly orange. Piper, in thanks, would respond with a complex, trilling arpeggio that made Kalen jump, his colors flickering to a surprised yellow. Piper, in turn, would try to help by using a low, resonant hum to vibrate the dust from the solar panels, a common practice on Lyra. To Kalen, it felt like an earthquake, and he would clutch the nearest crystal pillar, his filaments blazing a frantic red of alarm. Their greatest challenge was the garden. For Kalen, it was a place of silent, colorful growth. For Piper, it was an orchestra waiting to be conducted. Piper discovered that by gently tapping the different bioluminescent orbs, they each produced a unique, bell-like tone. Delighted, Piper began to compose a symphony, tapping and humming, sending the orbs spinning and chiming. Kalen rushed in, his filaments a stormy violet of panic. He gently took Piper's slender, crystalline hand and led them to a particular orb, now dull and silent. He pulsed a soft, sad blue at the orb, then at Piper. He mimed the orb's light fading and its song dying. Understanding dawned on Piper, not through words, but through the shared language of care. Their next song was a soft, lullaby-like hum directed at the plants, and Kalen watched in wonder as the vines stretched toward the sound, their glow brightening. This was the turning point. They had found their first shared word, gentleness. Together, they decided to create a new space, a sanctuary within the sanctuary. They chose the observatory's highest dome, a room with a vast, curved window that looked out upon the heart of the Silken Nebula. Here, they built their Harmony Nook. Kalen brought his most resilient and responsive plants, vines that changed color with emotion, flowers that bloomed in sync with harmonic frequencies. Piper brought smooth, river-worn stones from their homeworld and a set of tiny, perfectly tuned resonance crystals. They arranged the stones in spiraling patterns on the floor and hung the crystals from the vines so that they caught the starlight and the light from the plants. The room became a living instrument. When Kalen was happy, the room would glow with warm ambers and golds, and the crystals would chime softly. When Piper played a serene melody, the plants would sway and pulse in rhythm, their colors deepening. Their misunderstandings became fewer and filled with more laughter. Once Kalen, trying to express his gratitude for Piper's company, projected a brilliant, joyful magenta. On Verdant, it was the color of deep, familial love. Piper, however, interpreted the sudden, intense color as a sign of high alarm, the way a Lyran's skin might flash white before danger. They responded with a sharp, warning whistle and dove behind a console. Kalen, confused, pulsed a soft, questioning teal. After a moment of peeking out, Piper understood. They emerged and played a slow, warbling tune that was the Lyran equivalent of bashful laughter. Kalen's filaments shimmered in silver mirth. They had learned another word, oops. Their favorite ritual began as the outpost drifted into the shadow of its gentle star, and the nebula outside the great window bloomed with its most brilliant light. They would meet in the Harmony Nook, sitting amidst their shared creation. Kalen would let his colors settle into a calm, contented lavender. Piper would play a soft, meandering melody, not a structured song, but a musical expression of the swirling cosmos outside. In these quiet moments, a new connection began to form, one that went beyond color and sound. It was a faint, empathic thread. Kalen would feel an echo of Piper's serene wonder as a warm tingling in his core. Piper would sense Kalen's peaceful happiness as a subtle, harmonious vibration in their own being. They were learning to feel what the other felt, to share the quiet awe of watching a binary star system perform its slow, eternal dance, or the gentle melancholy of remembering homes far away. One evening, a solar flare from the blue star sent waves of emerald energy washing over the outpost. The systems flickered, and a deep, unsettling hum resonated through the station's frame. Piper, sensitive to vibrations, froze, their song cutting off into a silent, fearful tension. The harmony nook dimmed, the plants pulling their leaves in close. Kalen looked at his friend, seeing not just a still form, but feeling the cold spike of their fear through their fledgling empathic bond. He didn't try to use colors or gestures. Instead, he walked slowly to the center of the room, where a large, flat stone rested. He sat down, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He focused not on his own fear, but on every good, warm memory he had of this place. The first time Piper had made the moss glow with a simple C major chord. The taste of the sweet, airborne fruit they shared. The sight of Piper's form silhouetted against the nebula. He filled his mind with these images and let his heart swell with the feeling of friendship. His filaments began to glow, not with a single color, but with a slow, swirling galaxy of all of them. The gold of welcome, the pink of happiness, the blue of curiosity, the lavender of peace. It was a silent story of their time together. Piper, still trembling, felt the shift. The cold fear was slowly surrounded by a profound, radiating warmth. They turned and saw Kalen, a quiet supernova of friendship in the center of their sanctuary. The fear didn't vanish, but it was held, comforted, diminished. Slowly, Piper raised their hands and began to play. It wasn't a grand symphony, but a single clear, unwavering note, a note of trust, of gratitude, of solidarity. The note resonated through the crystals, which began to glow with a soft, steady light. The vines, responding to the sound and the light, unfurled their leaves, their own bioluminescence returning, brighter than before. The solar storm passed. The unsettling hum faded. But in the harmony nook, the light and the music remained, intertwined. They had discovered the universal language. It wasn't color or sound or even empathy. It was the simple, profound act of kindness. It was the choice to sit with a friend in their fear. It was the willingness to build a shared shelter, both physical and emotional. It was the patience to laugh at misunderstandings and the courage to learn from them. As the outpost continued its silent journey through the silken nebula, it was no longer a lonely outpost, but a home. And in its highest dome, under a canopy of stars, two very different beings proved that no gap is too wide, no silence too deep, and no world too far away, when bridged by the gentle, steadfast light of a true and cosmic friendship. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moon wove silver threads through the canopy, there lived a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. This was a place of whispered secrets, where the very air hummed with the gentle magic of the night. The trees, ancient and wise, stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. Moss-covered stones, soft as velvet, dotted the forest floor, and streams giggled over smooth pebbles, their babbling a lullaby for all who listened. On this particular evening, as a cool breeze rustled the leaves like pages turning in a great book, a young fox kit named Juniper felt a restlessness stir within her. She was small, with fur the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Juniper had noticed the days growing shorter, the air crisper, and the vibrant greens of the forest slowly giving way to hues of gold and amber. A subtle unease prickled at her paws, for she feared the coming winter, a time when the forest would sleep, and the warmth she cherished might fade. With a soft sigh, she padded through a clearing bathed in starlight, where bioluminescent fungi glowed like tiny lanterns along the roots of an ancient oak. The light cast eerie yet comforting shadows, and the air was filled with the soothing chorus of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. It was then that Juniper remembered the tales her mother had told her of Elder Hoot, a great horned owl who resided in the highest branch of the grandfather tree, the oldest and wisest being in the forest. It was said that Elder Hoot understood the secret language of all things, the murmurs of the streams, the sighs of the stones, and the whispers of the trees. Perhaps he could ease her worries. With determination lighting her path, Juniper set off toward the heart of the forest, her paws making no sound on the carpet of pine needles. As she journeyed, the forest seemed to come alive with gentle sounds that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The wind whispered through the leaves, creating a soft shushing noise that calmed her racing heart. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle drizzle that tapped rhythmically on the broad leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. Juniper paused by a babbling brook, where the water chuckled over stones worn smooth by time. She dipped her paw into the cool stream, and for a moment she felt as if the water were speaking to her, telling tales of journeys to distant lands where the sun always shone. After a while, Juniper reached a starlit clearing where the grandfather tree stood, its branches stretching toward the heavens like arms embracing the sky. Perched on a limb was Elder Hoot, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes holding the depth of the night itself. He did not startle at her approach. Instead, he blinked slowly, a gesture of welcome. "Little one," he said, his voice a low, resonant hum that blended with the forest sounds, "I felt your footsteps on the earth. What brings you here on such a peaceful night?" Juniper sat at the base of the tree, her tail wrapped around her paws. "Elder Hoot, I am troubled," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "The seasons are changing and winter approaches. I fear the cold and the silence. How can the forest bear to sleep for so long? It feels like an ending, and it fills me with sorrow." Elder Hoot ruffled his feathers gently. "Ah, the cycle of rest and renewal," he mused. "It is a dance as old as the stars themselves. But to understand it, you must learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. The forest has a language all its own, and tonight, if you are willing, I will guide you to hear it." He spread his wings slightly, not to fly, but to gesture toward the path ahead. "Let us walk together, and I will show you how the trees, the streams, and the stones speak of the seasons." And so Juniper followed Elder Hoot as he led her deeper into the woods. Their first stop was a grove of silver birches, their bark gleaming like polished bone in the moonlight. Elder Hoot paused and placed a wing against the trunk of the largest tree. "Listen," he urged. Juniper pressed her ear to the cool bark and heard a faint, humming vibration, a slow, steady pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth. "The trees are storing their energy," Elder Hoot explained. "They are not dying, they are dreaming. In their sleep they gather strength for the spring, when they will awaken with new leaves and blossoms. This is the language of patience, little one. It teaches us that rest is not an end, but a preparation for new beginnings." As they moved on, they came to a stream that wound through the forest like a ribbon of liquid silver. Elder Hoot gestured to the water. "Kneel and listen to its song." Juniper did as she was told, and the babbling brook seemed to form words in its flow. It spoke of the mountains where it began, of the rain that fed it, and of how it would slow to a trickle in winter, only to surge again with the melt of snow. "The stream knows that stillness is part of its journey," Elder Hoot said. "In the quiet of winter it reflects the stars above, gathering light for the days ahead. This is the language of resilience. It reminds us that even in silence there is beauty and purpose. Next they approached a circle of moss-covered stones, arranged as if by ancient hands. Elder Hoot hopped onto the largest stone, which was warm from the day's sun. "Place your paw here," he instructed. Juniper touched the stone and felt a deep, grounding warmth seeping into her. The stone seemed to whisper of ages past, of winters it had endured, and of the moss that clung to it like a soft blanket. "Stones teach us constancy," Elder Hoot murmured. "They do not fear the cold, for they know it is temporary. Their wisdom is in their stillness. They hold the memory of the forest, and in their silence they offer comfort." As they continued their walk, the forest revealed its bioluminescent wonders. Fireflies blinked in the darkness, their lights dancing like fallen stars, and patches of glow-in-the-dark moss illuminated their path with an ethereal green hue. Juniper felt her fears melting away, replaced by a sense of wonder. But then a new challenge arose. A young rabbit named Thistle, who was Juniper's friend, came hopping toward them, his eyes wide with panic. "Juniper, I've lost my way," he cried. "The paths look different in the dark, and I cannot find my burrow." Juniper's heart went out to her friend. She looked to Elder Hoot for guidance, but the owl simply nodded encouragingly. "Use what you have learned, little fox. Listen to the forest, and it will show you the way." Remembering the language of the stones and streams, Juniper closed her eyes and focused. She heard the babbling brook to the east, its sound a familiar marker. She felt the alignment of the moss on the trees, which always grew thicker on the north side. With gentle confidence, she led Thistle through the starlit clearings, following the subtle cues of the forest. Along the way they were joined by other nocturnal creatures, a badger who shared a knowing nod, and a family of mice who whispered directions from the safety of their hollow log. Together they formed a chain of friendship, each contributing their unique wisdom. When they reached Thistle's burrow, safe and sound, the rabbit nuzzled Juniper gratefully. "Thank you," he said. "I was so scared, but you made the forest feel like home again." Juniper realized that in helping her friend, she had forgotten her own fears. The forest had not felt silent or cold. It had been alive with connection and care. Elder Hoot, who had watched from a distance, glided down to join them. "You see, Juniper, the magic of the forest is not just in its cycles, but in the hearts of those who dwell within it. Winter is not a time of loneliness. It is a season of gathering, of stories shared by firelight, of roots deepening in the earth, and of friendships that warm the coldest nights." As he spoke, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, drifting down like feathers from the sky. They landed softly on Juniper's fur, each one a tiny crystal of peace. The forest transformed around them. The bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter against the white snow, and the trees stood in serene silence, their branches adorned with icy lace. The babbling brook slowed its song to a gentle hum, and the wind whispered promises of spring. Juniper felt a deep contentment settle over her. She understood now that the cycles of rest and renewal were not something to fear, but a natural rhythm that held its own kind of magic. Elder Hoot led them back to the grandfather tree, where they huddled together at its base, sheltered by its mighty roots. The owls shared tales of winters long past, of how the animals would gather in harmony, and how the snow blanketed the forest in a hush that allowed for dreams to grow. Juniper listened, her eyes growing heavy as the sounds of the night, the soft crunch of snow under paws, the distant hoot of other owls, and the steady breath of the wind, lulled her into a state of tranquil peace. When the first light of dawn tinged the horizon with pale pink, Juniper awoke to find the forest blanketed in white, sparkling under the rising sun. Elder Hoot was gone, but his wisdom lingered in the air like the scent of pine. Juniper knew that winter had arrived, but instead of dread, she felt a quiet excitement for the days ahead, a time to rest, to reflect, and to cherish the warmth of community. As she made her way home, the forest seemed to whisper its gratitude. The stones felt warmer beneath her paws, the streams hummed a gentle farewell, and the trees swayed in a dance of approval. Juniper carried with her the understanding that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest silence, the heart of the forest beats on, full of magic and hope. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the ancient forest settled into its winter slumber, cradling all its creatures in a cocoon of peace, waiting patiently for the renewal that spring would bring. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Alara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Alara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Alara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. But mice don't shred moonbeam charms. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the whispering woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. "Ah, little observer," he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. "Trouble in the valley I scented on the wind. Sit, warm your bones." Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. "Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between." He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. "Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets." So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints no larger than her thumbnail dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prince wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. "Too deep, always too deep," whimpered one, its wings drooping. "The heartnut must find soil before the roots turn to dust." Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting. Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. "Please," she whispered, "I won't hurt you." The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see." "I see you," Clara said gently. "Why are you digging?" The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. "We never meant harm," Bramble sniffled. "Only to save our home." Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. "The blight," he murmured. "I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach." He nudged the withered acorn Bramble carried. "This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heartroot bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another." He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Ilara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrels' devoted care. At dusk, they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision, they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Listen closely now, for I have a tale to tell, a story about a boy who learned that the greatest warmth often comes from the most unexpected places. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight and hair the shade of oak bark. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Kalen often wandered alone along the forest paths, collecting interesting stones and listening to the secret language of the woods. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kalen was returning from one of his solitary walks. His pockets were heavy with smooth stones and pine cones, and his heart felt unusually light. As he approached the edge of the forest where it met the village, something caught his eye, a faint, pulsing glow coming from beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity, that quiet companion of lonely souls, tugged at him. Kneeling down, Kalen carefully brushed away the fallen leaves and rich, dark soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, smooth and oval-shaped, with colors that shifted like captured sunset, deep oranges, soft golds, and the occasional flicker of crimson that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like embers breathing in the darkness. As Kalen's fingers closed around the stone, a wonderful warmth spread through his hand, not the harsh heat of a fire, but the comforting warmth of sunlight remembered on a chilly day. He tucked the stone into his pocket, feeling its gentle heat against his thigh as he walked the final distance home. That night, as Kalen lay in bed with the strange stone on his bedside table, he had the most peculiar dream. He dreamed of winding pathways deep beneath the earth, lit by the same gentle glow that pulsed from his stone. He dreamed of soft, melodic voices that seemed to hum through the very roots of trees, and of doors hidden in the sides of hills, waiting for just the right key to open them. When he awoke the next morning, the stone still pulsed with its soft light, and the memory of the dream felt more like a recollection than a fantasy. Throughout the day, whether helping his mother in the garden or studying his lessons, Kalen found his thoughts drifting back to the stone and the underground pathways of his dream. That evening, as twilight settled over the village once more, Kalen found himself drawn back to the ancient oak tree. The stone in his pocket seemed to grow warmer as he approached, its pulsing light quickening slightly. Standing before the massive tree, Kalen noticed something he hadn't seen before. A narrow opening between two particularly large roots, just wide enough for a boy to slip through if he turned sideways. Taking a deep breath of the crisp autumn air, Kalen squeezed through the opening. To his astonishment, instead of finding himself in the small, earthy space between roots he expected, he discovered a downward-sloping tunnel, its walls embedded with countless stones that glowed with the same gentle light as the one in his pocket. The air smelled of damp earth, growing things, and something sweet like honey and cinnamon. The tunnel descended gradually, curving gently as it went. Kalen walked slowly, his hand brushing against the glowing walls, which felt smooth and warm to the touch. The only sounds were his soft footsteps and a distant, melodic humming that seemed to vibrate through the very stone around him. After what felt like both moments and hours, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern that took Kalen's breath away. The ceiling arched high above, dotted with glowing crystals that twinkled like captured stars. Strange, beautiful plants grew in clusters, their leaves shimmering with soft light and their flowers emitting gentle chimes when the faint breeze stirred them. Through the center of the cavern flowed a stream whose water glittered, as if filled with liquid starlight. But most astonishing of all were their inhabitants. Small, gentle creatures moved about the cavern, their forms seeming to be made of earth and moss and stone. They had luminous eyes and moved with a graceful, flowing motion that reminded Kalen of wind through grass. They tended the glowing plants, gathered crystals in baskets woven from glowing fibers, and spoke to each other in soft, musical tones. One of these creatures noticed Kalen standing at the tunnel's entrance. Instead of being alarmed, it approached him with a curious tilt of its head. It stood about as tall as Kalen's waist, with skin that looked like polished river stone and hair like trailing moss. Its eyes glowed with the same warm light as the stones in the walls. "Hello," it said in a voice that sounded like wind chimes and flowing water. "You have the Heartstone. We wondered when you would come." Kalen looked down at the stone in his hand, which was pulsing in rhythm with the crystals throughout the cavern. "The Heartstone?" he asked. The creature nodded. "It calls to those who need to find their way here. My name is Bramble. Welcome to the gloaming, the world between roots and rock, between setting sun and rising moon." Bramble extended a hand that felt surprisingly like smooth, warm stone. Kalen took it, and together they walked deeper into the cavern. As they went, other creatures paused in their tasks to offer gentle smiles and nods. They seemed neither surprised nor concerned by Kalen's presence. "Many seasons ago," Bramble explained as they walked along the starlit stream, "the Heartstone was created when a piece of sunset became trapped in Earth during the world's first twilight. It occasionally finds its way to the surface, always seeking someone who needs to discover our world, and perhaps, in doing so, discover something about themselves." Kalen listened, mesmerized by both Bramble's words and the wonder of the world around him. "But why me?" he asked softly. Bramble's glowing eyes seemed to twinkle. "The stone knows what the heart needs before the mind understands. Tell me, child of the surface world, do you often feel alone, even when surrounded by others?" Kalen nodded slowly, surprised that this stranger could understand something he had never spoken aloud. "The Heartstone often finds those who carry quietness within them," Bramble said gently. "But here in the gloaming we understand that quietness is not emptiness. It is simply a different way of being. Come, let me show you." Over what felt like days but might have been only hours, Bramble introduced Kalen to the wonders of the gloaming. They visited gardens where flowers sang soft lullabies, libraries where stories were stored in crystals that played them like music when touched, and kitchens where food was prepared that tasted like comfort and contentment. Kalen met other inhabitants, a creature named Moss who taught him how to listen to the stories stones could tell, another named Shale who showed him how to weave light into patterns that could calm anxious thoughts, and a particularly ancient being called Deeproot who spoke in rumbles that vibrated through the earth and told tales of times when the world was young. With each new experience, Kalen felt something within him unfolding, like a flower opening to morning sun. The quietness that had often felt like loneliness began to feel like peace. The thoughtful nature that sometimes made him feel separate from others now felt like a gift. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timeless gloaming, Bramble took Kalen to a quiet pool at the edge of the starlit stream. The water's surface was perfectly still, reflecting the glowing crystals above like a second sky. "Look deeply," Bramble said softly. As Kalen gazed into the water, the reflection began to change. He saw himself back in his village, but different somehow. He saw himself sharing stories with other children, not as the center of attention, but as a quiet listener who knew just when to offer a word of comfort or understanding. He saw himself helping neighbors with tasks, his quiet observation making him notice needs others overlooked. He saw himself content in his own company, but also capable of connection when he chose it. "The stone showed you the way here," Bramble murmured, "not so you could escape your world, but so you could learn to live in it more fully. Your quiet nature isn't a barrier to connection, it's a different path to it." Kalen looked from the pool to Bramble, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I thought I needed to become different to belong," he whispered. Bramble's stone-like face seemed to soften. The world above has many voices, and they are all needed. The boisterous and the quiet, the speakers and the listeners. You need not change your nature to find your place, only to understand how your particular nature fits into the greater pattern. As these words settled into Kalen's heart, he noticed the heartstone in his pocket had begun to glow less brightly. Its pulses were slowing, its warmth diminishing. "It is time for you to return," Bramble said gently. "The heartstone's work is nearly done." A feeling of sadness washed over Kalen. "But will I remember this place? Will I be able to return?" Bramble placed a warm, stone-like hand on Kalen's shoulder. "You will remember, though in the way one remembers a vivid dream, more feeling than detail. And as for returning—" Bramble smiled, a cracking of stone that revealed inner light. "You carry the gloaming within you now, its peace, its acceptance, its understanding that different natures have different beauties. Whenever you need to remember, simply find a quiet moment, close your eyes, and feel for that warmth we've shared." Together they walked back through the glowing tunnels, the journey feeling much shorter than before. At the entrance beneath the oak tree, Bramble paused. "Remember, child of two worlds," Bramble said softly, "that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, your experiences here have lit a steady glow within you. Tend it well." With those final words, Kalen stepped back through the roots and into the cool night air of his own world. The stars above glittered coldly compared to the warm glow of the gloaming, but as he walked home, Kalen realized a new warmth was growing within him, a steady, peaceful light that had nothing to do with the stone in his pocket. When he reached his room and took out the heartstone, he found it had turned into an ordinary, though beautifully smooth, stone. Its glow had faded completely, its warmth gone. But Kalen didn't feel loss. Instead, he placed the stone on his windowsill where moonlight could touch it, a reminder that transformation often leaves behind the shell of what was, while the essence moves inward. The next day, and in the days that followed, Kalen found that something had indeed shifted within him. He still enjoyed his solitary walks, but now he also found himself noticing opportunities for small connections, helping a younger child reach a ball stuck in a tree, listening patiently when an elderly neighbor wanted to share a story, offering a quiet smile to someone who looked lonely. He discovered that his thoughtful nature allowed him to see things others missed, and that when he did speak, people often listened carefully, sensing the weight of his considered words. The children who had once seemed too boisterous for him now seemed simply different, not better or worse, and he found ways to interact with them that felt comfortable for him. One afternoon, he noticed a new girl sitting alone at the edge of the village square, watching the other children play with a look of hesitant longing that reminded him of his own former feelings. Remembering the acceptance he had found in the gloaming, Kalen walked over and sat beside her quietly. After a moment, he took a smooth stone from his pocket, not the heartstone, but one he had found that morning, and offered it to her. "It has interesting lines if you look closely," he said softly. The girl looked surprised, then took the stone, turning it over in her hands. "It looks like a tiny landscape," she said after a moment, her voice quiet like his. Kalen nodded. "I sometimes imagine the story stones could tell if they could speak." The girl smiled, a small but genuine expression. "I'm Lyra, we just moved here." "I'm Kalen," he said. "Would you like to see where I find the best stones?" And so began a friendship built not on loud games or constant talking, but on comfortable silences, shared curiosity, and the understanding that sometimes the deepest connections are woven from quiet threads. As seasons turned, Kalen grew into a young man known for his quiet wisdom and gentle presence. People sought him out when they needed someone who would listen without judgment, who noticed details others overlooked, who offered thoughtful perspectives. He never told anyone about the gloaming. Some experiences are too precious to be captured in words, but he carried its lessons in how he moved through the world. Sometimes, on evenings when the twilight seemed particularly soft and the boundary between worlds felt thin, Kalen would walk to the ancient oak tree and place his hand against its bark. He would close his eyes and remember the warmth of the gloaming, the musical voices of its inhabitants, the peace of that underground world. And in those moments he would feel an answering warmth pulse within him, a steady glow that reminded him that he belonged exactly as he was. Years later, when Kalen had children of his own, he would sometimes take them on walks through the forest. He taught them how to listen to the language of trees, how to find beauty in ordinary stones, how to appreciate both companionship and solitude. One evening, as they sat beneath the ancient oak tree sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese, his youngest daughter reached between the roots and pulled out a smooth, oval stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. "Papa," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look." Kalen smiled, a deep, peaceful joy spreading through him as he recognized the glow of a heartstone. Taking his daughter's hand, he said softly, "That is a very special stone. It has a story to tell if you're ready to listen." And as twilight settled around them, the boundary between worlds feeling thin once more, Kalen began to share not the story of the gloaming itself, but the lessons it had taught him. About acceptance, about the value of different natures, about the warmth that comes from understanding your own heart. The fire in the hearth crackles softly now, its embers glowing with the same steady light as the heartstone in our story. Can you feel that warmth spreading through you, gentle listener? Can you feel the peace that comes from understanding that we each have our own nature, our own gifts, our own way of belonging? Remember, as you drift towards sleep, that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, may you carry your own steady glow within you. The night is deep and quiet now, filled with possibilities and peace. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket as you journey into dreams, where perhaps you too might discover hidden worlds and unexpected friendships. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there lived a young soul named Rowan who carried change within them like a secret. Each morning, Rowan would wake to find small transformations. A strand of hair turned the color of morning mist, fingertips that shimmered like dew, eyes that sometimes reflected the colors of things yet to bloom. These changes frightened Rowan, for the village prized sameness and steady rhythms, and so they learned to hide their shifting self beneath heavy woolen cloaks and downcast glances. One evening, as the last light bled from the sky and Rowan sat alone by the window watching moths dance in the twilight, an old woman appeared at the garden gate. She moved with the grace of willow branches in a soft wind, her hair a cloud of silver, her eyes holding the deep knowing of ancient forests. She introduced herself as Hazel, a traveler between worlds, and asked if she might rest a while in Rowan's garden. "I see you carry something beautiful within," Hazel said gently, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Would you like to learn its language?" Rowan's heart beat like a captured bird, but something in Hazel's presence felt like coming home. They nodded, and so began their quiet lessons in the moonlit garden. Hazel never demanded or directed, but instead asked questions that unfolded like petals. "What color is your courage today?" she might whisper, and Rowan would notice how the forget-me-nots near their feet suddenly shimmered with cobalt light. "Where does your happiness live?" she'd inquire, and Rowan would feel warmth spread through their chest as night-blooming jasmine unfurled its star-white flowers hours early. The first small victory came on an evening when Rowan felt particularly out of place. The village children had laughed when a sudden breeze caught Rowan's cloak, revealing hair that shifted from oak brown to silver green. Hurrying home, tears threatening to fall, Rowan noticed the garden had grown dull and wilted. Sitting on the mossy stone bench, Hazel simply said, "The garden mirrors what you feel. What would happen if you welcomed what you are?" Taking a trembling breath, Rowan closed their eyes and whispered, "I am changing, and that is all right." When they opened their eyes, the lavender bushes had erupted in blossoms of such vibrant purple they seemed to glow from within, and the air filled with their calming scent. That small acceptance felt like unlocking a door they hadn't known was closed. As weeks turned to months, Rowan's garden became a living map of their inner world. When frustration built, thistles would appear, but Hazel taught Rowan to sit with these feelings until the thistles softened into feathery seeds that carried wishes on the wind. When loneliness visited, the cherry tree would shed pink petals that settled around Rowan's shoulders like a comforting shawl. The garden responded not to grand gestures, but to tiny moments of honesty, a deep breath a tear acknowledged, a small truth spoken aloud. One afternoon, Hazel led Rowan to a corner of the garden, where a silk cotton tree grew. "Watch," she said, pointing to a chrysalis hanging from a low branch. For hours they sat together in comfortable silence, watching the translucent casing quiver with invisible movement. Just as the sun began to set, the chrysalis split open, and a Luna moth emerged, its wings the color of moonlight and new beginnings. "Change is not something that happens to you," Hazel murmured, "but something that unfolds from within. The cocoon doesn't force the transformation, it simply creates the safe space for what is already there to emerge." That night Rowan dreamed of seeds sleeping in dark earth, of caterpillars dissolving into potential, of rivers carving canyons through patient persistence. They woke with dawn's first light, understanding that their own transformation wasn't something to fear, but something to nurture. The final piece fell into place during the harvest festival, when the entire village gathered in the square. The mayor called for everyone to bring forward their offerings, identical baskets of perfect apples, symmetrical loaves of bread, matching jars of honey. Rowan stood trembling at the edge of the crowd, clutching a small basket containing flowers that changed color with the light, herbs that healed with their scent alone, and fruits that tasted like remembered joy. Just as Rowan thought to slip away unseen, Hazel appeared, her hand resting gently on their shoulder. "Your gift is exactly what the world needs," she whispered. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped forward and placed their basket on the communal table. A hush fell over the crowd as people noticed the shifting colors, their unusual shapes, the undeniable magic. Then something remarkable happened. A child reached for one of the fruits, took a bite, and laughed with pure delight. Others followed, and soon the entire square was filled with people sharing stories, remembering forgotten dreams, and seeing each other with new eyes. When Rowan turned to thank Hazel, the old woman was gone. In her place stood the silk cotton tree, now covered in luminous chrysalises, with one note hanging from a branch. "The student has become the teacher. The garden has become the seed." That night Rowan sat in their transformed garden, no longer hiding beneath cloaks or downcast glances. Their hair flowed like liquid moonlight, their skin shimmered with the patterns of fern and frost, their eyes held entire constellations. Villagers began to visit, first in curious trickles, then in steady streams, each carrying their own hidden transformations. A baker whose bread now healed sorrow, a carpenter whose creations sang in the wind, a weaver whose tapestries showed possible futures. Rowan understood now that the gentle metamorphosis was never just about them. It was about creating a space where others could begin their own transformations. The garden continued to grow, each plant responding to the emotional landscape of whoever tended it, each flower a testament to the courage of becoming. As the seasons turned, Rowan often sat beneath the silk cotton tree, watching new chrysalises form and open, remembering that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Sometimes in the corner of their eye they would catch a glimpse of silver hair and hear the rustle of leaves that sounded like gentle laughter, and they would smile, knowing that the work of transformation continues in endless, beautiful cycles, each of us both student and teacher, caterpillar and butterfly, seed and forest.
Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a cozy valley where the rivers flowed backwards and the trees grew their leaves in polka-dot patterns, there lived 3 peculiar friends. First was a dragon with scales the color of a stormy twilight who collected teacups. Not gold or jewels, mind you, but delicate porcelain teacups with floral patterns and gilded edges. His name was Ponder, and his sneezes made little puffs of lavender-scented smoke. His best friend was a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who wore a sweater knitted from actual sunset colors and carried a crook that hummed when it rained. Nimbus tended a flock of fluffy, docile clouds that drifted over the valley, occasionally dripping gentle rain that tasted faintly of lemonade. The third friend was a dream painter called Lumina, who carried a palette of soft, glowing colors and painted dreams onto children's windowsills at night. Her brushes were made of dandelion fluff and spider silk, and she always had a pocket full of stardust for particularly vivid nightmares that needed extra softening. One afternoon, the 3 friends gathered at the upside-down tea shop, where the tables hung from the ceiling and the chairs clung to the floor, and the teapots poured upwards. Ponder was particularly excited. He had just added a splendid new teacup to his collection, one with butterflies that seemed to flutter when steam rose from the tea. "Oh, it's simply splendid," Ponder exclaimed, holding the cup delicately between his claws. "I found it near the Whispering Wells, where the puddles reflect yesterday's weather." Nimbus nodded, sipping his tea which, true to the shop's nature, flowed upward into his mouth. "Lovely," he murmured. "But my clouds have been acting rather peculiar today. They keep hiccuping." As if on cue, one of Nimbus's clouds drifted too close to the tea shop and let out a soft hic-hic whoosh, releasing a shower of tiny, shimmering raindrops that tinkled like wind chimes as they fell. Lumina smiled, stirring her tea with a brush. "Perhaps they've caught a case of the giggles," she suggested. "It's going around. I had to paint extra laughter into little Milo's dream last night." But just then, Ponder felt a tickle in his snout. "Oh dear," he said, his nostrils twitching. "I think I'm about to achoo." Now, a dragon's sneeze is no small thing. This one came with a puff of lavender smoke and a sound like a confused trumpet, honk-shoom, and it sent Ponder's new teacup flying from his claws.
The cup soared through the air, spinning gracefully, before landing right side up on a floating saucer that had been drifting lazily near the ceiling. For a moment, everything was still. Then the butterflies on the cup began to flutter in earnest, and the teacup lifted gently into the air, floating like a tiny porcelain hot air balloon. "Oh my," said Ponder, his eyes wide. "I didn't know it could do that." Nimbus chuckled. "It seems your sneeze enchanted it." But their amusement turned to concern when the teacup drifted out the open window, bobbing merrily on the breeze. The three friends rushed outside, which, in the upside-down tea shop, meant climbing down from the ceiling and up from the floor, and watched as the cup floated toward the inside-out forest, where the bark grew on the inside of the trees and the leaves rustled on the inside of the branches. "We must retrieve it," said Ponder anxiously. "It's one of my favorites." So off they went, following the floating teacup on its whimsical journey. Nimbus whistled, and one of his clouds, a particularly fluffy one named Cumulo, drifted down to carry them. They climbed aboard, and Cumulo set off with a soft whoosh, floating after the enchanted cup. As they sailed over the backwards river, which flowed from the sea to the mountains, much to the confusion of the fish, they noticed something odd. The teacup seemed to be leaving a trail of sparkling, steam-like mist behind it. Where the mist touched the water, the river burbled happily and began flowing sideways for a moment before remembering itself and continuing backwards. "It's causing quite the stir," Lumina observed, her dream painter's eyes noticing the way the mist made the world just a little dreamier. Soon they reached the inside-out forest. The trees were indeed inside out, with the smooth, pale wood on the outside and the rough bark hidden within. The leaves rustled softly from inside the trunks, creating a sound like far-away whispers. The teacup floated gently between the trees, occasionally pausing as if admiring the view. But then disaster. Well, a very gentle, silly disaster. The cup drifted too close to a sneezy, snapping tulip, a flower that, when approached, would let out a pollen sneeze that sounded like a tiny achoo-boing. The tulip sneezed, and the burst of pollen sent the teacup spinning off course, right into a thicket of giggle grass. Now giggle grass is exactly what it sounds like, grass that giggles when touched. As the cup landed among the blades, the whole patch erupted into soft, tinkling laughter. Tee-hee-hee-hick. The grass giggled so hard that it tangled around the teacup, holding it fast. "Oh dear," said Ponder, as they landed Cumulo nearby. "However will we get it out?" Nimbus tried using his crook to gently untangle the grass, but the grass just giggled harder and wrapped itself tighter. Lumina attempted to paint a calming dream onto the grass, but the giggles were too contagious, and soon she was chuckling too. Ponder had an idea. "Perhaps if I sneeze again," he suggested. "The first sneeze made it float, maybe another will reverse it." So he concentrated, thinking of ticklish feathers and fuzzy caterpillars, until he felt a sneeze building. Chew. This sneeze was even more powerful than the last. It came with a burst of peppermint-scented smoke and a sound like a kazoo being sat on, FOOMP honk. The force of it blew the giggle grass flat, and the teacup, freed from its tangled prison, shot straight up into the air. But now it had too much energy. Instead of floating gently, it zipped around like a confused bumblebee, buzzing past their heads and leaving loops of sparkly mist in its wake. "It's gone hyper," cried Nimbus, ducking as the cup whizzed by his ear. Lumina watched the cup's chaotic path, her head tilted. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I think it's not the sneeze that's the problem. It's their excitement. The cup is overstimulated." Ponder blinked. "Overstimulated? How do we calm down a teacup?" "With tea, of course," Lumina replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. So they hurried back to the upside-down tea shop, with a hyperactive teacup zipping and zooming behind them. Once there, Ponder quickly prepared a pot of his most soothing tea, sleep-time lavender with a hint of honeyed moonbeam. As the tea steamed upwards from the pot, Lumina gently guided the frantic cup with her brush, herding it toward the soft, rising steam. The cup hesitated, then dipped slightly, as if sniffing the aroma. Slowly it descended until it was hovering right above the teapot, basking in the warm, calming vapors. The butterflies on its surface stopped their frantic fluttering and began to move in slow, graceful patterns. The sparkly mist trailing behind it faded to a gentle glow. With a soft plink, the cup settled onto the table, right side up and perfectly calm. Ponder let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. He carefully poured tea into the cup, and they all watched as the steam rose in lazy curls. Nimbus smiled. It just needed a little stillness, he said. Lumina nodded. Sometimes when things get too hectic, all we need is a warm cup of tea and a quiet moment. They sat together, sipping tea as the upside-down shop gently swayed. Outside, Nimbus's clouds drifted peacefully, no longer hiccuping. The backwards river flowed serenely on its confusing but cheerful path, and the inside-out forest whispered its inside-leaf secrets. That night, as Lumina painted dreams onto windowsills, she made sure to include a little floating teacup in each one, drifting calmly through a starlit sky. And if the children smiled in their sleep, well, that was exactly as it should be. And so, in that valley where rivers flowed backwards and trees wore polka dots, three friends learned that even the most frantic of days could be softened with patience, friendship, and a good cup of tea. The fire crackles softly now, and the stars twinkle outside your window. May your dreams be gentle, and your rest be deep. Good night. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds, and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the 4 friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela, with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer?" it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the liken's laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways: a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well?" it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered: a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the crystal veil woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood. Courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kaelin. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kaelin preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kaelin's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kaelin reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kaelin fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning, a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kaelin dressed quietly and, almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kaelin's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kaelin could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kaelin came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kaelin reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kalen stepped inside and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kalen had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kalen approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kalen stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kalen," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmer Delve." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kalen the wonders of the Glimmer Delve. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmer Delve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kalen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source, a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kalen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kalen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kalen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kalen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kalen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kalen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kalen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kaelin, their eyes shining. You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved. Kaelin smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too. As the balance restored itself, Kaelin knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. You will always be welcome here, Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kaelin's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places. Kaelin hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. I'll come back, they promised, and I'll bring more stories. The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kaelin stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. You've been on a journey, she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kaelin nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. I found where the light comes from, they said softly. And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are. Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. Then the lantern has found its true keeper. That night, as Kaelin lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kaelin realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kaelin drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to breathe in time with the sleeping house. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine boughs, a gentle counterpoint to the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall. It was on such a night, when the world felt wrapped in a blanket of quiet, that the most unexpected stories often began. In a small room at the top of the stairs, a boy named Leo lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling. He was a quiet child with a heart full of questions and a mind that saw patterns in the falling rain. He often felt a little invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a vast library. His days were pleasant enough, filled with school and chores and the comfortable rhythm of small-town life, but he carried a quiet longing for something he couldn't name, a feeling that there was a secret color to the world he hadn't yet been allowed to see. It was this feeling that drew his gaze to the old oak tree at the bottom of the garden. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun vanished, a soft, pulsing light would appear deep within its gnarled roots. It wasn't the fierce orange of the fireplace, nor the cold white of the stars. It was a warm, deep amber, the color of honey and old embers, and it glowed with a gentle, patient rhythm, like a sleeping heart. No one else in his family seemed to notice it. When he'd mentioned it once, his father had smiled and said it was probably just a trick of the light. But Leo knew. He'd watch it from his window night after night, and the glow seemed to be an invitation, a silent call he was too hesitant to answer. One night, however, the feeling became a pull he could no longer resist. The house was deep in slumber, the only sounds the soft sighs of his sleeping family. The amber light from the oak tree pulsed a little brighter, a little more insistently. Slipping from his bed, Leo pulled on his thick socks and his worn corduroy jacket. He crept down the stairs, each creak of the wood a thunderclap in the silence, and slipped out the back door into the cool, damp air of the garden. The grass was silvered with dew, and his breath plumed in the moonlight. The world was a study in monochrome, all blacks, grays, and silvers, except for that one point of warm, amber light at the base of the great oak. As he drew nearer, the light seemed to grow, not in size, but in presence. It hummed a low, resonant thrum that he felt in his bones more than heard with his ears. He knelt before the ancient tree, its bark rough and cool beneath his fingers. The light was coming from a small, hidden hollow, tucked away behind a curtain of ivy. Taking a deep breath, Leo reached inside. His fingers did not close around a stone or a piece of glass. Instead, they brushed against something smooth and strangely warm, like a sun-washed pebble from a summer riverbed. He drew it out. It was a seed no larger than his thumb, but it was unlike any seed he had ever seen. It was carved from a wood so dark it was almost black, and from its very core the gentle amber light pulsed steadily. It felt alive in his hand, a tiny, slumbering sun. As he held it, a voice, as dry and rustling as autumn leaves, spoke from above him. "You've been watching for a long time, little watcher." Leo started, nearly dropping the seed. He looked up into the branches of the oak. There, perched on a low-hanging bough, was a great horned owl. Its feathers were the color of tree bark and shadow, and its eyes were two pools of bottomless, gentle darkness. I'm sorry," Leo stammered, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I didn't mean to steal it." The owl blinked slowly. "One does not steal a gift that is offered. It has been waiting for you. It is a moon-blessed seed. It glows for those whose hearts are ready to listen to the quieter songs of the world." "Ready for what?" Leo asked, his voice a whisper. "For the journey," the owl replied, its tone matter-of-fact. "The seed is a key. It opens the way to the Glimmerwood. A place that exists in the spaces between the ticks of the clock and the beats of a dreaming heart. My name is Corbin. I am to be your guide." Leo looked from the wise, feathered face to the glowing seed in his palm. A journey. A hidden world. It was everything his quiet heart had longed for, and now that it was here, he felt a flutter of fear. "I'm not sure I'm the right person," he said. "I'm not particularly brave." Corbin tilted his head. "Courage is not the absence of fear, little watcher. It is the decision to walk forward even when your socks are damp and your heart is whispering doubts. Hold the seed to the hollow." With a trembling hand, Leo did as he was told. The moment the glowing seed touched the dark opening in the tree, the world dissolved into a whisper of sound and light. The familiar garden melted away like a watercolor painting in the rain, and for a moment Leo felt as if he were floating. Then his feet found solid ground, and a new world bloomed around him. He was standing in a forest, but it was a forest spun from starlight and dreams. The trees were immense, their trunks the color of twilight, and their leaves shimmered with a soft, internal luminescence, casting a dappled, gentle light upon the forest floor. Giant mushrooms in hues of cobalt and violet glowed like fairy lamps, and the air was thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp, rich earth. This was the Glimmerwood. It was both profoundly peaceful and vibrantly alive. Fireflies the size of his thumb drifted lazily, their lights blinking in a slow, silent code. In the distance he could hear the soft chime of a stream flowing over smooth, singing stones. It's beautiful," Leo breathed, all his fear forgotten in a wave of wonder. It is home, Corbin said, alighting softly on a nearby branch that sparkled with dew. But even beautiful places hold their mysteries. The glimmerwood is fading. The heart flame, the source of all its light and life, is dimming. The songs of the stream are growing quieter. The glow of the leaves is less bright. The seed you hold is connected to it. It was sent out into your world to find someone who could help. Leo looked down at the seed in his hand. Its amber pulse seemed more significant now, a tiny echo of a much greater, faltering heart. Me, but what can I do? The path will show you, Corbin said cryptically. We must follow the luminous stream to the sunken grove where the heart flame burns, but the way is not as it once was. The shadows have grown longer and the path has become forgetful. And so their journey began. They walked along the bank of the luminous stream, whose waters flowed with liquid light, casting shifting patterns on the overhanging branches. At first, Leo was simply overwhelmed by the beauty. He saw flowers that hummed when the wind passed through their petals, and stones that, when stepped upon, released a soft, musical note into the air. He felt a sense of belonging he had never known, as if a part of him he'd forgotten had finally come home. But soon, Corbin's warnings proved true. The further they went, the more the vibrant light of the glimmerwood began to wane. The leaves on the trees grew pale and translucent. The glowing mushrooms dimmed to a faint smolder. A deep, melancholic silence began to settle, broken only by the increasingly faint chime of the stream. The path itself became confusing. It would fork for no reason, or simply vanish into a thicket of thorns that seemed to twist and writhe as they passed. Leo, who had always been so observant, found his sense of direction failing him. He felt the old, familiar feeling of invisibility creeping back. What use was his quiet observation if he couldn't even find the way? It was during one of these confusing moments, as they stood at a crossroads where three identical paths diverged into the gloom, that Leo noticed something. The amber seed in his hand was pulsing faster. He held it up, turning slowly. When he faced the left-hand path, the pulse slowed, becoming a lazy, sleepy throb. When he faced the right, it flickered uncertainly. But when he faced the center path, which looked the most overgrown and forbidding, the seed's light burned steady and strong, its rhythm confident. Corbin, he said, his voice gaining a new strength. It's this way. The owl swiveled his head, his dark eyes glinting with approval. You see, the key is also a compass. You only needed to learn how to read it. This small success was a spark that lit a tiny, steady flame of confidence within Leo. He was not just a passenger on this journey, he had a role to play. He began to pay closer attention to the seed, learning its language. A quick, frantic pulse meant danger or discord. A slow, sad throb meant a place where the fading was particularly advanced. A bright, steady glow meant they were on the true path. Their journey was not without its challenges. They came to a chasm, bridged only by a series of stepping stones that were slick with glowing moss and spaced just a little too far apart for Leo's comfort. The chasm below was a pool of deep shadows, from which faint, cold sighs echoed. I can't, Leo whispered, his feet rooted to the spot. You can, Corbin said, his voice a calm anchor. Do not look at the distance to the other side. Look only at the next stone. Trust your feet. The moss is not your enemy. It is a cushion to soften your step. Leo took a deep breath, focusing only on the first stone. He stepped onto it, his heart in his throat. It held. He stepped to the next and the next, guided by Corbin's steady presence and the encouraging glow of the seed. When he finally reached the other side, his legs were trembling, but a profound sense of accomplishment warmed him from the inside out. He had been afraid, but he had walked forward anyway. As they traveled, an unexpected friendship blossomed between the boy and the owl. Corbin was patient and wise, full of stories about the glimmerwood from when the light was strong. He taught Leo the names of the whispering grasses and the luminous lichens. In turn, Leo shared stories of his own world, of school and his family, of his feeling of being overlooked. He spoke of things he had never voiced aloud, and Corbin listened with the deep, non-judgmental silence of the ancient trees. "You feel invisible," Corbin said one evening as they rested in the hollow of a giant, sleeping willow, "because you have been listening to the world instead of shouting at it. Here, that is not a weakness. It is your greatest strength. The glimmerwood responds not to noise, but to attention." The words settled in Leo's heart, quiet and true. He had always thought his quiet nature was something to be fixed. Now he was starting to see it as a kind of magic all its own. Days blended into nights in the timeless glimmerwood, marked only by the gradual dimming of the world around them. Finally, they reached the sunken grove. It was a vast circular depression in the forest floor, lined with ancient, crystalline trees whose branches were woven together in a domed canopy. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent, petrified tree stump, and within its hollow core a flame should have been burning. But what Leo saw made his heart sink. The heart flame was no more than a sputtering ember, a tiny, desperate flicker of amber light fighting against an encroaching tide of gray ash. The air in the grove was still and cold, and the song of the luminous stream, which originated from this very spot, was a mere, dying whisper. "We are in time, but only just," Corbin said, his voice heavy. "But what do I do?" Leo asked, desperation clawing at him. He held out the moon-blessed seed. "Do I throw it in?" Before Corbin could answer, a figure emerged from the shadows behind the petrified stump. It was a creature made of woven roots and sorrow, with eyes like dull coals. It was a wither-wraith, a being born from the despair of the fading wood. "You are too late," it rasped, its voice the sound of dead leaves crumbling to dust. "The silence is almost complete. Your little light cannot compete with the great quiet." Leo felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The wither-wraith's words echoed the very fears he had carried inside him for so long. That he was too small, too quiet, too insignificant to make a difference. He looked at the dying ember of the heart flame. He looked at the seed in his hand, glowing with its steady, patient light. And then he thought of Corbin and the stepping stones and the humming flowers and the feeling of belonging. He thought of all the small, quiet wonders he had witnessed. He was not just Leo, the quiet boy. He was Leo, the watcher, the listener, the friend. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that a grand gesture would not work here. Throwing the seed into the flame would be like shouting into a gale. The glimmerwood did not need noise, it needed attention. It needed remembrance. He ignored the wither-wraith and walked slowly toward the dying heart flame. He did not look at the wraith, nor at the overwhelming gloom. He knelt before the flickering ember, as he had once knelt before the old oak in his garden. And he began to speak. His voice was soft, but it carried in the silent grove. He did not chant a spell or shout a command. He simply began to describe, in rich sensory detail, everything he had seen and felt on his journey. He spoke of the velvety softness of the glowing moss. He described the exact sound of the luminous stream chiming over the singing stones. He recalled the pattern of the light through the dappled leaves, the scent of the night-blooming jasmine, the feel of the warm, living seed in his hand. He spoke of Corbin's wisdom and the strength of their friendship. He poured all his attention, all his observation, all his gratitude for this beautiful, hidden world into his words. He was not trying to relight the flame, he was reminding it of what it was. As he spoke, a gentle miracle began to unfold. The amber seed in his palm grew warmer, and its light began to flow from his hand, not in a beam, but in a soft, radiant wave that washed over the grove. Where the light touched, the gray ash receded. The crystalline trees began to gleam with a soft, internal light. The wither-wraith, deprived of the despair it fed upon, let out a soft sigh and dissolved back into the earth, not in defeat, but in release. Leo's words wove a tapestry of memory and love around the sputtering ember. He spoke of the fireflies and their silent code, of the musical stones, of the courage he found on the stepping stones. With every remembered detail, the ember grew brighter. It flickered, then caught, then bloomed. With a soft whoosh that was more felt than heard, the heart flame surged back to life. It was not a roaring bonfire, but a deep, steady amber flame that pulsed with the same gentle rhythm as the seed. Light flooded the sunken grove, warm and comforting. The lumina stream burst into a joyful, chiming song, and all through the glimmerwood, the leaves on the trees regained their shimmer, the mushrooms their brilliant glow, and the air its sweet, living scent. Leo fell silent, his heart so full he thought it might burst. The seed in his hand was still warm, but its light had softened, its job complete. Corbin landed softly beside him. "You see," the owl said, his voice thick with an emotion Leo had never heard in it before. "You did not bring a new light. You reminded the old light how to shine. Your quiet heart was the kindling it needed." The journey back was a celebration. The glimmerwood was restored, more vibrant and beautiful than ever. The path was clear and welcoming, and the creatures of the wood, now awake and joyful, came out to see them pass. They reached the great oak tree that was the gateway, and Leo felt a pang of sadness. He did not want to leave this place or his friend. "You can always return," Corbin said, as if reading his thoughts. "The way is open to you now. You are a part of this world, as it is a part of you. The journey has transformed you, little watcher. You have learned that your quiet attention is a light that can push back the shadows. Carry that light back with you." Leo nodded, his throat tight. He reached out and gently stroked Corbin's soft feathers. "Thank you, my friend." He held the moon-blessed seed to the hollow in the oak. The world shifted and softened, and in the space of a breath he was standing back in his own garden, the cool night air on his face. The oak tree was just an oak tree again, dark and silent. But in his hand the seed remained. It was no longer glowing with its internal light, but it was still there, smooth and warm, a tangible memory of his journey. He crept back into the silent house and up to his room. As he lay in his bed, the seed clasped tightly in his hand, he felt different. The quiet longing was gone, replaced by a deep, steady warmth. He had been on a grand adventure, but the greatest change was inside him. He no longer felt invisible. He felt like Leo, the boy who knew the secret songs of the world, who had a friend in a glowing wood, and who carried a small, steady flame of confidence in his heart. He looked out his window, not with longing, but with contentment. The world outside was still monochrome, but he knew now that it was just the surface. Beneath it, pulsing in the spaces between the ticks of the clock, was a world of color and light, and he was connected to it forever. His eyelids grew heavy, the warmth of the seed in his hand, and the memory of the heart flame lulling him to sleep. The last thing he saw was the gentle, dancing shadow of the fireplace on the wall, and it seemed to him that the shadows were not just shapes, but a soft, silent echo of the shimmering leaves of the glimmerwood, waving him a gentle good night. And as he drifted into dreams, he knew with absolute certainty that he was exactly where he was meant to be, and that his own heart, quiet and true, burned steady and bright. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps, and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmerwing moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss beetle, no taller than a pine cone, meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry, what troubles the green heart?" "The brook, Elder," Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. "It's lost its song, its light is fading, it feels sad." Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. But why? Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. "What's wrong?" "The story is old, little one," Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. "Older than my shell, it is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods." He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. "See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep." Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. "What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel?" The old tortoise blinked slowly. "The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil. She watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic." The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. Little guardian, the voice echoed. You feel the discord. You seek the harmony. Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in Fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say. Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. Finches, the wind whispers harshly. We need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes. The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss people. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the Valley of Mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stone's deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss people sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petriture, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. The gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elderbark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft night-time carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elderbark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great, green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols: a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Horologius, the keeper of moments," the clock replied. "And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet." Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hat boxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. "About time someone showed up," the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. "I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "Only to those who listen properly," Marigold replied, licking a paw. "Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero." The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. "A hidden door," murmured Horologius. "Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner." Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. "Down we go," said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. "Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother." The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. "Oh dear," the candle wisped, its light trembling. "Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright." Leo knelt down. "What's wrong?" "A draft of doubt has been blowing through," Lumina explained. "It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim." The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking, maybe we need to find the source of the draft. Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. There's a loose stone near the ceiling, she announced. I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through, but the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. Lumina, he said gently, if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way? The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try. With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. A little to the left, she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. Well done, Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. The stories are safe. But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. The Journal of Whispers, Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion. Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. She misses him, Leo said softly. She doesn't say it, but she does. As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light, Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly. The wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kalen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kaelin had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kaelin's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones, neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kaelin glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kaelin's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kaelin's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kaelin would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kaelin would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kaelin's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kaelin glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kaelin, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kaelin noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kaelin dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kaelin understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional Harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kaelin, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kaelin responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. they laughed in their own ways at these misunderstandings. Kalen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kalen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kalen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kalen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonious song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kalen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kalen and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the walls like a troop of gentle, golden sprites. It was on nights like these, when the wind whispered secrets against the window pane and the world outside seemed to hold its breath, that the best stories were born. So pull your blanket a little closer, settle into the cushions, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring bonfires, but of a quiet, steady glow. A story about a boy, a hidden world, and the warmth that can be found in the most unexpected of places. In a small, quiet village nestled in a valley that always seemed to be caught in a gentle sigh, there lived a boy named Leo. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor, after a rain and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While other children raced through the cobblestone streets playing games of chase and conquest, Leo preferred the company of the old woods that cradled the village. He would spend hours tracing the veins on leaves, watching the patient journey of a ladybug, or simply sitting with his back against the rough bark of an ancient oak, listening to its slow, woody heartbeat. Leo's world was one of soft sounds and muted colors, and he was, if not unhappy, then perhaps a little lonely. He felt things deeply, the sadness in a wilting flower, the joy in a sunbeam finding its way through the canopy, and such feelings are heavy to carry alone. One afternoon, as autumn was painting the world in shades of flame and gold, Leo was following a path he'd never noticed before. It was a shy little trail, barely more than a suggestion woven between the ferns and tree roots. A curious feeling like the tug of a forgotten dream drew him forward. The air grew cooler, the light softer, filtered through a dense ceiling of intertwined branches. And then the path simply ended at a great, moss-covered stone wall, so ancient it seemed more a part of the mountain than built upon it. There, nestled in a crevice where the stone met the earth, was a small, perfect door. It was no taller than Leo's knee, crafted from dark, polished wood, and inlaid with a single swirling pattern that looked like a captured eddy of smoke. It had no knob, no keyhole. As Leo knelt, his breath catching in his throat, he noticed that the center of the swirling pattern held a small, smooth stone. It was dull and gray, no different from any other pebble in the stream. But then, as the last of the day's light began to fade, something miraculous happened. The stone began to glow. It was not a bright, flashy light, but a deep, pulsing warmth, like the heart of a banked fire or an ember holding its secret heat in the darkness. It cast a soft, orange-red radiance onto the tiny door, making the wood grain seem to swim and shift. Hesitantly, Leo reached out and touched the glowing stone. It was wonderfully warm, a comfort that seeped right into his bones. The moment his fingers made contact, the tiny door swung inwards without a sound, revealing not a dark space behind the stone, but a tunnel filled with the same gentle, ember-like light. Without a second thought, for his quiet heart told him this was a thing of wonder, not of fear, Leo crawled inside. The tunnel was short, and on the other side, he emerged into a world that stole his breath away. He was in a vast, hidden grove, entirely enclosed by the towering stone walls of the mountain. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. Above, the sky was not the darkening blue of evening, but a perpetual soft twilight, lit by thousands of tiny, floating lights that drifted like lazy fireflies. But these were not insects. They were living embers, each one pulsing with that same deep, warm glow as the stone in the door. They floated amidst leaves that shimmered with a silvery sheen, and settled on flowers that looked as though they were woven from moonlight and shadow. This was the Ember Glade. Leo stood for a long time, simply breathing it in. The silence here was different from the woods he knew. It was a living silence, filled with the soft hum of the drifting embers and the distant, musical trickle of water. His wonder was interrupted by a small, frantic sound. A series of tiny, distressed chirps came from a cluster of bell-shaped flowers nearby. Crouching down, Leo saw a most extraordinary creature. It was a small, furry animal, about the size of a squirrel, with velvety, smoke-gray fur and ears too large for its head. Its most remarkable feature was its tail, which ended in a tuft that glowed with a soft, steady, golden light. But the little creature was in trouble. Its glowing tail was tangled in the sticky, thread-like vines of the bell flowers, and it was tugging and chirping in clear alarm. "SHHH, it's all right," Leo whispered, his voice barely disturbing the tranquil air. "I'll help you." His fingers, accustomed to the delicate work of untangling knotted string and carefully arranging his collections of feathers and stones, were perfect for the task. He worked slowly, gently loosening the sticky threads one by one, speaking to the creature in a low, soothing murmur. The creature stopped struggling and watched him with wide, intelligent eyes that reflected the floating embers like tiny, star-filled pools. Finally, with one last careful pull, the little creature was free. It shook itself and its tail tuft flared brightly for a moment, casting a warm circle of light around them both. It then scurried up Leo's arm and nuzzled its soft face against his cheek, its chirping now a happy, purring trill. "You're welcome," Leo said, a real, unburdened smile spreading across his face for the first time in a long while. A soft, rustling sound made them both turn. From behind a tree with bark that looked like layered silver emerged another figure. This one was taller, about Leo's height, and walked on two legs. He had the same large, luminous eyes and velvety skin, but his form was more human-like. He wore simple clothes woven from what looked like moss and spider silk, and in his hand he carried a staff topped with a crystal that held a captive, pulsing ember. He regarded Leo not with fear, but with a calm, deep curiosity. "You have helped a Glimmerwing," the boy said, his voice as soft and smooth as the flow of a deep underground river. "They are the keepers of light in our grove. We are in your debt." I'm Leo, he said, finding his voice. I am Finn, the boy replied with a slight bow of his head. You are the first of your kind to find the Ember glade in many, many turnings of the seasons. Finn explained that this hidden world was a sanctuary, a place where gentle, nocturnal beings lived in harmony, their lives governed by the soft light of the embers. The glimmerwings, like the one Leo had rescued, tended to the floating lights, ensuring they never dimmed. There were others, too, the whisperers who spoke to the roots of the trees, the stream singers whose voices made the water chime like crystal bells. But something is wrong, Finn said, his large eyes clouding with worry. He led Leo to the center of the grove, where the largest tree Leo had ever seen stood sentinel. Its trunk was as wide as a cottage, and its branches, laden with leaves that shimmered like beaten copper, stretched up to form the very ceiling of their twilight world. Nestled in the great fork of the tree was a single, enormous ember, as large as Leo's head. But its light was faint, flickering weakly like a candle guttering in the wind. This is the heart ember, Finn explained. It is the source of all light and warmth in our grove. From it all the smaller embers are born, but for many moons now its glow has been fading. The grove grows colder, the lights drift lower, and a stillness is settling over everything. We do not know why. Leo looked at the struggling light, and a profound sadness settled in his chest. He understood this feeling, the fear of a light going out, of warmth leaving, of a beautiful, quiet world growing dim. He knew what it was to feel a chill that wasn't just of the air. Maybe I can help, Leo said, his voice quiet but firm. And so began Leo's true journey. His days in the village became a secret double life. By day, he was the quiet boy who walked in the woods. By night, he would slip through the tiny door and enter the Ember glade, where Finn became his guide and fast friend. Their investigation was not a grand, heroic quest with clashing swords and roared challenges. It was a gentle mystery, unfolding like the slow, intricate patterns of smoke rising from a calm fire. They walked the grove together, their path illuminated by the glimmerwing, who Leo had named Spark for the cheerful way his tail flared, riding happily on his shoulder. Leo, with his patient, observant nature, noticed things the grove folk, who had lived there for eternity, had come to take for granted. He noticed how the silvery leaves of the trees seemed duller at their tips. He heard a strain in the chiming of the streams, a note of weariness. He felt a subtle, persistent coldness seeping up from the ground, a chill that the fading light of the heart ember could no longer keep at bay. He spent hours sitting with the oldest of the whisperers, a being so ancient its form was more like gnarled wood than flesh, learning that the stories of the grove were stored in the roots of the great trees. He learned that the heart ember did not just give light, it was tied to the vitality of the grove itself, fed by the joy, the peace, and the harmony of all who lived there. The chill you feel, the old whisperer rasped, its voice like the rubbing of two branches together, is not of this season. It is the chill of forgetting, of silence where there should be song, of stories left untold. One evening, as Leo and Finn were resting by one of the singing streams, sharing a piece of sweet, nutty bread Finn's mother had baked, Leo spoke of his own world. He talked about the village, about the other children whose games were too loud and fast for him, about the loneliness that sometimes felt like a cold stone in his pocket. Finn listened, his large eyes full of understanding. Your world has a chill, too, Finn said softly. It does, Leo admitted. But it's different, it's inside me. Perhaps, Finn mused, the chills are related. A forgotten story here, a lonely heart there, maybe they feed each other. Sorrow has a way of seeping through the cracks in the world. It was this conversation that sparked the idea in Leo's mind. The problem wasn't something that could be fixed with a magic spell or a physical tool. The heart ember was fading because the connection between the beings of the grove was weakening. The stories were being forgotten. The songs were being left unsung. His own loneliness was a mirror of the grove's growing stillness. He had an idea. It was a small idea, a quiet idea, but it felt true. The next night he asked Finn to gather everyone in the grove, all the glimmerwings, the whisperers, the stream singers, at the foot of the great tree. When they had all assembled, their faces lit by the worryingly faint pulse of the heart ember, Leo did not make a grand speech. He simply sat down on a smooth, moss-covered stone, with Spark nestled in his lap, and he began to tell a story. It was the story of how he had found the grove. He described the shy path, the mysterious door, the wonder of seeing the glowing stone. He told them about meeting Spark, about the fear in the little creature's eyes, and the relief when it was free. He described his friendship with Finn, their long walks, their shared silence, and their conversations. He spoke of the beauty he saw in their world, the shimmer of a leaf, the melody of a stream, the gentle drift of a living ember. He spoke not as a hero, but as a friend. And as he spoke, something began to happen. A glimmerwing, inspired, fluttered up to a low-hanging branch and began to trace patterns in the air with its glowing tail, illustrating the tale. A stream singer, hearing its home described with such affection, began to hum a soft, new melody, one of discovery and friendship. One of the older whisperers, its memory stirred, began to recount an ancient tale of the grove's founding, a story no one had heard in generations. One by one, others joined in. Stories were shared. Songs were sung. Laughter, a sound that had become rare in the grove, chimed through the air like another stream. They shared memories of bright days and comforted each other about the colder times. They reforged the connections that had grown thin. Leo watched, his heart feeling fuller and warmer than it ever had. He was no longer just an observer, he was a part of this. He was weaving his own thread into the tapestry of the grove. And as the stories flowed and the songs rose, the great heart ember above them began to change. Its faint, guttering flicker steadied. Then it swelled. A wave of pure, golden warmth pulsed out from it, washing over the entire grove. The light grew brighter and brighter, not harshly, but with a deep, resonant power that felt like a collective sigh of relief. The floating embers throughout the grove brightened in response, rising higher, their hum becoming a joyful chorus. The chill that had plagued the grove melted away, replaced by a profound, comforting warmth. The silvery leaves on the trees seemed to polish themselves, and the stream's song regained its clear, crystalline tone. The grove was healed. Not by a mighty deed, but by remembrance, by shared stories, and by the simple, powerful warmth of friendship. Finn looked at Leo, his luminous eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. "You didn't bring a new light, Leo," he said. "You helped us remember how to kindle our own." The time came for Leo to return to his own world. The journey through the Ember Glade had transformed him, as surely as fire transforms wood. He had gone in a lonely boy and was emerging with a heart that had learned to connect, to share, and to find warmth by giving it away. At the tiny door, Spark nuzzled his hand one last time, his tail glowing with fierce affection. Finn placed a hand on his shoulder. "The door will always be here for you, my friend," he said. "You are a part of this grove now, and it is a part of you." Leo crawled back through the tunnel and emerged into the crisp night air of his own woods. The door closed silently behind him, the stone in its center once again a dull, gray pebble. But as he touched it, he felt a residual warmth, a secret promise held within. He walked back to his village under a sky filled with cold, distant stars, but he did not feel the chill. A new warmth glowed within him, steady and true, the ember of a friendship that crossed the boundaries of worlds. He knew now that his quiet nature was not a flaw, but a gift. He was a listener, a storyteller, a keeper of small, important warmth. Back in his small room, as he lay in bed, he no longer felt the ache of loneliness. He could almost hear the faint, chiming song of the streams from the Ember Glade, a lullaby carried on the edges of his memory. He closed his eyes, and in his mind he saw the great heart ember, burning bright and steady, its light a promise that even in the deepest darkness, warmth and friendship could always be found, if only one knew how to look. And with that comforting thought, the gentle glow of a hidden world nestled in his heart, Leo drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with floating lights, whispering trees, and the enduring warmth of a friendship that had saved a world. Sleep well, little listener. May your own heart be a hidden grove, filled with its own gentle, enduring light.